Too late, begging on the floor for me. I'm not the same, I'm standing on my own 2 feet. I'm taking back my life. All you did was use it, you break it, you lose it. Sorry, your time is up. Now I'm coming back to life. I'm taking back my life.
And I can't seem to find a light between the walls I built for myself right in my mind. And then you came over and you showed me love that I never had seen before. And now when I got you, it's all gonna be alright. Thinking about all the things we did tonight. What a time to be alive. Just you and I, just you and I. To go out of my mind, and all I need right now is for you to stay the night. But if you keep saying that you've got to leave, then I'm gonna be alright. As long as you tell me that we ain't running out of time. Thinking about all the things we did tonight. What a time to be alive. Just you and I, just you and I. So we can fly again, so we
taste in tunes and everything you ooze. The tempo of your beat, you bleed a melody. No one can control that old time rock and roll. No rule of gravity, and hey, can I follow you? Back to your room, watching you bloom in the light of the moon. Can I follow you back to your arms? Wash it all off in the river of your heart. There's a million different songs that I learned to sing. Watching you bloom in the light of the moon. Your loneliness will never be lost on me. So reach out and love, and don't be a stranger.
if you don't. You don't. I can help you out. I can help you out. I can help you out. Dun 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 dun. I can help you out. I can help you out. I can help you out. Dun 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 dun. I can help you out. Oh shit! I gotta mess with something, man. Damn it! I gotta put the name of the goddamn game in there at least. Shit, right? Players Battlegrounds. Paid promotion. No, none of that. Add your gamer. Add your tags. Fucking right, bitch. Stream. Streamer. Game. Gameplay. Battle. Royale. PUBG. Fortnite. Toronto. Canada. PlayStation. Oh. Well, why's my screen so fucking big, bro? I'm full. Something's not adding up, brother. Oh, that looks so dope. Well, thank you, brothers. Indeed. Well, Merry Christmas to you too, brother. Merry Christmas to you too. Let me saturate this shit a little bit, bro. It's not saturated enough. I can make it look super dope. I can make it look really dope. Hey! That'd be me right there. That'd be me. That'd be me right there. That'd be me. Hey, don't hate. Don't hate. Don't discriminate. Love the player, not the game. Or love the game, not the player. Hate the player, not the game. Hate the game, not the player. I'm ditching my desktop. Why? See, I would love to I want to see what the fuck. No. Why? What is that, a mini PC? Why?
Marking gaming tests, and my overall fold and a very nice.
Bro, I don't want to see your paid promotion.
On the front here, there's really not too much going on. You've got the power.
Bro, them mini PCs are badass, bro. No caparoo.
Button, we have a green reset BIOS button, a USB 3.0, and a USB Type-C next to the auxiliary output. And then of course we have some Ryzen stickers to flex some of the internals. And now flipping it over to the back.
Oh, look at that bad boy. Oh shit.
Starting over here, we have our DC power. We have our 2.5 gigabit LAN, which sits
2.5 gigabit. That bitch is a pig.
It's next to 4 HDMI.
But that's fucking. That's common anyway, bro. Gigabit is that's
2.1 ports, all which support 4K at 60 Hz. And then finally over here we have 2 more USB 3.0s and 2 USB 2.0s. And the entire computer comes in just over 2.8 pounds. Something that is pretty handy is right here on the bottom you can figure out how to get into your BIOS and boot menu, as a lot of motherboards are slightly different. So now let's go ahead and talk about upgradability. Now it's not going to be as easy to get in as some of which I will use for a future Linux drive. Again, this is the Ryzen 9 6900HX with a max turbo frequency of 4.9 GHz with 8 cores and 16 threads with 16 megabytes of 3-level cache. and this is paired with the integrated graphics boasting a 12 GPU core count. This also has 32 gigabytes of dual channel DDR5 memory at 4800 megahertz, and this is next to the pre-installed Kingston.
That little ass thing got all that juice? Well, goddamn. Oh, shit. The lights went out.
SSD using PCIe 4.0x4. It says it's rated at 7,000 megabits a second, but in my quick benchmark of this, I got about close to 4,000 megabits a second,
That's
which
still
honestly is
fucking-
still pretty good.
That's
so now that I have
fast,
that SSD
man.
installed, we're going to go ahead and put this all back together. Now this heat sink initially didn't want
That's
to go
so
back in place, so I did have to fight with it a little bit before I was able to go ahead.
Presents? What you got? Bombaras clarasi la clati.
They're real too. So don't
Bombaras.
yes, it's from Pandora. Real silver. Ooh, they're pretty.
Now, my baby deserves gold. But it is beautiful. They're beautiful. They're beautiful, Shayla. Pandora earrings. Pandora earrings for my little daughter.
Go ahead and screw it down. So that's just something to keep note of if you're going to be taking it apart. Now before we move on, I'm going to pop open the box real
That's
quick. And in
crazy.
here you get the manual. Of course you get a
Oh,
mini
fuck,
PC.
man, my
but
TV
in
hot as a
addition, we're
bit.
also going to have some extra replaceable top covers, so you could go ahead and change the color and overall vibe
Put
of the
them on
computer
right
if
now,
you'd
little
like to.
mama.
And in here, of course, you have some HDMI cords, your power supply, and all that stuff. But what I'm going to do is switch out this plain black that I have here with one of these other ones. Now I do wish that these were a little easier to remove, as you have to use something like a really sharp flathead screwdriver to go ahead and pop this thing off. And do be careful, as the paint on the edges isn't the strongest thing in the world, and I actually nicked it a little bit trying to do this. But I finally decided on this lighter gray, popped it on, and we're good to go. Overall, when it comes to form factor, this thing is incredibly sleek. After initial setup, I quickly realized it was missing a lot of the tools that you'd expect in a Windows operating system. It didn't have the snipping tool, it didn't have the Microsoft Store, it didn't have...
Oh, shit, bro. I don't got the Microsoft Store, bro. What you mean?
Incredibly sleek. After initial setup, I quickly realized it was missing a lot of the tools that you'd expect in a Windows operating system.
Well, there's
After initial
OBS.
setup,
OBS come in
go.
it. Well,
We'll
what?
do this,
Oh, he
but
probably put that
when
bitch
it
in there.
comes to form factor, a lot of the tools that you'd expect in a Windows operating system, it didn't have the snipping tool, it didn't have the Microsoft Store, it didn't have the Windows Terminal. A lot of different things were missing. I contacted them, asked about this. They said it had something to do with the region I was in or something. They sent me a file with a fix, but I really just didn't want to deal with that, so I reinstalled Windows. Now, getting drivers from their website here is a little odd.
As long as reinstalling window, you can reinstall a window. Are you good to go, bro? Shit. Do all that complaining. Yeah, I should just leave it down there. Fuck it. Fuck, man. I don't want to take up so much of the screen, but I don't want to shrink it. I might have to vertical this shit, man. Damn it.
To say the least. And then let's
But
go
you can
over to
reinstall
drivers
Windows,
and
and that's
hardware.
cool, though.
But if we go and click download here, it takes us to good old mega.nz, which, I mean, manufacturers should host their own files, but whatever. I went ahead and installed all the drivers, and then from there everything worked fine. So now let's go ahead and do some general benchmarking. And for this I ran
no,
my
Mr.
very
Davis.
favorite.
Hold up. I'm gonna
Get
check
a
on
big John chip.
Mr. Davis, bro.
At this point, I'm a little concerned about my own.
This right here is
Thunder
my
sounds,
old desk.
brother. Really?
So guys, it seems that AMD will add AV1 later, of course, but outside of AMD not including the new encoding from Intel in its support, okay, it's from Intel, so they actually want a codec of their own. Completely agree on this point, because if it is good, it doesn't matter if Intel in its support, okay, it's more efficient than the previous AVC encoding, okay. Also, it is really interesting this, so outside of AMD not including the new encoding from Intel in its support, okay, it's from Intel, so they actually want a codec of their own. Completely agree on this point, because if it is good, it doesn't matter if it is NVENC AV1 or even the VCN4, doesn't matter, okay. Basically, the previous name version was Video Core Next, but it was Graphics Core Next. We have the A2 and AVC, AGVC, like I told you before. This for encoding, of course, and in terms of decoding, it has AVC, AGVC, JPEG, VP9, which is the one that I think they just need. Kepler guy saying this, that some pretty trustable sources for VCN4 RDNA3, but maybe just another G-bait as they did with Rembrandt, like the, and for example the 440 series, okay, that will ship parallel to their product. Now, one thing is really interesting so far is that the new GPUs seem to be very good. We have many new things. We have a completely different architecture because we now have MCM, which I like to call multi-chip module. 2 dies on the same chip. It's more like a dual GPU, but a bit different, okay. But in terms of power efficiency, they have improved a lot from what we've heard. So it's a really good thing, okay. So we'll have the GPUs performing as
That boy lying.
released. It is currently on my. I do. You always bounce seriously.
That motherfucker lying. MSI Afterburner. The fuck? Fuck you mean fake page not found? I know y'all see that. That account restricted. Man, hold the fuck up. Alright, we good. Testosterone killer. Default BIOS settings hinder your gaming performance. Projects of... I've never... You know what? I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I've never messed with my BIOS, bro. I've never went in my BIOS and messed... Well... Like the fans. I've never undervolted anything, no. Like, just with the fan speeds. Stuff like that. Just like simple shit. Make sure my RAM's like... No, I never undervolted anything, actually. I never messed with anything in the vault in the BIOS. Just the GPU software. That'd be about as far as I go. Yeah, that'd be about as far as I go. But yeah. ThinkPad? What?
And the overall body itself is built really well as well.
Okay, what are the
I
specs?
wouldn't switch to this behemoth just for the keyboard, especially with how bulky this thing is, but I really did enjoy using it. And it also has some major portage going on, especially compared to Lenovo's modern ThinkPad T-Series. On the right, you've got a USB-A, express card slot, DVD drive, ooh, fancy, and full-size SD card reader. Oh yeah. So sick of modern laptops not having full-size SD card slots. Anyways, on the left, you got 2 more USB ports, a mini display port, and a VGA port if you're feeling extra retro. Oh, and a headphone jack. Then lastly, even more ports, the back has gigabit Ethernet and one more USB, plus a proprietary charging port.
Really?
Overall, I really miss the days before laptop manufacturers just hated us for some reason, but I also like the thinness, so whatever. So it's built well.
You put a SATA drive in that motherfucker, that thing good to go, bro.
I would even argue built better than modern ThinkPads since it has lasted this long and is frankly in better shape than one of my T470Ss. But how is it to use? Well, it is very familiar and not at the same time. It has a standard track point, but I wasn't indoctrinated into the pointology cult at a young enough age, so trackpads are my preference generally. And if you're like me, then pack your mouse because this has a tiny trackpad. It's usable, don't get me wrong, but it is not great.
Yeah, fuck all that. You can keep that shit. I'm happy with my hardware, brother. All I want is some... What? I tried the keyboard of the future. So you don't have to. Ooh, what's that like? Bro, show me
We're
this
doing
thing.
just that.
Show me this
Which
keyboard
I'll
of the
look into
future.
later. Ish, so it keeps the arrow keys, but it says, I don't think this guy is saving much space.
Hold up, what?
With the incredibly large forehead, same, pretty good has been. Check out the internals in a second, right after we check out video, and you're probably wondering about it. I don't want to, let's listen to it instead.
Ooh.
Now, I was incredibly sad when I heard this thing.
I like
and
the way
they
that
stuck glue
sounds.
switches in it. So my only
I
hope
like the
is
way
that they
that
made
thing
it hot
sound.
swappable so I can actually change this without having to desolder everything. So please pray for me. Speaking of pray, I could not get this thing's monitor to work at all with the USB-C cable because I'm dumb and my computer didn't support display over USB-C. I think the USB-C cable part is for if you're using a phone or a tablet, like you could plug that in and use it as a monitor and a keyboard. But the keyboard portion actually worked quite well, and this woke up. No. Oh, let's go.
Whoa, what? What are you doing?
When you turn this thing on, it says, GB, look at it go. Then I thought back to that cable that came in the box. The cable with the HDMI cable. Ah, of course. So then I plugged it in, and when you turn this thing on, it says, clumsy. That was a little meow in the background. My cat just woke up. No.
Say word.
Let's go, baby.
Whoa, what?
Wait,
Yeah,
right.
what's up, mama?
A roll, a biscuit.
No, I'm good, mama. Thank you.
That's my monitor. That's my wallpaper. No way. Now, as you could tell, I was so excited by this thing finally working that I
I heard her wrong. She meant mole. Okay, the stew.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
was too dumb to get the shots in focus. But let's talk about that monitor just a little bit. It's decently bright, has decent viewing angles, and overall it's a pretty good screen. Now, this isn't your next cinematic 4K experience, like the actual resolution. Hold on, I'm looking
I
at
saw it
looking
was
at
1920 by
1920 by 515p.
550p.
So it's kind.
What the fuck is that? What was it again? 1920 by 15. What was it? Let's see. What does that look like? What does that even look like? What would that even look like? 60 FPS. It's the smoothest 60 frames per second webcam I've ever used, but at what cost? Ever media. Difference in frame rates. Well, I already know that. That's not 60 frames per second, buddy. No, it's like 50. There's no way that's 60 frames per second, bro. Yeah, that's what it says, but it's not what it looks like. You see? When he did that spin. Maybe he's probably got that shit on like really low settings or something. I don't know. It just looks like shit. Actually, it looks alright. Actually, looks pretty decent. Ain't gonna lie. Just don't understand all that. What's all this? Oh well. I'm trying to find the like 550. 1920 by 515.
Boy, that guy, the dry nude here, looks almost as clear as 1440p. Almost not as good, but it's really good. And if you have a good enough system, you can actually upscale your resolution to get that clarity that you get at 1440p. That's something that you can do on a 1080p monitor, and the game absolutely looks stunning, and you hardly lose any FPS, right? So
you don't lose any FPS. Well, I don't know because I don't game. I just capture. So the original 4K gaming PC 10 years later. Wow, there was a 4K gaming PC 10 years ago? Dog, let me find out.
55 and its newer Ivy Bridge architecture. While the peasantry was left with 1155 and its massive financial investment would have kept you gaming at the bleeding edge. Summoned one such monster using 1080p was still rare among PC gamers, and consoles were stuck on 720. Even dipping your toe into the world of 4K took an absolute behemoth of a PC. For this project, I've summoned one such monster using 2012 era
Behemoth of a PC. For a behemoth of a PC.
era components to see not only how it would have handled 4K gaming at the time, but also how long that massive financial investment would have kept you gaming at the bleeding edge. Top-end PCs in 2012 were all about socket 2011. While the peasantry was left with 1155 and its newer Ivy Bridge architecture, wealthy PC enthusiasts could afford to step up to the X79 platform and gain more PCIe lanes and memory channels. Socket 2011 boasted 6-core consumer and even 8-core workstation CPUs, though for this video I'll be using the i7-3820. This entry-level Socket 2011 CPU kinda didn't have a whole lot of reasons to exist, beyond being the cheapest chip available for the socket, and arguably I could have done better with an i7-3770K on a Z77 board, but I'm pretty confident I won't be CPU limited in these tests. To make sure I get the most out of this hyper-threaded quad-core, I've pushed the multiplier to its max value of 43 for a 600 MHz overclock and populated all 4 memory slots with 4GB sticks of DDR3 2133 for true quad-channel operation. The motherboard this is all built upon is a Gigabyte X.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. So, like, it's always good to fill all your memory slots, bro. So if, you know, you have 4 memory slots, fill all of them, bro. Like, it's always good to you, because, like he said, you get the true... He's right.
Procedure that was somewhat reminiscent of the death and resurrection of Gandalf.
I, myself, have not done that. Thank you.
If you follow my community posts, you'll know what I mean. The storage is semi-anachronistic, with a 2012 era 120GB SATA SSD for the OS, and a distinctly newer external 1TB NVMe SSD for the games. Technically, 1TB SSDs did exist in 2012, but were limited to installation in PCIe slots, and I couldn't find one for a price I was willing to pay. The fastest single GPU graphics cards in October 2012, the GTX 680 from Nvidia and HD 7970GHz edition from AMD, were actually released well before the advent of 4K, and were never really intended to shovel that many pixels around. At the time, the standard solution to a performance problem like 4K was to throw more GPUs at it, using either SLI or Crossfire to run them in tandem. Although it could potentially overwhelm my 650W Corsair PSU, I decided the best choice of card for this video was the GTX 690. This relic of a bygone era is effectively 2 SLI GTX 680s on a single board. Released in May of 2012, none of the initial launch testing I could find even touched on 4K performance, because obviously it wasn't a thing yet. In fact, neither was 16:9 testing for the most part, but some reviews indicated that it could drive a trio of 1920x1200 monitors with a total of 6.9 million pixels, about 83% of 4K, and that gave me hope that I was in with a chance. If you're a regular to the channel, you might recognise this as the Dirty Sex Machine, a PC I picked up from used tech store CEX for £225 and spent a whole video cleaning and benchmarking in period appropriate games. With the CPU overclocked, the RAM replaced and the GPU swapped out, we're now
Bro, look at that. Look at those fucking benchmarks, bro. The only thing I don't like is the RAM, but I mean, he's getting all four of the, like, he's getting all 16 gigs. So, like he said, GTX 690, what? 120 on the SATA, that's normal. Corsair 650, that's better than my PSU. So, Cool Master, it's cool. Mine's like mine's better, but what am I sitting at right now? Fuck, yeah, whatever.
£300 build for what would have cost in excess of £2,000 back in 2012. Now, let's see how this original 4K gaming PC handled games of the era, and for just how long it would have stayed relevant. As one of the standout titles of 2011, Skyrim would have been a must-own for gamers looking to try 4K for the first time, not least because it was already proven to play exceptionally well on this generation of hardware. The GTX 670 that this PC first arrived with could run Skyrim at 1080 Ultra at close to 100 FPS. The upgrade at 4K and run like a dream on the GTX 690. If the DisplayPort connector could have supported it, the dual GPUs could actually push a high refresh monitor, giving over 130 FPS on average at 4K max settings.
Damn!
One downside of the game's age is textures. Up close at this resolution, things do look a little blurry. Of course, 4 years after its release, the "can it run Crysis" meme was only slightly tiresome, and was actually still a relevant question to ask. The answer was yes, eventually. I received a literal crash course in SLI errors trying to run Crysis Warhead on 2 GPUs, and after using the NVIDIA control panel to enable alternate frame rendering, or AFR, I managed to get a fairly smooth, crash-free experience at 4K using the mainstream quality preset. 80 FPS on average and 46 FPS 1% lows might convince you that it would be possible to push to higher quality settings, but trust me, you don't want to try that. Batman Arkham City is a tough nut to crack for a single GTX 670. In testing, it struggled to hit a constant 60 FPS at 1080, so I didn't have the greatest
Crazy. It's a 690, bro.
Sometimes were a little uneven. SLI setups are kinda known for this behaviour, but disabling or reducing PhysX should be a good option if you wanted to get a little more performance without sacrificing visual.
Hold up, I want to see those. Let me see.
Watching this footage, you might have spotted that I seem to have been recording in 30Hz, and also that I'm playing like a schmuck. The former is a limit of my capture hardware. My little EasyCap box can only record 4K at 30Hz. The latter is because I don't own a 4K display, and so I'm running everything through an OBS window on my capture PC. This means I have a substantial amount of input lag, and I'm only playing these games at an effective 30 FPS.
Wow.
Which is also my excuse for why I actually couldn't tell that 2012's Far Cry 3 was really struggling on this setup. At 4K Ultra, the game only came back with a 30...
My guy's hardware was getting cooked.
On modern hardware and still getting. We did not dive into Warzone. 1080p balance settings. We actually got 70 plus FPS, dips into the 60s. Warzone would probably struggle a bit more. We ended up going with the multiplayer because it is is a bit easier to run. I'd imagine Warzone, you'll be dipping well below 60 most of the time, even on lower settings, so do keep that in mind. But running balanced, which is kind of a mixture of like high and medium settings with a little bit of low here and there, you're able to get a 60 plus FPS experience, which is more than playable, pretty smooth. Do know it's probably going to be like a 2-year card max before driver support is dropped. And at that point, it's not like the card is absolutely useless, but the latest games that do come out will not get game day drivers, so you will have some struggles there in terms of locking in a good FPS number. So you do need to keep that in mind. The longevity of this card isn't really there, but does the price outweigh that? I really do think so. Now, next up in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, we did test the multiplayer. We did not dive into Warzone. 1080p balance settings. We actually got 70 plus FPS, dips into the 60s. Warzone would probably struggle a bit more. We ended up going with the multiplayer because it is a bit easier to run. I'd imagine Warzone, you'll be dipping well below 60.
Damn.
Most of the time, even on lower settings, so do keep that in mind. But running balanced, which is kind of a mixture of like high and medium settings with a little bit of low here and there, you're able to get a 60 plus FPS experience, which is more than playable, pretty smooth.
Hello guys, good to be here, welcome back. Actually in 720p resolution, and oh, this is the one where I killed her. She was benchmarking the 960. Oh, what a shame. We could have gone together, but that's cheating in Warzone. Actually, we would probably end up being banned for teaming up or something. I'm glad I killed her. Anyway.
I'm glad I killed her.
Ooh, massive drops here into the 40s, guys. So what the 970 did at 1080p, this is doing at 720p. Massive difference there in performance between the 960 and the 970. This is also a 2 gig version of the card. With a 4 gig, it would probably get you like 5 more FPS or something like that, and be a little bit more stable as well. Yeah, the 960 is getting pretty old and outdated for these newer titles, guys. It's a very big shame to see, but that...
Hey, you leave my daughter's GPU alone.
There's a headline that I'm going to read for you just word for word. The title of this article was 49ers can't stop raving about
Brock Purdy's huge. All right. December 2022, no cables. How to master a no cable RBG PC build. Right. That's a thick ass piece of bread, bro. God, what the fuck? She eating more bread and everything. No wonder she got a fat ass face.
42.9.
I need Jesus. I need Jesus. I need help. My beautiful aunt and uncle. Uncle. My beautiful aunt and uncle. Oh. Nope. Leave me be, partner. Leave me be. I know exactly what I speak of, brother. And I tell you, that ain't a good thing. It's only right that we do it right. You know what I mean, brother? It's only right that we do it right. It's only right that we do it right. Mission Impossible. The RX 480 1080p. The RX 580, sorry. I have a
Max,
RX
Chris
580.
Beard, welcome.
Chris Beard.
Bucks. Yeah, it's
Shoot it.
Spawning in our base. And why is this guy still here? There's an entire map right there. It's just the implementation of shadows here. Because at native resolution you still see those. But yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. It's not really dropping that much, which is great near the water. Let's go. Oh boy. Stutters just a little bit at time.
He gotta definitely be... He either using a fucking supercomputer, or he's fucking... He's got two computers. Because his GPU's at 100% use, only at 63 degrees Celsius, which is fucking good. He's not using all his... He's not using all of his VRAM, which is good. Because he's got maybe because of the reserve, right? It's 8. It's good because I know the RX 580 is a 8 gig. But his CPU usage is only 28%.
At times.
31.
Can I use that tank, by the way?
For sure, bro. This guy.
We got inside of a tank now. Nice. We will turn this around. Let's go. I don't think so, though.
I don't know.
Nice. Another one down.
Nah, bro. This guy's gaming for real, bro. And streaming. He put the whole load on. Let me see. I don't know, man.
I saw somebody go inside of there. Yeah, he's not gonna be there.
He's using 9 gigs. So, like, what? That's OBS. OBS alone uses what? OBS uses with the system and everything, like about 4 gigs. And then he's probably got the app open. For sure, bro. This guy's doing it all in one system. That's pretty good, though.
Things in this one is not that easy, you know. I think Battlefield does it a little bit better. Come on. Nice. Got 2 of them there.
Not bad. Not bad, boy. Not bad, brother. Ghost in a COVID mask haunts the school for revenge. Right.
Shoring for the sides and then shoring for the top as well. So it's extra thick, so we don't have to go as many uprights. So anyways, that one there is in place. So we're friction fitting them, and then when it to hold them up, we're actually making the space shorter, and then we jam our side pieces in. So there you go.
Yeah, fuck that.
Collapse. Distinctive markings on where exactly lit with a match, and then it's a fuel source. So you got a lot of BTU in this pack here. Kind of the sort of the rations you'd have.
Yeah, fuck that.
You know, during war.
Yeah, fuck that. White African
Distributions
food?
of the Afrikaner people.
And is this a pretty traditional way of cooking?
Yes, most of the Sundays we do.
And the pop has a feeling eat here outside of the typical, beef, pork, chicken.
It's pretty much.
The fatty membrane that surrounds the sheep's internal organs. Start with caul fat and sliced red pepper on top. Add a bit of onion puree, then put the liver on top of the caul fat.
Disgusting.
Mix it with red pepper, lemon juice, mashed onion, barbecue spice, salt, and pepper.
Disgusting.
Course 1, let's do course 2.
Yes.
If you're looking for diversity in your sheep meat preparation, try this, grilled sheep ribs.
Is this normal weather?
Normal.
Fries on weekends. We like to.
No. Video breakfast?
No.
Did you shoot this kudu?
Yes, sure.
Nice. Does it taste a little bit better since you shot it yourself?
It always tastes better, yeah.
Yeah.
The fuck? That's crazy. Oh. Woo. Pearly.
There has not been in the history of humanity across any culture, any book.
Humanity. My guy said humanity.
Any story, any fable, there has never been across the history of humanity any respect put on the name of a promiscuous female ever. Ever. You name the biggest conquerors that you can possibly name from history. Genghis Khan, Alexander the Great, all of them. They all had 100 wives, bunch of children, Big G, conquered the world. Normal. That is normal evolutionary biology. That's how men are designed to be. There's never been a single female who's been celebrated for her promiscuity ever in history. It's always been frowned upon and disgusting. So yes, we are completely and utterly different. Yes, it's different if a woman cheats on a man. And if a man is at a complete top level of his life and ticks every single box, and if he decides to be loyal, which some do, And I can be loyal, and I have been loyal, but there's also times in my life where I think, fuck it, I don't want to be, and get a new girlfriend every single day of the week. I can do that, and I can decide to do that. If a woman decides to do the same, purely because her value is high enough to attract so many males, because she's beautiful, for example, it is completely different. And I'm going to explain to you why it's completely different, so buckle up. It's different. It's different. It's different. Well, I'll tell you why. It is impossible for a female to be promiscuous on a long enough period of time without devaluing herself, because she is fucking people she shouldn't be fucking. There is no way she is sleeping with endless men, and all of them are either high value men or treating her the way.
Bro, listen. I am just playing. Look. A little way
she should be treated. If you find a woman who slept with 50, 100.
Brittany Renner, like. She giving him the demonic look. She giving him the you need to die look.
They're fucking dudes which aren't at her level or haven't worked hard enough to try and get the pussy. She was just too drunk to realize he's a loser, plays video games. Or she's fucking a
Bro, listen. I play video games, yo. All right? And I'm a loser. Leave me alone.
G who barely texts her back. So either way, she's fucking dudes she shouldn't be fucking, or a guy who's at the level who doesn't give her the right amount of attention. For a woman to find a guy who's truly on a level, who truly treats her the way she should be treated, that's once every couple couple years, if that. You ain't just gonna go out there fucking a new dude every week and say, yeah, he's worth pussy. Yeah, he treats me good enough to get my pussy. Da da da. And you know what's funny about the universe? It's actually beautiful about the universe because it's equal and opposite forces. When you devalue yourself, it's kind of like men can smell it on you. They can just look at a bitch and go, oh. And that's the way it works. So you have to be very careful as a female and sit and go, does this man truly deserve to fuck me? And if you think about it, the answer 99% of the time, especially if you're promiscuous, is no. So when a woman is sleeping around with all these men, she's devaluing herself. She's devaluing herself, and the world knows, God knows, the universe knows. When a man does it, he doesn't devalue himself at all. That's just the way it works.
Can I ask you a question? Wait,
Wow.
Esther, 1 second. Sir, may I ask you a question?
Wow.
What would you say if a woman now is married to 2 men?
Haram.
Why?
No, I'll tell you why. Let's talk about this. What is the difference between a man, let's say me, I have 4 wives, right? What's the difference between a man having 4 wives and a woman having 4 men?
You can impregnate the 4 wives at the same time.
You can impregnate the 4 wives at the same time, and we know who the parents are, right? So let's say you had 4 pregnancies, you know who the mother is because she's carrying the baby, and you know who the dad is, top G. If you had a woman with 4 men and she gets pregnant, who's the
top G?
Who's the parents?
What about if...
No, I'm asking. Do
Okay,
you know?
I ask, what if they're different races?
Answer
one white,
the
one black.
question.
You don't know.
Answer the question.
You don't know. Now, modern science can come along and maybe fix that for you, but that doesn't mean it's not wrong in the eyes of God. The idea of having a family, the idea of a child being born, one of the baselines for a new life to come onto this planet is for at least to understand who the 2 people who made it are, at least. If you have a woman fucking 4 dudes, you don't even know who got her pregnant.
So may I just say...
disgusting.
Have you seen the twins that had 2 different dads?
Oh, that's... Oh, yeah, I saw that. May I just say something then? So if that is the case, yeah, if the one thing that you're meant to have is, you at least you know who the 2 people that put that child on earth are, then that's why promiscuity for men is also a problem, because they get women pregnant. Sometimes they don't even know they have children. That's haram, no?
No, it's completely different. It's different because you have to understand, I'm talking about humans. You look at humans from a societal perspective, but society has changed, right? So let's say 200-300 years ago. If a woman got pregnant, she needed a man to survive. If that man didn't take care of her during pregnancy, she was going to die. She couldn't work a job. She couldn't hunt, couldn't fish, whatever, right? A woman literally needed that man for survival. So if you were to come to me and say, I'm pregnant, but you've been fucked by 4 different dudes, I'd be like, who says it's mine? Why am I looking after you? None of them want to look after her. She will literally perish. This is why in most of the world today, still today, virginity is so coveted, and throughout all of history it's been so coveted, because that's the only way to ensure paternity. She's a virgin, I know that's my baby. She ain't a virgin, prove it's mine. Outside of this modern science bullshit, Shaitan, the devil we have here in the West, in most of the world today, without virginity or at least a low body count or at least anti-promiscuity, you can't tell that that's your baby. So it's a completely different thing. You're looking at the idea of a woman being pregnant and coming to a group of men and saying, one of you has to take care of me and put up with me when I'm fat and moody and annoying and I need my bills paid. And all the men are going to sit there and go, no, fuck no, prove it's mine. You can't prove it, bounce. Where it's different. If I get 4 women pregnant, we know the deal.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So obviously back then for survival, women needed a man. Otherwise, when they were pregnant, could die and all of these things, they would perish. In today's society, given evolution, given the fact that as women we can go and get... Men. Yeah, but I'm not saying that. Isn't there a glitch between what is actually happening and the nature of what we have in our bodies? I think that's probably the conflict that we're having right now.
Glitch in what way?
In the sense that women don't feel like they need men in the most physical sense, perhaps
that's
like
right.
naturally.
It's very interesting. Women don't feel like they need men in a physical sense because life is soft, but it's bullshit. And it's bullshit because you still need men by proxy, 1, and 2, the second life gets difficult, you very quickly learn how much you need men. But women will go, I'm independent, I don't need no man because I have an OnlyFans and men pay my OnlyFans, and if anyone comes up to me, I'll call a male police officer. I don't need men. Shut up, you fucking idiot. Of course you do. You just named your whole life is based on fucking men. The road you're driving on was paved by a man. The house you're living in was built by a man. The car you're driving was designed by a man. Your whole life depends on men. And the second anything bad were to happen to you, the second you were physically threatened, or times were to get hard, or war were to start, or famine, or riots, the first thing you do is find a big strong man, shit yourself, and throw the feminism out the window. Feminism goes out the fucking window the second that the snow needs
Bro, I ain't know my God was like that, bro. I ain't no top. Look at Brittany Renner. Look at Brittany Renner. Top G. I screenshotted this shit. Look at Brittany Renner, bro. She's not. Look at this one. Look at Top G. What the fuck is going on, man?
Needs shoveling, or there's a fucking broken down car, or the tire needs changing, then all that crap vanishes. It's garbage. And this is the very interesting thing. I'll make a point here, which is going to get me canceled again, but I don't give a fuck. But this is the point. Feminism in and of itself can't be defended. The point of an idea is that it can be defended by the people who believe in it. This has been the whole point of war since the dawn of time. It doesn't matter if it was the Christians against the Hindus, doesn't matter if it was the Germans against the French. There were people who had ideas and ideologies, and they were prepared to fight each other to defend their ideology. Feminism is an ideology which cannot be defended by feminists. The only people who can defend feminism are the men who subscribe to the garbage. If all the feminists were to get in a line and say, we want feminism, and the conservative men were to get in a line, you would learn very quickly it's bullshit. I had a friend in Afghanistan when Taliban kicked America out. And he told me the Americans were telling the girls they could go to school. So they built all these girls' schools, and they put the Afghanistani Defense Forces there, and they funded the Afghanistan Defense Forces to protect these schools. You had American satellites, you had night vision goggles. Taliban were afraid to attack. America leaves. Now you have Afghani Defense Forces. They're basically blind. They don't have satellites anymore. Don't have night vision, whatever. So now it's a real war. The men are standing next to this girls' school. The Taliban are coming. You're some dude. You're standing there, and you're looking at this girls' school going, I don't really give a fuck if girls go to school. Bounce. And you didn't fight. So that's why they all gave up and Taliban took over so quickly. And when I said this, the girls like, yeah, they should have fought for us, feminism. Why don't the women fight?
Can I ask?
Oh, wait, the women can't defend their own fucking idea. You need men to defend feminism. So that's why the whole thing is stupid. Because the second men don't defend it, it just fails as a fucking ideology. It's garbage.
May I tell you something now? So this is the thing. This is when we assume that women perhaps don't have the physical or even mental ability to go to a war. Wait. Because this is the thing. For example, in Ukraine, a lot of women took up arms. And in fact, I'm Angolan. I'm Angolan. Wait, I'm Angolan. And
don't lie.
Listen,
to the people at home.
Wait, no worries. I'll talk about my personal story. Let me tell you something. This is the thing. I think it's also really silly to assume that, for example, a woman, because she didn't go to school, she'll not be as intelligent as a man. Therefore, naturally, a woman is not intelligent. No, it doesn't make sense. If we're now starting to normalize equality and we want to put everybody in the forefront, give a woman a gun.
Who's normalizing equality?
Well, that's what people are wanting. Then that's
people
the case.
Like who?
Let me tell you, Auntie.
Who wants to normalize equality? People like who? Feminists. Who else wants that?
Actually, no equality. I want respect. That's really what I want.
Stopping you from getting respect.
Exactly. No,
I get respect.
I get respect. I get respect.
So,
that's what I want. That's what I like.
Respect.
What I think is,
you don't even know what you want.
I'll tell you what I
don't
want.
Know what you want. You want equality,
as a woman, I carry myself differently. I actually hold the things that I have done in the fights that I fought. I hold it. That's why when you speak to me, I don't move different. I move different to many of the girls. That's why when you talk to me and you argue with me, I don't take it. You do sometimes. And I'll tell you something. A lot of women may have the accolades to be somebody, but they are uncomfortable to own that. And the reason why, then I would like to ask you, for example, I do need a man, for example, to, procreate. But other than that, I'm quite strong. And I would find a way to protect myself differently. With that mentality, what would be the man that would be for me then?
Denava, what would you do if one of these security guards broke into your door?
What would I do? I'll tell you.
What would you do? What would you do? No, seriously, there's no guns here.
She's a feminist.
I'll tell you. No, I'm not a feminist. I'm not a feminist. I'm a bit smarter.
Okay,
Either I'd play dead, one. Yeah.
Okay, they see you're not dead.
It's okay.
They
No,
see
I'd
you
be like
breathing.
this. And then if not, maybe I would kind of be very gentle and comply to find a way to get out of it. If they want to come and kill me, there's not much that many people can do.
Let's make an important point. You're talking about equality equaling respect. The way you get respect as a woman is by being feminine. There's nothing, we can be equal and very, very different. I'm not saying that there's not equality, but you've confused equality with the same. You can be equal with completely different things. You can have a bishop and a knight on a chessboard. They're equal in terms of points, but they do different things, right? A woman can have equal respect to a man if she is very good at being a woman, and a man gets respect for being very good at being a man. When a woman decides she wants to act like a man, or a man wants to act like a woman, that's where all gets fucked up. We try and pretend it's all the same. It's not the same. Men and women are good at different things. We have different strengths, different weaknesses. There's nothing wrong with accepting that. There's nothing wrong with saying, I'm a woman, I'm good at X, he's a man, he's good at Y. Then we work together as a team, we have a beautiful family, we're happy forever. It's only confused where you have women who sit and go, no, because in the name of equality, we can fight and work. There's no fucking women on the front line in Ukraine. That is psyop bullshit. They put some chick there dancing around doing Pokemon dances to try and convince men to go fucking die in a ditch. It's garbage. If you go to the front line of Ukraine right now, you do not see women in their makeup and their manicures. You see fucking men in the freezing cold dying. You know where the women are? Dubai. chilling. That's where the women are. So to sit and pretend that women are just as capable physically as men is a fucking lie. It's delusion. To say that you're as strong as men is delusion. You are good at other things. You're better than men at a lot of things, but it's not the physical world.
As many of you know, I was just banned on TikTok, and we are demonetized on a daily basis on this platform. If you want to help, please consider sending a super thanks below. Every donation helps. We do pop.
Pearly. Pearly's dope. What do you mean 0% is being used? Craziness. Top G speaking. Huh.
So we're going to be going over optimizing Windows for gaming, specifically going in and showing you game settings. I'll be for many of these tweaks, just click the program and it installs the utility. Everything's open source here. It's on GitHub if you want to check it out. Really, this just installs programs automatically for you. Just click the program and it installs it, like Discord and other things that many gamers use. System tweaks, there's a lot of options, but really there's only a few I'm going to show you today. I always recommend essential tweaks and then just performance visual effects right here. This will take away some of the dragging around. You'll see how it's just kind of a frame. So you don't get nearly the appearance. So if appearance is your thing, just switch back with appearance FX. Past that, we need to control power settings. Now, a lot of Windows 11 and even Windows 10 now relies on performance. Drive where I put my games, like me, I would go ahead and uncheck allow files and contents to be indexed and hit apply, and then it'll take probably only out all it's going to do. A massive misman is MSI Afterburner. Now, typically this is known as like a overclock utility. However, I don't want you overclocking your system. I don't recommend it because many people just step into this and like, well, I'm just going to increase the power to my graphics card. This can cause life to come off that graphics card installed with Afterburner. We're gonna launch into Afterburner. You might look a little differently. Just look for the cog. I put this under a Windows 11 theme, as this is Windows 11. And there's really only a couple things we need to do here. First, start with Windows, start minimized, and then come to OSD, stuttering. So a lot of this is caused by system stuff when you have frame time issues. So really important to notice that. All right, so let's fix the FPS. So the next two here, and we come into advanced option. It's called SSAO. A lot of this other stuff, a lot of people put too much stock in, and usually they don't really cause too much performance hits. Lighting and shadows, typically you start seeing a massive visual difference when you start messing with these settings. So I like to kind of leave these on a high because I like my game to look good. And ambient occlusion, though, I think we can take off and probably get another couple FPS. Let's see what this does. We'll get out, and looks like we got another 2 FPS there. And you can see it really didn't affect the look of the game very much. Still looks very, very pretty. The other thing I've done here is I'm using a shader, and I can actually turn that on and off by doing this. You can see the reshade. Reshade will actually cause some performance issues, but I like using reshade because I'm able to get a lot more visually.
In my case, it don't matter to me because I just want y'all to see it good. I see it the way I see it on my TV, right? Daddy's on me. I'm daddy. Bitch. Invite the homie real quick. Oh, I don't just want to join people's shit, you know. I don't want to be rude and shit, man. I'm a cool guy. I'm a cool guy. Well, in the meantime, I will deactivate this. And I will go back to this. Whoa.
Well, 2022 is almost over, and I thought I should share.
Oh, 2022 is almost over. Oh,
some of the best.
Bro, don't hate. Bro. That ain't me, bro. It ain't fucking me.
Open source applications with you. The applications I try to
show me the applications, bro. What is this?
There are no advertisements and no trackers. So it is definitely better than those crappy file sharing applications you find on Google Play Store that has Photon. This is a cross-platform application, so you can transfer files between.
What's up, daughter? Hell yeah!
He said yes.
New dating online. Oh, I am going to block the bots. Participants. Remove. Put user in timeout. Hide user on this channel. Put user in timeout. Yeah. Fucking who the fuck are you? What's up, mama?
Like how much do you want?
Just a little slice, please.
He said a little slice.
Please. Such a sweetheart of a daughter I have. Such a sweetheart of a daughter I had.
Between Android and Windows. The transfer speed is extremely good with this, and there are no advertisements and no trackers. So it is definitely better than those crappy file sharing applications you find on Google Play Store that have like a lot of advertisements and a lot of trackers. You can transfer multiple files at once, and the UI is extremely minimal. And most importantly, you can transfer files using a hotspot application. If you have heard of this application lets you input any word to get the definition along with examples or even emojis and pictures of the word that you type. You also get the pronunciation of the word, both phonetic and the audio using TTS. This application supports Material You design on instruments, so you are able to manage them. It can be as simple as eating to take a good look at your bad habits and how you are able to the fresh morning storage in your phone. If you have any bad habits, open source applications available out there. If you don't like the default calculator or Google calculator in your phone, then you cannot go wrong with this application. It has a great interface and lets you do all the basic calculations or even some advanced ones. It also supports Material You theming, and you can also take a look at your history. It is free, open source, and has no advertisements or trackers, so it is definitely worth checking out. Now, the last application for today's video, and I had to save the best for the last. You might have come across a lot of application managers for Android, but this one is different. It is called as In Your App Manager, and if you are looking for application managers for your Android device, don't go looking for anything else. Just download this application right now. It is stylish, informative, and is completely free and open source. You can do a lot of stuff with this application, like getting the list of applications present in your phone, which is like the basic functionality.
Completely
Now,
free.
if you click on any application, you get the application permissions, activities, or trackers, which is the most important function related to security. You can also directly launch, delete, share, or extract the APK files. Well, that's not it. You can also take notes or perform batch functions like deleting, sharing, or extracting. One important function in your app manager is that you can install APK files through this application. That is going to give you all the details before you install the APK file. So this is an all-in-one tool for your Android phone and is extremely useful as well. You might face some small bugs here and there, or the application might crash sometimes because it is the early version. Other than that, you should be good to go. So that was all about today's video, and I hope you guys enjoyed this. I have some other videos on my channel, particularly for open source applications. You can go ahead and take a look at those videos as well. And if this is your first time on this channel, please make sure you hit the subscribe button and turn on channel notifications so that you get notified whenever I post a new video. Thank you so much for watching. Stay safe and take care.
Stay safe and take care. Stay safe and take care. Well, all right then. Stay safe and take care. And where we're going lets me know that we'll be alright. 'Cause if your love was all I had in this life, that would be enough until the end of time. So rest your weary heart, rest your heart, and relax your mind. 'Cause I'm gonna love you, girl, until the end of time. Girl, you got me saying, oh, 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 oh.
Today is day 8.5 of my ramen challenge,
That looks
and I'm
disgusting.
making yesterday.
Fucking disgusting. Google's Texas barbecue blows me away. Super budget PC.
Since I've made a video using the good old formula of slapping a graphics card into a cheap office tower to make an inexpensive budget gaming PC. And there's a reason why, which I'll talk more about later on in this video, but this system right here next to me costs around $250, and for that price, it can pretty much play any game thrown at it in 1080p, even modern titles. Now, being this cheap, there are definitely corners being cut, which I'll also talk about later on. But at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of people out there who would be thrilled to have a system that can perform at this level, particularly those who have never had their own gaming PC before, as well as those without a steady income stream to be able to save up for something more expensive. So let's go over what's in this build, then I'll show you how it performs in a variety of games, then we'll talk about why it's great, and also why it's not so great. But first, a word from this video sponsor. Just kidding. There is no official sponsor of this video. The sponsor is me. The shirt I'm currently wearing is one of my...
Boy, you lying.
See you there. And that's it, just a quick merch and stream plug. Let's get back to the video. So the core of this budget gaming computer is the base system that we're starting off with. And there are a number of different OEMs that make office PCs like this one. There's HP, Lenovo, Acer, Asus, and probably a few others that I can't think off the top of my head. But I've always gravitated towards the Dell Optiplexes.
Yep.
This one right here is the Optiplex 7040, which I was able to grab off of eBay for $70 plus $18 shipping and tax.
That's just a tower though.
Convenient for throwing in a modern SSD and not dealing with any extra cables. The power supply is not one of my favorite things about this build though, because while this is a mini tower that can fit standard height graphics cards, it uses a special small form factor power supply that's a little bit slender and longer, meaning we can't just replace it with a more standard, cheaper, higher wattage unit to get more juice to the graphics card. This power supply is a measly 240 watts. It is 80 plus bronze efficient, but that tells us nothing about its quality or reliability. The power supply also doesn't have a dedicated PCIe power cable, so that becomes a constraint when it comes to choosing what graphics card we can go with in this build. So the first thing I did was throw in a storage device and some more memory. I put in a 500GB NVMe drive and added an additional 8GB of RAM to bring the system up to a total of 16GB. It didn't need to be the fanciest RAM or anything like that, just whatever cheap stick that I can find, because the first one that already came in the system was 2133 MHz, and there's no way to enable XMP or overclock the memory with the basic BIOS that these Optiplexes typically have, so I just used whatever cheap 8GB stick that I could find. It automatically runs at the base 2133 speed without any issues. Now let's talk about what's going to carry the gaming performance of this system, the graphics card. For this, I had to be mindful of what I used because of that 240 watt power supply with no PCIe cable. So I didn't have too many options. I could have used a card that is powered strictly through the motherboard PCIe slot, which if we're talking about recent stuff, that'd be either the RX 6400 or the GTX 1630, both of which are pretty bad value. And I didn't want to go that route, so I went with this instead, the GTX 1650 Super used, and these can be found on places like eBay or OfferUp for around $100 ever since prices have kind of returned to normal. Now this card does require a 6-pin connector, and for that I had to go with a somewhat janky solution using the SATA to PCIe adapter. The rule of thumb for using adapters to power graphics cards, whether they be Molex or SATA, is pretty simple. Avoid them if you can. Now that's just a quick and easy answer to give to a newer person so that they don't use them incorrectly and potentially damage their system, or worse, start a fire and burn their house down. Given the unique situation that I was in though, I simply couldn't replace the power supply, so I ended up using an adapter, and I'll explain why I was comfortable using it. The GTX 1650 Super is a 100 watt card, which is not very high at all. Now the graphics card will draw power from two places, the PCIe x16 slot on the motherboard and the 6-pin PCIe connector. The motherboard slot is capable of providing up to 75 watts, and the SATA connectors are safely capable of supplying up to 54 watts, which in total is just shy of 130 watts. I did check to see what the split was by loading up the graphics card to a sustained full load, and it was near 50-50 between the motherboard slot and the 6-pin connector. Also, to check on the total system power, I ran the PC under a heavy load, heavier than it would realistically run on a day-to-day basis. We're talking about like 100% CPU and GPU utilization, and from that, I was measuring no more than 215 watts from the wall, which, keep in mind, is not the same as the total system power requirement. That number is actually less due to losses in efficiency. In this case, we've got a 80 plus bronze power supply, so let's assume around 85% efficient at high loads, which is typical for most bronze efficiency curves I've seen, and the total system requirement is really around 185 watts or so, assuming full load. But during actual gaming, that number is even less. So yeah, it's not the most ideal configuration power-wise, but it works. And if you're going to do something like this, please do your research and don't just use adapters just because they fit into the different connectors. Don't be like this person on Amazon who tried to use one of these to power their RTX 3080 of all cards and scorched it. Ripped to their PC, by the way. Alright, so let's take a quick look at the cost breakdown of the system. It was right in the ballpark of $250 before tax. And depending on how long...
Not bad, man. Excuse me.
CPU and the RAM. So for the games, we'll find something more modern. It falls a little behind it though. Both are 4-core and 8-thread, but the 10100 benefits from higher clock speeds and IPC gains from being newer gen. So for the games, we'll first look at some lighter titles that should be able to run even on a potato, but even so, it's still worth looking at the numbers since these games have a pretty huge player base. First up is League of Legends, which at max settings was running at an average FPS in the mid 130s, with 1% lows above 100 FPS. These are very good numbers, good enough to be played on a high refresh rate monitor if you wanted. In Valorant, another easy to run title, at max settings, this system was pushing 180 FPS average, with 1% lows well above 100 as well. Next up is
Ultra settings, 100% render scale. Let's see. Wow, these guys fucking push it to the limit, bro. Wow.
Is Rainbow Six Siege, which I ran at preset ultra settings, and I do want to note that anytime I test this, I test it at 100% render scale. This means that technically this is a custom setting because the default ultra settings uses a 50% render scale, but that looks horrible because you're actually running at half the pixels, and it would be misleading to call it 1080p. Other games do this too in their settings, like in Fortnite and Call of Duty, so just be aware when you're watching benchmarks from other people, especially if they don't specify it. But yeah, ultra settings at actual 1920 by 1080p, this system cranked out 153 FPS average on the built-in benchmark and over 100 FPS 1% lows. Getting into the battle royales, first we have Apex Legends, which I was running at medium high settings. The system was comfortably pushing over 100 FPS average with good 1%
92 FPS, 56% of his CPU is being used. Those are the cores. Those are the 4 cores. It's a 4-core. Almost 100% of his 72 minutes. Good, bro.
% lows, trailing not too far behind it in the low 80s. Next up is Fortnite, which was a horrible playing experience. I don't blame this on the system at all, as it played every other title just fine. I blame it on Fortnite, which has historically been a poorly optimized game and riddled with stuttering issues. And that's on a wide range of hardware, not just low-end budget machines like
Facts, I ain't even gonna lie, bro. That's facts, bro. That shit, yeah.
this one. The average FPS pumped out in Fortnite was actually quite good, well beyond 100 FPS, but the issue was the 1% lows. The game would frequently have these micro stutters that never went away no matter what I did. It's so bad that you can pretty easily see it in the footage that I captured. I tried everything. I capped the frame rate, I played at lower settings, I tried playing on DX12, DX11, I even tried performance mode, I tried different Nvidia drivers, but trying to spend this little money on a gaming PC. But I tested it at the lowest possible settings I could with the lowest texture quality, as well as with FSR 2.1 turned on to balance mode to help with the performance, and in crowded areas I was seeing average FPS in the low 40s with 1% lows in the mid 20s. It was playable, but definitely felt like the limits of the system was being reached. So there you have it. All in all, I'd say for the price of this build, it handled most of the games I threw at it very
Not bad. Not fucking bad, mate.
All right, this is going to be a look at some Mark Andrews film from the last 3 weeks.
That's the restream music, bro. I know.
Continue a downward trend for a bye week. But it also coincides with Lamar not being able to play in the last 4 weeks, or you know, better part of the last 4 games. The weird thing in terms of Andrews, though, is last year, after Lamar went down in the Cleveland game on the road in Week 14, Mark Andrews went off. He caught 11 of 11 balls last year in that Cleveland game that we lost 24-22. He had 10 catches for 136 and 2 touchdowns against Green Bay the following week at home. 8 catches against the Bengals, 6 for 6 against the Rams, and then 8 of 15 for 85 in the regular season finale against the Steelers. He really went off. He had, to me, his best stretch of the season last year was this time of year, and it coincided with Lamar not playing, and at least, you know, to a certain extent. But that doesn't mean that I think that he plays better away from Lamar. I recall hearing people say that last year. He certainly had 2 really monster games last year with Lamar. But as it stands now, I don't think he's playing his best stretch of the season at all here recently. 3 catches against the Falcons, 3 against the Browns on 7 targets, 2 against the Steelers. We have to go all the way back to week 11 against Carolina for him to have more than 5 catches and greater than 53 yards, and hasn't had a touchdown since week 6 against the Giants. I would say he's in a downward trend. Is health possibly an issue? It could be one of the factors. Certainly the offense is one of the factors, but as the run game has heated up in the last 3 weeks, averaging almost 200 per game against the Steelers, Browns, and Falcons, you would think that there would be some opportunities for Andrews down the field. And I thought I saw some of the things that we needed earlier, maybe 5-6 weeks ago, in terms of outbreaking routes down the field, going away from Andrews' tendency to run more over concepts. But it has not manifested itself consistently into plays down the field, nor into consistent production for Mark Andrews. What I did here is I tried to categorize a lot of his routes from the last 3 or 4 weeks. And the first set I'm going to look at is Andrews playing the X. So backside away from trips, or in this case quads. I don't think it has been nearly as successful as in previous seasons. Now in this case it is against the Falcons. Huntley is just throwing the football based upon the coverage. If the guy's going to be on the top side, then he might throw the back shoulder fade like he throws on the next play I show you. In this case, it looks like Andrews is starting to win, so he's just going to throw it up the field, and Andrews wins clearly. So, all the ability is there. There's no reason to say that Andrews can't produce. Why aren't we getting more out of it, is my question. Why do you think we're not getting more out of it? First 3rd down of the game against the Browns the week before. Defensive pass interference on Emerson. Pretty clear call, if you ask me. Didn't look as bad from that angle, but the end zone angle, I think, looks a little bit worse. Again, same thing. Huntley is just throwing the football depending on the coverage. In this case, the guy's a little bit on the top side, so he's going to throw the back shoulder. Andrews making himself available for it. Guy got hands on him. And I think it's Emerson before the ball arrives, so pass interference. I just still don't feel like Andrews as the X is accomplishing what we need it to accomplish. In my opinion, if they're going to keep the safety backside, like a lot of these teams are in some of these clips, meaning corner here, which I think is Sutton, and then safety backside, then we've got to look to attack up here, in my opinion. And you'll see at least twice in this video that guys are open to the top side, one of which is Deshaun Jackson, I think, on the play that's coming up here.
Mark Andrews got
pass is knocked down by Sutton on a 3rd down. Thrown on the wrong side by Huntley, obviously. Or maybe he should have waited to throw the football, but he's got immediate pressure right in his face. There's nothing he can do in terms of, is Andrews going to be able to pull this back to the sideline? That wouldn't happen. Highsmith's going to be there by that time. So some of these things in terms of Andrews or anyone's production in the passing game is impacted by other factors. Again, Andrews down here at the X. Sutton is the right corner. Over the middle, ball, he was going to be targeted there. Now, where we would want to go with this football is Deshaun Jackson up top if we had it to do over again. But again, there's pressure. Huntley is a guy who's going to throw the ball to the first read if there is any type of pressure. But certainly if we have time, we want to get the ball to Deshaun Jackson here. Basically, this is a 3-on-3 up to the top side. Our 3 receivers versus their 3 defenders. And Deshaun Jackson has his man beat pretty easily. It's a touchdown if the ball was thrown out in front. Oops, sorry. If the ball was thrown out in front here, to give Deshaun Jackson an opportunity to catch the football. Sorry, having trouble with my player. There we go. All right, so now let's look at some stuff where Andrews, one more as the backside guy, and it just seems like him and Huntley are not on the same page on certain things. Huntley was originally looking down here. Andrews running the speed out. If he was the first part of the progression, you throw the football. All right, but he was not, so he's going to turn this upfield. Huntley, no pressure in his face, throws it away. If it's Lamar, Lamar probably finds a way to create a little bit of extra room, and then as Andrews works his way up the right sideline, Lamar gives him an opportunity to make this play. That's the difference between Lamar and Huntley. Obviously, even though Huntley can scramble some, it's generally scrambling to run after his second read is covered, and he's no longer trying to work through the progression. Lamar would navigate the pocket, move around some, maybe break the pocket, but still look to throw the ball downfield. In my case, there's been, in my opinion, there's been many opportunities for Andrews out there that we've left on the field. Here's one other one. Against the Browns last week, if it's Lamar, he's throwing this football somewhere around the W in Browns.
Bro, he's wide open.
And this is probably...
Bro, that's clutch. Bro, Andrews is known for getting this kind of shit right here.
Probably a touchdown to Mark Andrews. Patented routes. You know, I talked about this in another video. You may think, you know, where's the ball going to be thrown, Coach? It's going to be thrown somewhere where Andrews can make a play, but the defender cannot. That would be the idea. And for whatever reason, Huntley, who appears to have his eye on Andrews, is not recognizing that this safety is comboed on the backside with Oliver, with the corner to defend Oliver, and would not be able to make a play on that ball at all. Forgive me. All right, another missed opportunity here the week before that against the Steelers. Mesh concept. Multiple people talked about this online. And Demarcus Robinson, you can see his frustration as well. Successful job of scheming 2 versus 1. So
Bro,
we have got
open.
an in-breaking route.
He wide open. Look at all that field. This guy's all the way here. Look at all that motherfucking field, bro.
Post by Robinson. The over by Andrews, and the only guy who can defend it is the safety here. And for whatever reason, Huntley is already off of that read. He's going down here to Drake on the bottom side. Short gain. Missed opportunity. Could have been a touchdown. So it's clearly showing you that the impact of Andrews is being mitigated, or is being minimized, I should say, by Huntley's play. There is no question about it that Huntley has been very inconsistent and making reads really quick, coming off of reads too fast in terms of the progression. If he is looking here, there's no reason for him to be looking here already. It's mesh. This is a later developing part of the route progression. It's not going to be something you throw in the middle of the field, although this does appear to be man, and Andrews is just absolutely naked, wide open. No one covered him off the jump at all. This, again, is another play I feel like maybe Lamar and Huntley are their most different in terms of how they read Andrews. But last year's stats when Lamar went out in week 13 onward don't really reflect that, because Andrews made so many plays with Huntley. A lot of them look like this one, where he's able to find space. Huntley's able to get, a little bit of room to the right and then get locked on to Andrews, who is exceptional at finding open space. Maybe this is what we need to do a little more often. But the run game's working now. Really, to me, there needs to be improvement in how to handle play-action passes with Andrews, with Deshaun Jackson, with Demarcus Robinson, whoever. You can say, Deshaun Jackson really doesn't have much of an impact. At least he's holding this safety, and that's allowing Andrews to work in between the second level of the defense and then the third level of the defense, which is the corners and the safeties, and then find space therein. Can he still do that consistently? Yes. Here's another example. Last week against the Falcons. Just hasn't happened that often enough.
It's cake.
This would be one of the better jobs, I would say, of Huntley, who's under center here, obviously. Getting back here, looking to the left, which I think is Watkins. Coming back to the other side of the field. Only a 2-receiver route. Finding Andrews, who's shaking the safety to create space right around midfield. 2-read play, obviously, with only 2 receivers out there. Huntley does not seem to have improved a ton in getting to that 3rd and 4th read here lately in the season. I would say that's a little bit of an indictment of the Ravens staff. All right, very lazy by Andrews here, but there is some positives about it. It's an outbreaking route, which we need more of from Andrews. he tends to run a route tree that, looks like this. Occasionally, you get a little snag in the middle of the field. The outbreaking routes, I think, have been really productive. Also, this is our stretch set where we have trips to the left and a tight end backside. We're normally running stretch to this side, to the trip side, to the 3 receiver side. So running some play action, I think, is important. I think we got to run some play action with the stretch look. This is kind of a half play action. I would say it's not a really great play action, but we do have multiple guys open on the play. I'm not sure why we don't go back to concepts like this. This one hit big against the Browns, and we didn't come back to it. Look, you have Ricard wide open in the flats. Oliver wide open on the backside. Andrews open here. And then he's too lazy in terms of making the catch, and it gets knocked away.
My guy said he's too lazy.
That's a ball that Mark Andrews catches 99 times out of 100. In this case, he thinks the play is over and gives up the ball on a pass defense. Really, really unfortunate. All right, in the slot on the right, which has historically been his go-to play location. And even when he's had opportunities recently, I feel like things have been inconsistent. I'm not pointing the finger only at Huntley or only at Mark Andrews or only at Greg Roman. I feel like it's a combination of everyone. We're just not producing in the pass game at all. There is certainly pressure on Huntley, who's trying to throw the football. It looks like Garrett has beaten Moses here. Ball's a little bit overthrown. Andrews unable to even get a hand on it. Against man-to-man. We have not... Man-to-man has not been the defense the Ravens have had trouble with historically. Neither has it been cover 3. It's 2 high safeties and people, jumping the short underneath stuff. Now, this happens to be man. I thought the announcers did a really poor job of calling this zone. This is not zone. When Deshaun Jackson goes underneath, watch this corner go with him. That's man. And when Duve goes out, watch this slot corner go with him. And then Andrews runs the corner fade. The safety goes with him. This is man. I don't know what they were talking about. Just calling this zone. It's a great play by Ward, don't get me wrong. But there's a lot to be said about it. Let's talk about the coaches. Why aren't you picking or rubbing the defender who's assigned to the in-breaking route? Is this on Duve? Is this on the coaches? I'm not sure. It just doesn't seem like other teams do this way. Other teams, when they get man, are going to pick, rub, and then create openings for their teammates, and the Ravens are just not good at that. Is that the receivers coach? Is it Greg Roman? Is it the players being selfish? I don't know. Were you to say, we know it's man, we don't want to go here for whatever reason?
Bro, it's because they don't give a fuck.
What's good, Ravens fan? And the number one biggest player, the top player to enter free agency next year. Now, again, this probably will not happen, but there's 2 things I want to talk about. One, I'm gonna tell you guys up front. 1 is Lamar. 2 is the lack of receivers. That's the scary part. And so let's just talk about it. So Lamar's not gonna hit free agency, but I do want to talk about the blurb really, really quickly. And this comes from Pro Football Focus. It says, number 1, Lamar Jackson. Who else but the 2019 MVP and most electrifying player in the NFL? No one produces more must-see TV than Lamar Jackson, which is 100% true. And if a saw that a quarterback can only win with a certain play style is slowly fading. Also, Lamar is really much better at throwing the ball than everyone wants to let on. Jackson is just not the league's most electrifying open field runner at the quarterback position. His 5% big time throw rate since 2019 is a top 15 mark among qualifying QBs. And he boasts a 92.5 passing grade on throws 10 yards plus down the field in that span. Again, so you know what this tells me? That I have a problem with somebody, and it's not Lamar Jackson, okay? Greg Roman, look at me, Greg Roman, right here in the eyes. Throw the ball downfield more. golly, Lamar Jackson, that's his best ability as a quarterback, right? As a thrower of the football. We all know as a football player, he can run the ball like no one knows. He's a great runner of the football. We get that. But he's also great at downfield throws. He's not as good as those precision throws on the second level, right? Let's use his strengths. We've seen him lace beautiful balls down the field. Let's just do that. Why are we not doing that? It's making me upset. I need a drink. It's just crazy. It's crazy. Okay, all right. Let's get back to the article before I quit. The Ravens once again elected to largely neglect the wide receiver position this offseason, which doesn't get discussed enough when people criticize Jackson's game, as they seemingly love to do. It's crazy. They really do love to do that. Jackson will never be a pure dropback passer, but the belief that this is necessary to win in 2022 needs to disappear, because that's just not the era of football we're in anymore. And even so, guys, we know Lamar Jackson is more than good enough to win not running the football. He can throw the ball just as good as Geno Smith, and they have a winning record for sure. And so his ability to run a ball is an added dimension that is spectacular. But he can do more than just run the ball. But again, I don't think he's going to make it to free agency. What I really want to talk to you guys about is the biggest problem that I have with this team is there's no receivers that help Lamar out. And there's only two ways to get receivers, guys. Only two ways. Well, let's say three ways. Okay. And I think the third way is the way the Ravens are going to choose to go, which is scary. Way number one, trade for a receiver. Okay? I'm going to show you guys this list. That's going to be the way we're going to have to go. Way number two, free agency. Right? Way number three, draft and develop. I think way number three is the way the Ravens are going to go, and they have proven that they cannot do it at all. They're not great at that, and it's just sad. But I wanted to show you guys this. So this is the top 25 list of potential free agents. No position, right? Again, this is a quarterbacks league, so the top three are quarterbacks. But let's just go down this list, guys, and let's check this out here. Okay. Lamar Jackson, number one. Number two is a quarterback. Number three is a quarterback. Number four, defensive lineman. Number five, offensive lineman. Number six, a safety. Number seven, a cornerback. Number eight, a linebacker. Number nine, the first receiver, and it's Jacoby Myers. It's Jacoby Myers, guys. This is terrifying. That there is no receiver that is worth drafting. If the best receiver you can get is worth paying. If the best receiver you can get is Jacoby Myers, and they're going to try to come in here into Baltimore and say, hey, we fixed the receiver position. We got Jacoby Myers. Get out of here. Get out of here. I'll come on this show and I'll tell you guys that this is unacceptable. I swear to goodness I will. I swear. Look, hey, I will say it's unacceptable, and I will renounce Eric DaCosta. Crazy. Okay, so let's keep on going. Tackle, Orlando Brown, tackle. Defensive lineman, Roquan Smith is another scary thing on here. He's number 13. Let's just read it. The Ravens traded, now I don't think he'll make it either. I think the way he's playing, they're going to keep him. The Ravens traded for Smith at the deadline, giving up a second and fifth round picks in 2023. And so far, he's been the same up and down player, which makes him a difficult evaluation at the top of the market. Smith will always be around the football with 430 defensive plays, making first contact with the ball carrier, the most of any linebacker in the NFL since 2018. 60 tackles for loss with no gains, second, and 17.5 sacks and 7 interceptions, both top 5 at his position. However, he's also been top 20 linebackers in missed tackles over that span. The athletic ability is a true 3-down player who can run sideline to sideline while hold up well in coverage, makes him a good fit for the modern game, but limiting the negative plays will be how he truly lives up to his massive contract he's expected to sign this offseason. I think he's worth it. He's making our team much better. Again, yes, he has bad plays. I don't think he's up and down, though. I think he's consistently near the ball. Patrick Queen was up and down. There would be games where Patrick Queen was invisible.
Patrick Queen
right?
was up and
now
down,
Patrick
bro.
Queen's much better, so shout out to Patrick. But so no worries there. But let's keep on going, guys. I'm looking for receivers, guys. Linebacker, running back, and remember, a lot of these guys won't even make it to the free agency. Lineman, tackle, corner, safety, inside linebacker, tight end, pass rusher. Oh my gosh, guys, this is terrifying. We're gonna have to trade for a receiver, and you know our team doesn't want to trade for receivers. This is terrifying. This is terrible. This is unacceptable. And it's nothing that we can do about free agency pools, but we definitely can be sad that the Ravens are not going to be signing any big-time receivers this year. So we're going to have to trade for one, or the easiest thing that the Ravens are going to do is they're going to say, let's run it back again next year, like they did this year. Oh, you guys, you guys are so mean to our receivers. It's insulting to them. It's insulting to me that we're last in the league in receptions at receiver. It's insulting to me that it's been since week 3 where our receiver has caught a touchdown. And the touchdowns that they caught in week 3, guess what? Lamar had to lace the ball in there, okay? Look at the yards per separation on those plays. I like Devin Duvernay. He wasn't open. Lamar threw him a jump ball and threw it perfectly. That's what happened. This is it's unreal. It's unreal. And we don't have that many avenues to get better, which is the sad part. So you guys let me know what you guys think about that in the comments below. I thought it was interesting, so I want to look at it with you guys. Thanks, and go Ravens.
Made a lot of sense, man.
What's good, Ravens fans? I am back with some play. What's good, Ravens fans? I want to talk to you today. You're big.
Hello? 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 Hey. Hey. Hello? Hello? Hey, you leave me the fuck alone, man. You leave me the fuck alone, man. You fucking hear me, man? I don't give a fuck what you say, man. Listen, man. Listen, man. I'm Poppy fucking Chulo, man. You know what I'm saying? Poppy fucking Chulo, man. Are you guys ready for the fuckery? For the fuckery to commence? Let's commence on all the fuckery. Fuckery will take you there. Fuckery is your friend. There's nothing like fuckery. Let us do some fuckery together.
Let's start with the basics. His name is derived from the same root as the Latin word janua, means a gate or an opening. He is also known as Ianos Pater, which means Janos, father. Janos, like his head, has many. In two-headed form, his name is Ionos Bifrons, means two. In four-headed form, he is known as Ionos Quadrifrons, four-faced, forehead. Near the spot of where Rome was founded is Janos's arch. It represents his four-headed form. In three-headed form, he is known as the Trinity. So now it gets you thinking, doesn't it, when you see all these medieval posters, images that you see, it's all Janos with three heads. I can't get any more plainer than that, guys. Here's a coin with two but also three-headed form. And I just want to include a few medieval images so you can see. So when you see this image, people go, oh no, it's a Trinity, it's a Trinity. It is. It's of Janos. It's a crazy world that we live in, but I've been showing this for years. On the left is the 19th century version of Baphomet, made by Elias Levi. Now they want you to think it's that, when in fact the Knights Templar worshipped the three-headed form of Janos as Baphomet. Crazy world, but I've been showing you that for years. Janos
I'm back, y'all. I'm back. I'm backity back.
Deorum Deus means God of gods. That's how significant he is. That's why they worship him so highly. Janos is at the beginning of human life as conceivus. So when your parents are conceiving you, he is there at that moment and at birth. Obelisks are phallus worship to conceivus, which is Janos. It's that simple, guys. The ritual of circumcision
Excuse me.
is to reveal the Janos aspect. You cut the tip, you cut the head, you reveal, and this is what is revealed. It's been in our faces forever, and it blew me away when I found this. You can just see it is the head of the penis in Janus aspect, and that is why they cut the foreskin off. The month of January is named after him. It's called Januarius or Ionorus if you use the I. January was originally the 11th month. That's why that number is significant. And they moved it,
the 11th month,
to become the 1st. Janos' number is 11 and 65, which equates to 11 and 300. He is the calendar, so pretty significant. And as you can see from this old image, he holds 365 in his hand. The Temple of Janos was officially the threshold, and he's a threshold god as well, of the Roman Empire. So they chose that to be the threshold. That's how, again, how significant he is to them. The temple doors were only open in times of war, and they closed them in times of peace. Bit ironic, isn't it? And they were only closed 3 times. The first time was in 29 BC, which again adds to 11, and the date, the 29th of January, his month and his number. Crazy, both add to 11. And here you go, this is where I got the, the information from. Janos was the head of the 12 gods. His statue had 12 altars under his feet, symbolizing the 12 houses of the zodiac. Yeah, he's that important and big. The Italian word Lazio descends from the Latin word Latium. That's where he was the first king. Janos is also the janitor. He controls the doors, the portals, as he has the keys. So each key on his chain represents another god. Not just a lock, another god. And another name the entity goes by. That's an intriguing thing, isn't it? So, the first king of Sumeria was also the first god of Sumeria. He was a deified king named Ea, and he is known as the Lord of the Flood or Lord of the Deep Waters. The name Ea served as the base of god names from many other cultures, including but not limited to Yah, Iha, Yahweh, Yoveh, Jehovah, Allah, Janos, Ionos, Uranus, Uranus, and Oans. All these are other names that the entity behind Janos goes by. Even in the picture, I'll highlight it for you, is Izamud. It is Enki's messenger god, 2 heads. Now, the other name for Janos is Enki or Ea. You only have to look at the name, Enki. It's there, right there in your face. So in this video, I'm going to just show you so much, all my research, and try and cram it into one little short video for you guys. So hopefully I can do that. As some of you will know, Janus or Janos is the skeleton key. Here's another name Janos goes by and is connected to, none other than Lucifer. So it's intriguing stuff when you really get down to it. Here you have Apollo and Artemis or Artemis. Other names Janos goes by, one that you already know that I've showed you in the video, is Baphomet. So when you see all these memes talking about Baphomet, it's Janos. Here's another one. This is CERN. How many people talk about CERN and not realise Janos goes by the name of Cerninus? They've named it after him. Kronos is another one. Diana, which you've seen so far in little clips. All these are in full length videos on my channel. Here's another intriguing one. Bel, Baal, Moloch, all Janos, all the entity. Here's another intriguing one that people get blown away. Noah, yes, that Noah. Oans, Dagon, whatever you want to call them. Janos. Here's another one. I am. You saw that in various places. Who gets called I am? And especially I am the door. Who's the god of doorways? I'll leave that with you. Further back, Cush, Nimrod, all been shown to be other names of Janos. And this is another big one. Some even say Saturn. That's why I researched Janos, because it's just huge. Shiva is another one. So you can just see the pattern. And this is just a few, guys. I don't want to be here all day with it. I mean, you even have the Demiurge. So there you go, guys. This is just a few names that Janos goes by.
That's crazy. This is just a few of the names that Janos goes by.
As Janos is the god of doorways, portals, etc. Amongst many things, you'd expect him to appear on some ancient doors. Now this is the Hittite doors, the Hittite civilization. Now many would have seen it as this, the double-headed eagle. That appears on that door. So it's important. And as you can see, Janos is known as that double-headed eagle. Also, they mention Jupiter, another name that you can add to the list. And there you have it, guys. The double-headed eagle. 33 311s. It's right there. It's Janos. That's how significant Janos is. And as you can see, look at the floor. Oops, duality. Again, more connections. All been hidden, guys. So come on, guys. I know you know it. Yep. St. John the Baptist and St. John the Evangelist. Two. The 11, the doorway, the portal. Remember, Janos' number is 11. This is one of the oldest symbols in masonry. It shows you right there, guys. Always makes me go wow when I see this. Everything, and I mean everything, is connected by frequency, and those paths
Woo! Where's my fucking smoke apparatus?
Everything.
Goddamn me.
I mean, everything is connected by frequency. And those paths, Ptah, have doors, and Janos has the keys. 11, as we've just been talking about in that old video, represents the door and the realm we live in. Now let's start at the beginning. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Genesis 1:1. What do we see? We see the doorway. The 11, even Genesis. Remember,
Whoa,
Janos
whoa. What is you talking about,
Genoa.
my guy?
So yeah, it really goes this deep. Let's see if I can make sense in this video. Right, let's have a look at some more. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. John 1:1. Remember, Janos is a derivative of John, or John is a derivative of Janos.
Scare me,
again.
big dog. Scare me,
In
big
Greek,
dog.
the word for beginning, origin or source. Right, I'm not telling you what it is just yet. And later, first principle or element. So it's a significant word that we're going to come up with for all this. Means first place, method of government, empire, realm, authorities and command. What is this word? It is arch or arche.
Arche.
Can you just see how significant this is, guys? If only we knew a god of arches and a god of beginnings who associates with the number 11. Oh, arch in gematria adds 2. You got it. 11. God of arches in gematria is 101. Again, the doorway, L11, 11. Oh, let's just add Janus to this. Janos, god of arches. 1, 2, 3, 5 adds 2. You got it. 11. Who? Janus is the Roman god of beginnings. It's like it's all planned. It's like I've found something. But no, we'll just say it's a coincidence. Here's another verse.
A
The beginning
coinky-dinky?
and creation. Just look at the number. You have laid the foundation of the earth from the beginning. Remember, beginning is arch, so it's the earth from the arch, and the heavens are the work of your hands. Hebrews 1:10. Another 11. It's not like Janos adds to 11 in
They tell us the GPU shortage is over, but that isn't true for everyone. The sub $200
Lies. Your lies will not set you free. I'm a crackhead, bro. I really just did that. Hold up, let me check all my shit out.
In geometry, is it? Oh wait, 6 and 5 is, you got it, 11. But people use geometry all the time. Geometry in geometry adds to, you got it, 11. That number seems to be getting everywhere because it is the realm of L11.
The realm
Also,
of 11.
the meaning of number 11 is that it's basically the gateway to enlightenment. It's a significant number.
It's a
The
significant
number 11
number.
also represents our intuition, our hidden eye. Some people say it represents the Godhead, the circumpunct, the pineal gland, enlightenment. Look at the pineal gland. It's got 11 letters in it. That's a wow. But if you want to say the pineal gland, let's say the pineal gland. In gematria, it adds to 11. But what joins them all together? Oh, Manly P. Hall says, in occultism, the pineal gland is regarded as a link between the objective and subjective states of consciousness, or in exoteric terminology, the visible and the invisible worlds of nature. In the religions of the Latins, it was therefore referred to as Janos, the two-faced god and keeper of the gates of sanctuary. This divinity was the antitype of Saint Peter, who succeeded him as a warder of the heavenly portals and who carries the two keys of the office, one to the golden mystery of the spirit and the other to the silver mystery of the body. How wow and in your face is that? And I've been saying that and been showing that for years, and no one is talking about it. Number 11 also represents transformation. Now ask yourself, who is the god of change and transitions? Basically transformation. The video was about him. Now think about two doors being connected. Now in life you need to be shown basically that you're on the right path. Bata. How are you shown that? Now this is just a little image I made up to show you life in the clouds, basically, and two doors. Now, what number represents a doorway? Yes, 11. So picture two 11s. Now, tell me, is this not a number we all see all the time, regular? How many times people say, oh, I see 11, 11 all the time? It's because you've been shown you're on the right path. 11, 11 represents two doorways. So now you know who Janos is, and you see a lot of this on YouTube and social media, transvestigation, and they always talk about celebrities etc. going from male to female, female to male, and they'll show you images of Baphomet with...
Alright, before we get deep into that, I got smoke on. I got smoke for this shit. Y'all man, this shit got me tripping the fuck out. I'll guarantee I'll never let you go. Can you go back to the days when love was strong? Can somebody tell me how to get things back the way they used to be?
With breasts and so on. Yet hardly any of them tell you and talk about Winows, the god of gods, who was also in some aspect.
And just a heads up, this is my first time watching this, just like y'all.
Androgynous, both male and female, but he is the god of change and transformation and transitioning. So if you're going from one sex to another and their god is Winows, does that not make more sense, guys, for you who's just starting to look into different things? Now you know why, because Winows is the god of gods. So they're transitioning and showing you that they want to be like Winows. They want to be male to female, female to male, because he's also androgynous. Now that's making you think, isn't it, guys? Talking of celebrities and actors, isn't it just a coincidence that the Screen Actors Guild looks like a certain someone who we're talking about in the video? Big coincidence that, guys. And even when they go to the Oscars,
the Oscars,
it just makes you laugh, doesn't it? The Oscars are Patar, which is Peter, which is father, which is Winows. You can't get any more in your face. So this is a snippet from an old video that I recorded a good while ago. Anyway, listen to this, guys, and I want your opinion on it, because most of you would have saw it, but it blows me to this day. Blows my mind, that is. Get your minds out the gutter, guys. So, according to the accounts of Archelaus Victor, Winows was the mastermind of the age which he lived. He was the founder of a city called Janiculum. It's still in opposite Rome now. It's one of the hills. Now, he taught his people the divisions of the year, which I've showed you already, is the calends, the use of shipping and money. He was the first shipbuilder, hence his name being Winows Noah, or Noah Winows. So you can see the significance, and also the rules of justice. What do we people always say? The maritime law. All from the shipbuilder, all from Winows. That's how significant, guys. And the mode of living happily under the authority of the laws of the walls. He also instructed them how to build temples and to honour the gods with sacrificial worship. Now here's the bit that even wowed me. He taught humans, us, to surround the cities with walls. Is that not what I've just showed you in regard to Star Force? Could it not be? I'm not saying it is, but it could be. And that is one of the biggest wow factors for me, because there is a lot of people in the community looking at Star Force, Tartaria, etc. And the guy, and you can see from the writing, is accredited with showing humans how to surround their cities with walls, is none other than Winows. Right, so I don't pretend to be an expert in languages, far from it. I've got dyslexia and I find it hard just to read sometimes. So you have to bear with me. What I'm trying to show you sounds right to me, but does that mean it is? Now, why do some past tense verbs end in a T? Sometimes the suffix sounds like T. Nowadays, when we want to add the meaning in the past to a verb, we nearly always just add the suffix. But long ago, with some verbs, the suffix that meant in the past not only sounded like a T, it was sometimes spelled with a T. And a few other old verbs are still with us. Now, I'm just want to use it in regard to something with spelling, and you'll get why in a minute, because it just wows me, and I know people like that, but wow. Anyway, in the cathedral, this is in Genoa, there's an inscription that says Janos Primus Rex Italiae de Progeny Gigantum Q Fundavit Genuum Tempori Ebrahai. Now, in English, that means Janos, the first king of Italy, the progeny of giants who founded Genoa in the days of Abraham. Now, I have a lot of friends and people who listen to the channel who research giants and look into giants and tie it to Tartaria. Guys, another name, and I have to thank someone who watches the channel for this. So anyway, another name Janos goes by is John. You've seen that before. Now, a version in Italian or Latin is Gian. So Gian, Gian. It's another form of Janos. It's a derivative. Now, if I put something in the past tense to Gian, so I put the T to it, it becomes giant. I've already showed you that Janos came from giants. So could the word giants just be a derivative of Janos, saying he was a giant and it's in the past tense because they're not here anymore? I'll leave that up to you, but tell me that's not intriguing and mind-blowing. So, Janos, main names in Rome are Ianos and Janos, I and J. Now, people in the community have been basically theorising, debating for ages on what the I and the J represents. And along comes me with my theory of the Great Vowel Shift and Janos. As you can see a few examples of the I and the J on the screen. Well, I can tell you,
on my teeth, bro?
It's for Janos, the god. This is what the period is all about. Remember, Janos is the calends, which calendar comes from. Then you get the statement, well, the letter J is a recent thing. I know. And you'd be right. The letter J was formed in 1524 by the guy seen in the picture. His name is Gian Giorgio Trissino, who was credited with the letter J. What do you notice? Yep, his name is a derivative of Janos. And the formation of the letter was in, yep, you got it, in the vowel shift period. It was all done by design. Another thing they did in the vowel shift, and this just blew me away when you first see it, is that they lost 11 days. 11 days. And this was in 1752. 11 days. It could have been anything else, but no, 11. So if we go back a bit further, and you look at the screen, this is Numa Pompilius, and he's credited with adding January at the beginning. He did this in 452 BC. Yep, that's another 11. 4 add 5 add 2 equals 11. How many times can we say there's no such thing as a coincidence? It's all done by design. It's all a ritual to Janos when 11 is involved. It is crazy, guys. And this is why I made this video, just to show you how in your face it is. The word corona via us has 11 letters. Nice coincidence there, guys. Start of many. In Gematria, it adds to 155, which is, as you can see, 11. Face mask, that works as 2 face. 146 adds to 11. Mutated via us, 173 adds to, you got it, another 11. COVID-19 adds to 11 again. Now SARS-CoV-2 named on the 11th of Feb. They actually changed its name on the 11th. In Gematria it adds to, you got it, another 11. Crazy. Now the first official death to this was January the 11th. Now guys, come on, what is the odds of that? This is a ritual to Janos, so it had to be on the number 11 and in his month. It's just, I know, it's just mind blowing. And I've been saying this for years, guys. It's all a ritual to Janos. We've had many different variants. Lambda, and as you can see on the screen, it looks like a stylized A, which looks like a Stargate. But it's also the 11th letter of the Greek alphabet. And it looks like a Stargate. Portals and doorways. Who's the god of portals and doorways? Makes you think, doesn't it? That's all we ever ask, is just to think. It's just another opinion, these videos. But what is and not is that the fact that from the WHO, the Lambda variant is one of 11 official SARS-CoV-2 variants. And it was first detected in Peru and spread to 29 countries. 11 again. People will say, oh, it's just a coincidence. Not at this level. And not with so many. Just mind blowing. The variant called Mu, which is from Lemuria, adds to, you got it, another 11. And this was just me showing you that this pandemic was a ritual to Janos from the start. And now people can say, yep, you know what, Paul, you was spot on. Especially when you show them what the track and tracing gets tested on. Yeah, it's just a machine called the Janos G3. It's just, that's just a major coincidence, guys, that the machine that they actually test all this stuff on, like, you know, when they stick it in your nose and your mouth, is called Janos. Again, just a coincidence? I think not. The Pope is known as the Father, and here we have it. The word Pope derives from the Greek, and I can't pronounce that for obvious reasons, meaning Father. In the early centuries of Christianity, this title was applied, especially in the East, to all bishops and other senior clergy, and later became reserved in the West to the Bishop of Rome, the Pope, the Pontiff, a reservation made official only in the 11th century. Now guys, you've watched enough of my stuff to know who the first Pope was, and we know that was Janos, and we know Janos' favourite number is 11. Are you telling me they reserved that title only in the 11th century, his number, as a ritual? I've just blown away, because you can see it quite clearly on the screen. And Janus' other name is Ionis Pater, means Janus Father. There we go, guys. It's even named after him. Like Apep, Janus is known as Chaos. This is St. Peter, Pater, Father Square. And here you go, you have a chaos symbol, and it just fits perfectly into it, just alluding to the fact it's one and the same. Now, the Vatican has a special holy door, and that door is St. Peter's. Well, you know who St. Peter is now. And as we now know, Peter is father and the first Pope, Janos. But Janos also has another symbol. It's the IYI. It's a very old symbol used around Europe. And as you can see it on the holy door. It's the crucifixion. but it appears it comes from the holy temple of Winows. It's his doorway and posts. So there you can see just how influential Winows is, that even the IYI is from his temple. And what we'll do is we'll zoom in and you'll see a cockerel on an arch. Who's the god of arches? Now, people said the cockerel's associated with St. Peter because he denied God 3 times. By the time, you know, the cockerel 3 times. And as you know, the St. Peter, so he's associated with the cockerel. There's he's holding the keys. But what if they've used it before, they got it from someone else? Winows is pictured here with the key and the cock. You can see they are both one in the same.
And the cock.
And it's just wow, it just blows me away when you get down to the bones of it and you find out that it's all coming from Winows. So, what's in the Vatican courtyard? Oops! A giant pine cone, pineal gland. But emphasis on the giant pine cone, giant, Gian, with the past tense, giant, you know, with the T. It's again named after Winows. The basic saying in the Vatican courtyard is Winows' pineal gland, giant pine cone. Donned by 2 peacocks, again, 2. The duality, it's in your face. What more can I say? Right guys, I'm going to leave it there. I've got, like many of you who've watched my videos know, I've got so many videos and content on this. I just wanted to keep it short, sweet, so the new people will see Winows and go, wow, I didn't know that. Could then peruse and look at the longer videos. So guys, please do, if you enjoyed the topic and enjoy jumping into his story, please check out the rest of the Janus collection. You know, you won't regret it. Once you open your eyes to Winows, it all becomes clear. Thank you, stay safe, and please like, share and subscribe.
Janis. Janet. Janice. Janet Janice. Beef lau ganma. Beef lau ganma.
Gamma chili oil that you can't buy. It's not on Amazon, not on Wii, not at 99 Ranch, nowhere in the West. And as to why, we'll get to in just.
You can't find this hot sauce nowhere because you can't. Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. I want to like it, and I want to subscribe to you, buddy.
The sack. What it is, though, is basically that classic La Gama black bean chili, but with the notable addition of fried beef together with a good kick of Sichuan pepper. What makes this one specifically so good is that, for us at least, it's the ultimate rice killer. There's just no better La Gama to top straight up over white rice, in our opinion. So then, why can't you get this one abroad? Well, as maybe you could guess, it's because of the beef. As anyone that's had some sausage confiscated from them at customs could tell you, bringing meat products across international borders is generally pretty verboten, particularly in the West. Whether it's for ecological reasons, just a bit of good old-fashioned protectionism, or maybe a combination thereof. The legal import of meat products is this Byzantine world, reserved only for the most well-capitalized of industrial producers. Now, I'll focus on the USA here, but many countries are quite similar. There are 3, and only 3 categories of meat that are legally allowed to be imported into the US from China: raw catfish, cooked chicken, and cooked duck. Further, even those products need to come from a set of very specific factories approved and inspected by the USDA. There's no approved beef factories, so there's no luck, and I sincerely doubt US-China trade will be liberalizing anytime soon. We asked Taylor Holliday, an importer of Mala Market renown, if there was any possible way to potentially get the product into the US, and the situation seemed pretty clear.
I mean, the laws for meat are highly regulated and highly restricted. The way I read it, the way I understand it, is that absolutely no beef products of any kind can be exported from China.
Say word!
So then, it looks like we'll just have to make it. Now, as we've talked about on this channel before, lao gama belongs to a category of chili oils from the Guizhou province called Youlajiao. We showed you how to make it before in a previous video, but there's actually 3 different methods to fry this up that you can find in Guizhou. First, there's the toasted chili method, which toasts, pounds, and fries up some chilies, and that was the way that we showed you before. Second, there's the ciba chili method, which uses reconstituted pounded dried chilies as a base. And finally, there's the fresh chili method, which works off a foundation of fresh chopped chilies, which are then fried. Now, today we really wanted to mimic that unobtainable lao gama, and from what we can tell, it's that last fresh chili method that seems to be the most common among industrial producers, and it does seem to hit the closest to lao gama. Unfortunately, the fresh chili method is probably the most annoying of the 3, so if you are in the market for a quicker/easier home cooking variant, we also slapped together another approach later in the video. So then, we'll get started here with some fresh red chili peppers, 400 grams worth in all. Now, the exact cultivar that lao gama uses is something called chicken claw pepper, but any medium spicy red fragrant chili will work. Either way, just slice your chilies in half and then de-rib and de-seed. Not obsessively, 80 to 90% sorted is sorted enough for our purpose, so then just let those drain real quick under the sun till they're mostly dry to the touch. So then, after about a half an hour, it's time for the mincing.
Let him drain
now,
under the sun.
We want these to be finely chopped, which, fair warning, will take a bit of time. I'd imagine that going the food processor route should also be okay here too. But either way, after about 10 minutes of going at that by hand, you should be looking at something a bit like this. So then just transfer those over to a strainer, mix in about a half teaspoon of salt, and then let it purge. Just let it sit for about 15 minutes, squeeze out any excess moisture, and then set those aside. Then, for the docher, that Chinese fermented black soybean, lao gama actually ferments their own, and it's actually a pretty well-guarded trade secret. It's even been the subject of lawsuits. If you can happen to find a Sichuanese-style docher, that'd definitely be best. But for us, we'll just be using 80 grams worth of a bog-standard Cantonese sort. So just give those a quick rinse, hit it with a bit of hot boiled water, and then let that steep for about a half an hour. Next, because that bottle of lao gama beef does have that obvious Sichuan pepper kick, in order to get that same flavor, we'll need to pound a bit ourselves. So, first just toss 2 teaspoons of whole Sichuan peppercorns to a wok, and start to toast them over a medium-low flame. Once you can see a few oil splotches on your wok, after about 3 minutes, transfer those over to a mortar or spice grinder and sort it into a fine powder. Then, final thing to prep, the beef. Here we've got 150 grams of whatever ground beef, which we'll first marinate with a half teaspoon salt, half teaspoon Sichuan peppercorn powder, quarter teaspoon white pepper powder, 1 teaspoon of soy sauce, together with another teaspoon of liaojiu aka Shaoxing wine. Mix well, and then we can fry.
With Shaoxing wine,
So,
and then we can fry.
1 cup of oil.
With Shaoxing rice, Shaoxing wine, and then we can fry. I like it. I like the sound of that, brother. That sounds pretty fucking appetizing to me, brother. Bloat is killing FPS. This is the truth, brother. 8 secrets Android apps in 2022 that would make you obsessed. Well, let's see what you got. I don't want to hear
desire in a music app. It offers apps and much more.
What else?
Recording. The benefit of this app is that you can continue to use the exploitation of any sort. Done with the settings, tap on Quiet increases the amount of size of media content that you can send via WhatsApp. You can go. You will have all your favorite songs downloaded with just a click.
Hold up. What?
Nowadays, streaming music is the stats that lets you see on a daily basis. But that's not the end of TM WhatsApp features. You get granular control over messages, chat, status, and can copy.
Thank God I don't consume the alcohol anymore, because I would probably fuck all my shit up.
A life that like so many people would kill for, like, you know what I mean? So that's why it's like, it sucks, because the reason I hate these conversations is because it's never about like empathy. Do I understand the scales and how someone may view you for this, that, and the third? Okay, but moving forward, then what? So okay, so I'm just gonna, like I said, make it about myself. I'm 30, single, mom. My fucking checkered past is all over Instagram. You know, I'm just gonna, like I said, make it about myself. I'm 30.
That ain't my shit that look like that. That's his shit that look like that. Just let y'all know.
Single, mom. My fucking checkered past is all over Instagram. You know what I mean? I have people like you who are, she's a hoe, she's literally known for this. Okay. So what would be your advice to people like me then?
But I don't believe in grey area. I believe black and white. So
Okay, well, that's unfortunate, because there's gray.
I don't believe in grey area.
There's gray. There's gray in life.
Do you know what? To answer, wait, I'm gonna answer your question. I mean, I just think there's consequences for your decisions, and I just think like my best advice would be to like lower your standards, like that, because I just think there's gonna be consequences for putting, you know, promiscuous stuff on the internet.
Okay.
And you probably won't get the type of guy that you could have got at 22.
Do you know what,
21.
sister?
It wasn't meant to be then.
Do you know what I'll tell you? I would say, because I'm 30 and I'm single out of a situation that actually is not because I was a hoe and I was doing whatever. People can't call me that. I made it by decision to be with somebody that hurt me a lot, and I stayed for 5 years. I came out super late. And do you know what I realized? What I learned is that I know now that I have to be selective and I have to think. If me taking longer to get to that stage is what it takes, then that's what it takes. You accept your future, you accept everything with gratitude, because as long as you're breathing, that's the most important thing. At least you've called your child. I am not afraid, because I know the quality of woman that I am. I know my value regardless of whether I'm 30, 40, 50. Yeah. Do you understand? So you don't be afraid by other people's time limits and limitations and all of these things, because it actually doesn't matter. And I'll tell you why.
No, but your value goes down as you get older.
That's according to you.
No, but I'm saying to men, and you have to understand your buyer.
I'll tell you why. Because since Mr. Andrew Tate explained something about status, I understand very well what that actually means. And as a woman, the quality and the value that I hold for myself is actually the kind of value and quality that a man will appreciate the status he'll bring to him, whether or not I'm a virgin. Because I've worked on myself to be a woman of quality and substance. I respect myself and I handle myself as such, okay? And that is the way that you're going to actually overcome all of these bad mistakes that you've made, because who you are right now actually will make a difference if you stick to it and if you mean it and if you've always been that way. There's always another story for everybody. It doesn't matter. You'll be fine.
Do you know what?
Just find somebody that's more emotionally mature.
Do you know what I would say to you? What are you about to say, Andrew? Because you just started speaking out.
I want to say...
Andrew, she said. Andrew. I want to hear... I really... Because you've been through a lot in your life. When she told me that you were going to be on and we were going to be on this panel together, I started watching a bunch of your videos, and it really was like, there's so much that you have been through, which is why you have a well of wisdom, right? And the difference between me and you is that you're glorified for it, and I am burned at the stake for everything that I've been through. And it's so funny, because people have always said that we were two sides of the same coin, as far as like, well, if Andrew Tate gets banned, Brittany Renner should get banned, because we are all about accountability, and fucking truth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've been through a lot, I've been through a lot. I'm seen as used goods, you're seen as a high value man.
Yeah.
So if you're me, then what? What's next?
Yeah, it's really interesting, and it's interesting you make that observation, and you are correct. That's the difference between the masculine and the feminine. It's unfair, I guess. The world's not fair, but that's the difference between the masculine and the feminine. Men are respected for going through things and surviving, and women are the complete opposite. They're shamed for going through things and surviving. If you look at women love scars on men for a reason. He's gone through something.
They're
lived.
war wounds.
Yeah, they're war. Men don't want a chick covered in scars. I'll say this right now, that a woman, the more trauma she goes through, the more masculine she naturally becomes. And if you were to give me my ideal woman, I would not have wanted her to have a hard life and a bunch of trauma. I like the idea of her having a soft feminine life and being a soft person, and I can take care of her and protect her. Whereas as a man, to be a good man, you need to have been through a bunch of trauma, because if you haven't been through trauma as a man, you're a weakling. You have to have been through a bunch of shit. So the masculine and the feminine is a very interesting point there. As for, I don't know your history, I don't know the past, but we can just talk in generalizations in regards
People
to
like me, I guess,
Okay,
under the same umbrella. It doesn't have to be personal.
I don't know any of it, but we'll give generalizations. One of the main reasons that men are scared of a female with history is because it makes the man insecure. And scared dogs bite. So this is why men will snap or get angry quick, or they'll bring up if you get in an argument with him, he'll bring up your history, whatever. But a lot of it is insecurity, and it's not insecurity because the man is insecure. The female paradigm in society convinces men, any man who says anything, you're insecure. It's not insecure in that way. It's insecure in a very realistic, logical way. Like I was saying earlier, she's had a lot of life experience. Let's be honest. Am I the richest guy she's ever had? No. Am I the most famous guy she's ever had? No. Am I the best looking guy she's ever had? No. Like, what's keeping her here? And then part of it comes down to, well, am I second place? If she could do better, would she do better? Like, there's a whole bunch of insecurity involved. And that's where tiny things, like I know it sounds like dumb shit, tiny things about the favorite car brand become more important than ever, right? It's your job as a woman, regardless of how much sexual history you've had or what guy you're with, etc. It's your job as a woman to make your man feel secure in the fact and make him feel like a man, like Auntie was saying, make him feel like the man no matter what he does, so that he feels like you really truly believe he's the best choice for you on the planet. That's your job to do. Now, if you've had a checkered past, that's perhaps more difficult. You need to be more tactful with it, more tactical about it. But you have to achieve the same result. You have to do the exact same thing, right? So, yeah, it's easy for me if I get a 21-year-old virgin from some village in Slovakia and I'm multi-millionaire Andrew Tate. Of course, it's a very easy, she's never had better, she'll never get better, she's never been anywhere, boom, boom, easy one, right? But like you said, the world's not so idealistic. The reality is that people have had relationships, etc., etc. But a man is happiest in the relationship when he feels like man of the house and when he truly feels like you believe he's the best man that you could possibly ever get and have ever gotten. Because a man is jealous. I'll tell you something. I used to say this to girls as like a joke. And I used to say, I say it's a joke. So you cheated on me before I met you. And she'd be like, what do you mean? I didn't even know you. It's like, yeah, you fucked that guy before I even knew you. You cheated on me. And they used to laugh, whatever. But that's how men think. That's the male mind. Like, I love you. And you've been fucked by who? But I didn't know you. I don't care if you knew me. You should have waited. What do you mean? But that's the male mind. So he is in competition with all of your exes and all of your lifestyle and all the things you've done permanently. And it's down to you as a woman to sit there and go, how do I make him secure in himself and secure in his masculinity and make him believe that investing in me is still worthwhile because I still truly value him, despite the fact that I could do X, Y, Z. I hope that gives some clarity, but that's the answer.
So how would you know what I would have said? I would have said, oh, fine.
He said Zed, not Z. He said Zed. My guy's from Canada. It's like, nah. I think he's like New Zealand or some shit. Where is Andrew Tate from? What? He's American? Wow, bro. He's American, bro. Wow, that's unbelievable.
I think that one of the issues sometimes that I hear a lot about, and I personally may say I feel it sometimes, is that when you're also a quite educated woman, intellectual, intelligent, whatever, smart.
I think a
the
lot
time,
of you
naturally,
remember this girl
speak in
from
a way that stands out from other people,
yes,
right?
I do. Castillo's show.
I find that
she
a
won
lot
it.
of the time that kind of intimidates some of the man them, where they start thinking this girl is
Some of
too
them
much.
and them.
Now it is not my fault. I'm
Yo, she's
smart.
a
It's
street
not my
thing,
fault. I
bro.
could put one and one together very nicely, very quickly.
She's a
What kind of man?
bro. That girl's a street thing, bro.
Is going to handle that?
I have to give me a minute.
This woman laughs like I don't speak 4 languages and got 3 degrees. Now I thought.
What is she trying to say? You're not smart.
It's okay. I speak how I do for a reason. So please, sir, can you help me out? I'm trying to find a husband, the kind of beast that can handle a woman like me.
Well,
Hey, yo, I like her, yo. She fucking. I don't know if she doing that shit for, like, bro, I'm getting goosebumps because she fucking funny as shit. And look at her face. Look at her fucking face, bro. Oh, Lord. Continue.
Well, this is another point, right? And I'm only answering generally, right? Because this is the first time I've met all of you ladies. You've all been very polite to me. You've all been very nice. I'm just talking generally. And I'm going to answer it based on your last sentence. Your last sentence was handle a woman like me.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at the average man's life, like I just discussed earlier, how difficult it is, how competitive he has to be, and how many problems he has to fix. Do you think he wants to handle any woman?
Okay, so...
Do you like the idea of any degree of problem? It's the straw that breaks the camel's back. Like the point of having a woman as a man, for me at least, is for her to be my peace and quiet. My life is stress. You see me, I'm rolling around with fucking security teams, and I got problems, and they're after me, and when I come home to my chick, the last thing I want to do is have to handle anything. I want her to just sit the fuck down and her make me happy. She used to be my positive energy. She used to be my sunshine in the rainstorm.
Okay.
So you're talking about him handle you. I don't know. I can't answer the question exactly, but if you're sitting there constantly arguing over small points or correcting him, or he's probably thinking, this is a battle. I don't have the energy for another fight.
Okay, so now let me add extra context to what I mean as well. So obviously submission is something that people talk about a lot.
Yeah.
For me, I'm a logical person, I believe, and I submit with logic. I don't submit by default because there's a level of respect that I believe I need to have to be able to submit. Obviously, it's not that I go around and I disrespect all men and everything, but I find that my level of thought process a lot of the times
it makes it hard. No, so I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, but you need to find a man you truly respect to submit to him, and I completely respect that. And that's the same with 99% of women. Like you're never going to submit to a man you don't respect. And respect is ultimately important because you're not going to sleep with a man you don't respect. You're not going to be attracted to a man you don't respect. Respect is the bottom line of it, and the man has a job to do. He has a duty to do to be worthy of respect.
Facts.
But this all goes back into a very interesting point. Some of the points I've kind of mentioned earlier. If I was a woman, if I was a chick, the chance of me ending up in a relationship with a man I don't respect is 0%. I don't understand how you girls end up. Well, I do understand how you girls end up here. You end up here because of feminism, promiscuity, promises that running around taking dick is fine, dumb shit, stupid decisions. I'm independent, so it doesn't matter that he's a dummy. Bunch of garbage. When you should be waking up going, you know what? I'm going to be extremely selective, and I'm going to take my time and be very, very smart because you're the gatekeeper. By the time you're in a relationship with somebody, you should have immense respect for that man. Absolute immense respect. You shouldn't be able to get there any other way. The only reason you got there is because you've been tricked by society and lied to and told a bunch of fucking bullshit. So, so you're talking about submission and respect. Yeah, it'll come when you meet the right man, naturally. And this is another point I make because I have a lot of men message me. I trust, guys, please understand, I'm the most Googled man on the planet. I have 100,000 emails a day from people. And I get dudes email me, how do I get my woman to submit? And I can't reply to all the emails, but if I ever read them, I'm like, bro, you're a fucking dork. Why would she reply to you? Why would she submit to you? You're a fucking nerd. That's the truth. I'm not out here saying submit to all men. Men are the boss. I'm saying, listen, there's natural balance in the universe. When you meet a G, I've never had trouble with a woman obeying me. She just wants to. It's natural for our dynamic. If she didn't want to obey me, we wouldn't even get to the point of a relationship. If she didn't feel like she wanted to listen to me, we would have never got to where we want to get. It just doesn't work. That shit only happens when the female's fucking giving up sex too easy and the dude's just picking up easy pussy and they end up in some bullshit relationship. They don't even like each other. That's dumb shit. That's dumb shit, right? But I don't have any of these problems in my life. And if you're a dude at home and you're watching this and you go, I want my woman to submit, and she doesn't, guess what? She doesn't respect you. And guess whose fault that is a lot of the time? Your fault. It is your fault as a man.
Tell
It is.
Yes.
No, it is.
Yes.
No.
That's what you guys need to damn here. Tell him.
But it's not about blaming men and women because everyone has a problem. But then there's also men who are worthy of respect who women refuse to respect because of society.
Tell the
so
sisters
there's two sides to it, right? But a lot of it is if you're a capable enough man and you're brilliant enough, then the female has no choice. But it's very interesting. This goes back into a point I made earlier about how important it is for us men to find women who we don't believe have had a lot of life experience and look like they are. Because I got attacked. I'm going to make this point right now. I got attacked when the Matrix attacked me and fucking lied about me. They said that men are interested in women who are younger because they're more programmable. And that they're trying to make out that I'm making out that men are out here trying to get women and fucking do bad things to them. No. What I'm saying is, if you find a woman who's younger and been through less things, less trauma, less relationships, less headache, she's lived less life, your ideals, if you ask any woman who loves her man, what's your favorite song? His favorite song. Who do you vote for? Who he votes for. What's your favorite car? His car. That's how it happens when a woman loves a man. And that makes the man feel good, right? If she's been through too much shit, then that's a lot harder to pull off. So that link is very important for men and women. So yeah, the Matrix attacked me with that, but it's very, very interesting. You have to understand all these small sub-dynamics and why things are happening and why the world is the way it is. And the baseline of it is that everything's fucked and why. But it's very, very interesting. You have too much shit, then that's a lot harder to pull off. So that link is very important for men and women. So yeah, the Matrix attacked me with that. But it's very, very interesting. You have to understand all these small sub-dynamics and why things are happening and why the world is the way it is. And the baseline of it is that everything's fucked. Men aren't acting like men and women are acting like women, and it's all messed up.
Oh yeah.
Wait, so what about like your own autonomy and like just like your favorite car is your favorite car, my favorite car is my favorite car. Like why does it have to? I guess that's where I'm confused. Like why does it have to be like that?
Yeah, and that's a good point, right? I understand that completely, but I'll give you an example. I'll talk from personal experience because it makes it easy for me. I have a bunch of cars. I love cars. I have 32 cars. My favorite car is X. I pick up a chick. This is my what's your favorite car? This one. I like that one. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever, no big deal. But the agreeableness is ultra attractive. It depends what the woman wants to do, right? If I was a woman and let's say I'm 22 years old and I meet a billionaire and it's my goal to marry this man, and I go to his house and I say, wow, you have so many cars. What's your favorite car? This one. Really? I thought that one too. It looks so good. Why that one? Because this. Oh, really? Okay, I'll try and remember that. That's how you get the dude, right? You don't get the dude by going, well, that one is a better color. You're a dickhead. It may be small things. It may be tiny things, but men are ultra interested in things like agreeableness. Ultra interested in the idea of a woman absorbing our worldviews. We're ultra interested. We are. That's what we're looking for.
That's taken away from the woman's identity.
What if you say
she doesn't like the car?
No.
So why should she agree to a car that she doesn't like? Why do you want to be with someone that doesn't know who they are?
Can I say, I like this one. This is my favorite, but I like yours too. Yours is quite nice, you know. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, it's quite good. But I like this one, but I like that one as well.
You sound like you want a slave.
Is that fine?
That doesn't have that
That's just not going against me. It's just being nice. It doesn't cost you much.
Men don't want a girl that's nagging them for the smallest things. It's like, why are you giving a guy a headache?
No, that's not nagging. That's not nagging. That's not nagging, though.
He's saying, oh, what car do you like? Why does she have to say his car? Like, she likes a different car.
I just gave you a solution, though.
I am talking about how, as a female, to be as attractive as possible to men. Now, I'm not saying you can't get a man if you say another car. I'm saying, how do you be as attractive as possible? Because you also don't understand how men think. It's different if you come to my house and choose to like another one of my cars. But what if I only have one car? And now you say, well, no, I'll pick you up in my BMW. Oh, yeah, it's nice. I prefer Mercedes. You know what a man thinks the second you say that? Who picked you up in a Merc? That's the first thing that goes to his fucking...
Facts. Who the fuck picked you up in a motherfucking... The fuck? What, dude? Where's this stupid ass PicArts at? There it is. Ah! Okay. The Bit Nation. Fuck, everybody's making shit to that. Well, fuck you. Looks pretty good. I like it. Oh yeah, I can't see the little Lee. See? That look pretty good, man. That look pretty good to me, man. You know what I'm saying? Top G at it again. Oh, I am so gonna get banned on Facebook. I know it. Well, damn you. Well, damn you for trying. Upgrading a Dell Optiplex 380 plus benchmarks and gameplay.
Actually, I can sort it out. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Oh shit, you know what? I should have went back. Fuck. $70 mini PC. Bro. Why? Yeah, I want to know why.
I just love random stuff. This is
I subscribe to all the small YouTube channel guys. I subscribe to everybody, bro.
a, well, mini PC that I picked up off Amazon the other day with the intent of purposing it for something that I'll get into later. But when it arrived, it showed up in a pretty generic box. I originally found something like this from a article that was served up to me as an ad. I think it was from PC Mag. It was about a mini PC that they found being sold on Amazon for $100. And I was actually interested in it, so I read the article, and they ended up finding out it was some mini PC that you would buy on AliExpress, slap your brand on it, and then sell it for a profit somewhere else. I think the original one was being sold for like $60 on AliExpress, but this one I actually caught on Black Friday for $70. So I ended up just picking it up because I've been needing some sort of mini computer that I can use for a certain project. Now, normally I would get a Raspberry Pi. Problem is, Raspberry Pis right now are pretty much impossible to get a hold of unless you want to pay scalper price.
What are the benchmarks on it? Pretty cheap. Windows 10 Pro, 6 gigabytes of DDR3. It's got a SSD. That's up to 2 point. To 2.3 gigahertz in burst mode, Intel HD graphics, 500 GPU. Got gigabit Ethernet, heat dissipation, small GPUs, cooling design technology. 2 USB 2.0, 2 USB 3.0s, 2 HDMI ports, 1 gigabit Ethernet, 1 port headphone port, easy connect the device you need. High-speed network, supports gigabit Ethernet, 2.4 gigs, G or 5G dual band Wi-Fi. Junk.
So something like this.
Have paid more attention to.
Why didn't you ever look for like just a normal guy with like a 9 to 5? Because it's just guys will always say like, pay attention to what they do, not what they say. And and it's like a lot of times we'll complain about getting like cheated on or something, right? And then, you know, we overlook the 9-to-5 guy who won't.
I would say that, I mean, my first boyfriend I met in college, he was regular guy and I loved him to death. I had dated a lawyer during that span.
Who broke up with who? College guy.
I broke up with him because it got abusive on both ends.
But this is just from the guy's perspective. Like they're gonna be like, okay, well that was the guy who
was very he was condescending and emotionally really abusive, and then it got to a place where
restoring healthy mindset
I've paid more attention to.
Why didn't you ever look
abusive on both ends?
But this is just from the guy's perspective. Like they're gonna be like, okay, well that was the guy who wouldn't cheat, but you dumped him.
Well, it got to a place where he was very he was condescending and emotionally really abusive, and then it got to a place where you're pushing me, now you're bruising up my arms, and now I'm putting my hands on you because I'm trying to defend myself, and I just felt like the respect was gone. It had nothing to do with whether you cheated or not. It was, we are very toxic together, and I do not foresee us moving past this. Like, I feel like once, this is me, once that respect is lost, for whatever reason, and then now y'all putting your hands on each other, it has to end, because there's only one way it's going to end. It only gets progressively worse, in my opinion, in my experience. I'm not trying to find out either. You're putting your hands on me, doing all that other stuff. I don't want to see what you're capable of.
Did you file a police report at all or no?
No.
Okay. Because, again, it's just like from... Like, a lot of times we'll say these things about guys, but it's like, the question is, like, me, if I'm getting punched in the face,
Well, I wasn't getting punched in the face. It was more so you were, like, bruising my arms and pushing me down and little stuff like that. And I know, if he would have punched me in the face, that would have also been a different thing. I've never been hit or punched anything ever. So, yeah, I feel like it was leading up to being punched in the face. But bruises on my arms to me is a little more than enough.
And then you never hit first?
I slapped him, yeah.
Okay. Okay, but you would agree that's like mutually abusive.
No, that's what I said. I said it was. I never said. Oh my God, no! Like it got to a place where I'm like, all right, now I'm about to start putting my hands on you too.
And that's the thing. Like I think a lot of times you actually do, you know, agree with like a lot of the stuff I say, which is interesting.
Why?
I was just expecting to disagree with you on like everything when you came.
Yeah.
On some level, but no, you actually are more based than I thought you were going to be.
I like what you talk about. I think that it's foreign to me because, and I would say probably a lot of females as well, because I can honestly say, I'll speak for myself because I don't speak for everybody, but I never thought about it. I never thought about how men feel. I never thought about, biologically speaking, what makes sense. I never thought about how in marriage, you know, especially if the man makes more, that it's kind of a shitty contract on their end. I know business. That doesn't make sense, you know, unless we're signing prenups, right? So it's just like, since I've been listening to your content and I knew I was going to get on here, I've started to like you a lot more, right? It's easy to just kind of take a clip from you and be like, oh my God, she's this, she's that. I personally like you. Like, your personality is why I got on a 7-hour flight. And I knew that even though I may not agree, and I think that, and not even about agreeing, even though I may not just limit it to just that, like that perspective, I respect it, and I think it's true. There's really not a lot of stuff I think is untrue, and I just have told you even when we were speaking off camera that this is a newer mentality. I don't know what this mentality would mean to society as a whole. We kind of talked about the arranged marriages and what would that mean for society as a whole, right? And I can't remember the verbiage you used when we were talking about how the arranged marriages and how women if we had dreams and stuff we wanted to explore on what that outcome would look like. You said the term, I don't remember the term you used though.
I don't remember
but no, it's like, I get it. And all I can do is just be honest about, like, this is the expression that that is coded within me. And I am willing to accept the consequences that comes behind it. So I don't ask for people to look at me through a different lens. I'm just kind of here to be myself and just showcase another perspective. That's really it.
So, I'm thinking, so you do looking back, was there anything that you would do differently? And is there different advice that you would give to a 20-year-old girl that has the same opportunities that you did?
I think the biggest thing that I would want to do differently is...
Avoid the athletes.
Well, I will say, I have to be honest with myself because I think it's easy to take the cliche route and say like I would do nothing differently. Now, from the wisdom I have acquired, no, I would not change this wisdom for a clean slate, and that's just the God honest truth. But I will say to 20-year-olds, and even to my 20-year-old self, I hate how I allowed myself to just be like used up by men. And that came from a lack of self-worth. I did not understand my value that I was born with. I didn't. And I gave, again, people look at sex differently, but sex is spiritual unification. At the end of the day, I don't care how you spin it. It's spiritual.
For women.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah,
for
women.
whatever. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. For women, it's spiritual unification. And people that I've shared my body with, when I think about my list, it's repulsive because they didn't deserve it. But that was an outcome of me discounting my worth. And it's disgusting. I hate even having that spiritual tie in any type of way. But yeah, I would absolutely change sexually how I move around. And not even necessarily because of like the societal outcome. It's more so from my self-worth.
Like, how it makes you like feel.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good knowing that you gave a sacred part of you to a man that looked at sex with you.
Hold on, y'all. Just getting a couple little weird tweaks. I just want to mess with this real quick. Oh.
Have paid more attention to.
Why didn't you ever look for like just the normal guy with like a 9 to 5? Because it's just guys will always say like, pay attention to what they do, not what they say. And and it's like a lot of times we'll complain about getting like cheated on or something, right? And then, you know, we overlook the 9 to 5 guy who won't.
I would say that, I mean, my first boyfriend I met in college, he was regular guy and I loved him to death. I had dated a lawyer during that span.
Who broke up with who? College guy.
I broke up with him because it got abusive on both ends.
But this is just from the guy's perspective. Like they're gonna be like, okay, well that was the guy who wouldn't cheat, but you dumped him.
Well, it got to a place where he was very he was condescending and emotionally really abusive, and then it got to a place where you're pushing me, now you're bruising on my arms, and now I'm putting my hands on you because I'm trying to defend myself, and I just felt like the respect was gone. It had nothing to do with whether you cheated or not. It was we are very toxic together, and I do not foresee us moving past this. Like I feel like once this is me, once that respect is lost for whatever reason, and then now y'all putting your hands on each other, it has to end because there's only one way it's going to end. It only gets progressively worse, in my opinion, in my experience. I'm not trying to find out either. You're putting your hands on me.
Fuck off. What did I do that for? No. I wanted to stats for nerds. There you go.
Doing all that other stuff. I don't want to see what you're capable of.
Did you file a police report at all or no?
No.
Because, again, it's just like from, like a lot of times we'll say these things about guys, but it's like, the question is like, me if I'm getting punched in the face,
Well, I wasn't getting punched in the face. It was more so you were like bruising my arms and pushing me down and little stuff like that. And if he would have punched me in the face, that would have also be a different thing. I've never been hit or punched anything ever. So yeah, I feel like it was leading up to being punched in the face. But bruises on my arms to me is a little more than enough.
And then you never hit first.
I slapped him. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, but you would agree that's like mutually abusive.
No, that's what I said. I said it. I never said, oh my god, no. Like it got to a place where I'm like, all right, now I'm about to start putting my hands on you too.
And that's the thing. Like I think a lot of times you actually do, you know, agree with like a lot of the stuff I say, which is interesting.
Really? Why?
I was just expecting to disagree with you on like everything when you came.
Yeah.
On some level, but no, you actually are more based than I thought you were gonna be.
I like what you talk about. I think that it's foreign to me because, and I would say probably a lot of females as well, because I can honestly say, I'll speak for myself because I don't speak for everybody, but I never thought about it. I never thought about how men feel. I never thought about, biologically speaking, what makes sense. I never thought about how in marriage, you know, especially if the man makes more, that it's kind of a shitty contract on their end. I know business. That doesn't make sense, you know, unless we're signing prenups, right? So it's just like, since I've been listening to your content and I knew I was going to get on here, I've started to like you a lot more, right? It's easy to just kind of take a clip from you and be like, oh my God, she's this, she's that. I personally like you. Like, your personality is why I got on a 7-hour flight. And I knew that even though I may not agree, and I think that, and not even about agreeing, even though I may not just limit it to just that, like that perspective, I respect it. And I think it's true. There's really not a lot of stuff I think is untrue. And I just have told you, even when we were speaking off camera, that this is a newer mentality. I don't know what this mentality would mean to society as a whole. We kind of talked about the arranged marriages and what would that mean for society as a whole, right? And I can't remember the verbiage you used when we were talking about how the arranged marriages and how women, if we had dreams and stuff we wanted to explore on what that outcome would look like. You said the term, I don't remember the term you used though. Okay. But no, it's like, I get it. And all I can do is just be honest about, like, this is the expression that that is coded within me. And I am willing to accept the consequences that comes behind it. So I don't ask for people to look at me through a different lens. I'm just kind of here to be myself and just showcase another perspective. That's really it.
So I'm thinking, so you do looking back, was there anything that you would do differently? And is there different advice that you would give to a 20-year-old girl that has the same opportunities that you did?
I think the biggest thing that I would want to do differently is
avoid the athletes.
Well, I will say, I have to be honest with myself because I think it's easy to take the cliche route and say, like, I would do nothing differently. Now, from the wisdom I have acquired, no, I would not change this wisdom for a clean slate. And that's just the God honest truth. But I will say to 20-year-olds, and even to my 20-year-old self, I hate how I allowed myself to just be like used up by men. And that
Santa Slay, SLAY.
That's the one you were telling me about the other night, right?
Yeah,
Where, like,
it's
he's like evil.
Yeah, it's basically Santa's going around slaughtering people like a slasher.
I haven't seen that one yet.
It's Stone Cold.
Joe Jammy. Ben Pop Joe Jammy.
Going for A. There's one guy
Ben
down there.
Pop Joe Jammy.
Oh shit! I fucked that. Oh, it's okay.
What up, Danny?
Okay.
I bought the new Modern Warfare. Sorry, not hopping on PUBG tonight.
I didn't realize the game mode this was. Sorry, guys.
Oh, this is we die one.
Yep. No, it's gonna be fun. I fucked it up. I didn't realize what it was. I would have played it more careful.
I fucked that up. Oh shit! I gotta get these.
Oh shit! Yeah, they can't hear us.
No, I can hear you.
No, you can now.
Like proximity.
I also died. Yeah.
No.
I heard you that whole time.
Okay, that's my bad. I didn't realize what game mode this was.
Shut the fuck up.
All down, princess. It's gonna be okay.
Hostile.
Jeez, what's wrong with them, man?
Alright, I'm gonna go for A. Someone come with me to A.
Hey
Right
guys,
cross.
I'm new at this game.
Why does
So
it look like that?
No! Shit.
Dumbass, don't look that way.
See how much bit rate
Fuck,
is
there's
pushing.
2 guys over here. Fuck, 3 guys over here.
15,
by
so he's
A,
probably
by
pushing
me.
out like 9,500.
By A?
Fuck!
Seriously?
9,500.
I want a piece of that. The OIA? Is that the OIA?
Well, I'm dead now.
Oh, fuck.
So it's like about 9,500.
Wait, can you hear me right now? Yeah, I can. Trying to talk. Fucking try not to talk and I'm trying to concentrate.
No. I'm sorry. No, I was just checking because
The first time I could hear you the entire time, and the second time I could hear you the entire time after you died.
Sorry. Old versions of this game mode did not have that.
No, I remember.
Oh, yeah, because you always mute everyone, right?
You know what? Fuck it.
Five aggressive what? Fucking goofies. Whoa. What the fuck? Bro, what?
We are cooking like fiends. That's right. We're going crazy in the kitchen for taste, and we're going to see if...
Actually, don't know why I felt the need to add a video game there. This looks like it would harm you in real life, too.
So we will see, right? Cut a piece of that right off. Leave that right there.
Okay, not really sure what to think. I mean, cameras and colors and, you know, how things pick certain things up can kind of be deceiving, but this looks a little under. I mean, it doesn't look too horrible, but it definitely looks like it could use a few more...
Pool of, look at that.
Oh, Jack. Oh, trust me, I'm looking, Jack. It's like you just cut into a medium rare steak. Oh
Bro.
my god. It's red. It's not even pink, it's red. Jack, that's not juice, that is blood. Do you know how much you have to put into your chicken and it looks like you just stabbed?
Dog.
Very good.
It's not often a video I cover makes me be the worst commercial you've ever done. By definition, it is not. Well, Mr. Instagram,
He's trolling. That guy's got to be trolling. Like, he's got to be trolling, bro. There's no way. No, back to my channel. Just... Damn. Smart computer. New Jerusalem Records, what the fuck?
You're being programmed.
What is a vow?
Definition of vow. A solemn promise. Ominous, isn't it? Verb, solemnly promise to do a specified thing, like the agendas. Archaic. Dedicate to someone or something, especially a deity. Remember, IE in the middle is interchangeable. The E is always interchangeable, so it's IA, the oldest name for Janos, the god. The god has so many names, and you will see him in the press lately and on social media saying, people, oh, Baal is king. Baal is Janos, guys. I've been telling you this for years. It's just crazy. So it's all in your face, and this video is about the vowels. The vow to L, and that's what all that's hand symbolism, face symbolism, all this is just them showing their promise to their god Janos. So hopefully guys you enjoyed this bite-sized video, and hopefully it'll give you a talking point. So they are vow, they are promising, but who to? Who to? Is it the god I talk about with so many names that I've showed you for years? Yes. But it also goes by another name. AEIOU. And some of you out there will recognise, yes, that
AEIOU.
This is the vowels. This all stemmed from the great vowel shift. Great vowel shift. It happened in the 12th to 18th, 19th century, and their god is called AEIOU for a reason, because that is a name. Whether it's a secret name unto them, who knows? I'm going to show you a little few things on it. Then I'm going to show you all the hand symbolism is basically them doing the vowels. So correlation between various theories and interpretation of the name of God. AEIOU, sorry, the name of God, AEIOU, used to signify a monotheistic or ultimate supreme being from which all other divine attributes derive, has been a subject of ecumenical discourse between Eastern and Western scholars for over 2 centuries. In Christian theology, the word must be a personal and a proper name of God, hence it cannot be dismissed as a mere metaphor. On the other hand, the names of God in different tradition and sometimes referred as symbols, the question whether divine names used by different religions are equivalent has been raised and analysed. So it's just intriguing that when they're talking about the name of God being AEIOU, and obviously in Hebrew there is no vowels, etc. But it's crazy to think about, and that's all I ask. One definition of the name of God, AEIOU, was given by Alicia Mulford as that name which passes into the common forms of thought. The author states that in its derivation it may be an ethical significance. Other writers suggest that the name of God represents the nature of God. The attitude as to the transmission of the name in many cultures was surrounded by secrecy. The pronunciation of the name of God in Judaism has always been guarded with great care. It is believed that in ancient times that the sages communicated the pronunciation only once every 7 years. This system was challenged by more recent movements. Did this in Egypt too. The nature of the holy name can be described as either personal or the attributive. In many cultures, it is often difficult to distinguish between the personal and the attributive names of God, the two divisions necessarily shading into each other. So it's talking about a secret name of God, which we all knew. Could this be that? Or is this the modern twist of the great vow to L shift period when they changed their vows? Who knows? Here's something now from Exodus. Then Moses said to God, if I come to the people of Israel and say to them, the God of your fathers has sent me to you, and they ask me, what is his name? What shall I say to them? God said to Moses, I am who I am. And he said, say this to the people of Israel, AEI has sent me to you. God also said to Moses, say this to the people of Israel, AEI, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and thus I am to be remembered throughout all generations. AEI sounds like the vowels, doesn't it, guys? So here's some more. The Torah further describes the role of Aaron, who acted as Moses' mouthpiece and conveyed the name of God distinctly to the Israelites, transcribed as YHYH in Biblical Hebrew, conveyed the name of God distinctly as AEIOU to the Israelites, the secret name. The pronunciation of AEIOU is described in Psalms 8:2 by the prophet who wrote, Thou hast made babes, infants at the breast, sound aloud thy praise. Several thousands of years later, commentaries additionally suggest that the true pronunciation of his name is composed entirely of vowels, such as the Greek, I can't pronounce that, as they allowed the creation of the language, thus conveying the absolute infinite potential of God's character. However, this is put into question by the fact that the vowels were only distinguished in a time period by their very absence due to the lack of explicit vowels in the Hebrew script. The resulting substitute made them semi-vowels, and glottals, known as tetragrammaton, is considered the proper name of God in Judaism and is not ordinarily permitted to pronounce it aloud, even in prayer. The prohibition of the misuse, not use as well, of the name AEIOU is the primary subject of the first commandment. So you can see why it's intriguing me is the talking of AEIOU being such a secret name. It is not able to be said only once every 7 years, and we know this realm is spells, and this is a powerful name. Remember, like when Isis found the secret name of Ra and was able to control him. See, once you have the name, you have the power. That's why everything gets labelled. I've been talking about that for so many years, guys. So it's intriguing, this, because you have the Holy Roman Empire, the monogram basically is AEIOU, and it was said to be a device. Now, it's intriguing about the Habsburgs and the Holy Roman Empire that they went from one black eagle to two double-headed eagle from the Great Vow to L shift. It's like the changing of the vowels, vowel L's, from one god to another. And this is a time period that I've done a few videos on, and it just blows me away. It's one of the biggest finds that I believe I've found, that when all this happened, forget people saying there's resets every so many years. I'm showing you the reset when everything changed. All the sciences were brought in that they use today, because this realm is full of spells and they want to control it. And this time period is when they did it. And we're showing you in this video, this short bite-sized video, that there could be a name of God called AEIOU, and they're doing secret hand gestures and symbolism right in front of our eyes because they're not allowed to say the name out loud. To me, that's a wow, guys. A few special ladies out there, and not so special ladies, and not so special men, and great guys out there. Wow. Mm-hmm. I had to do it, guys, because it drives people nuts, and I just, you know what I mean? We have to have a laugh in this reality. We have to. Humour is key. So here goes, guys. This is the AEIOU and how they're doing it in secret, using the hand gestures and symbolism that we've always seen. So, letter A, Aleph. Turn the A upside down and you'll have a good sense of its original shape and meaning when it was introduced around 1800 BC. resembling an animal's head with antlers or horns. Get the horns. The original meaning, the letter in ancient Semitic was an ox or a bull or like an ibis type of thing. So when they're doing this hand gesture, what you're seeing on the screen now, people think, Paul, that's not the horns, that's not the horns. I believe people have got it mixed round, or they could possibly use both if you really want to. But yes, you're right to question. And yes, it's also the hand symbol, hand sign for I love you. But people will say, no, the devil horns is at the side. And as you can see, I've put them both on the screen. But here we go, guys. It is Aleph, Aleph, like I love you. The
Like,
L
I love
and the
you.
ox, the horns is the A, and the L is the Aleph, which is the thumb sticking out. It makes an L shaped. So now you can see how I'm going at it. They're showing you these symbols in plain sight, and just maybe I have it wrong, which there is all possibility, but it makes sense. So the letter A, the etymology is an ox, the horns. Now remember, it's the horns with the thumb out. Now we'll see many doing it, so you can see it, and it's under this guise of I love you. Isn't that handy? I love you. Well, they're saying I love you, you know, but they're saying it to their God. On to the letter E now. The E of 3,800 years ago, which is an 11, pronounced heh in Semitic, resembled a stick with two arms and a leg, meant to signify a human form. The Greeks flipped it around in 700 BC and changed the sound to eh. Now, as you know, not a video not long ago, I showed you the other etymology of the letter E, where it was a person standing up, rejoicing, like that was saying, and the Greeks flipped it. Now, the hands up, the raised up, is like a praise, rejoice symbol, but it also represents the letter E. So you can see why I'm saying when they have their arms up like that, they are doing the letter E. So there we go, guys. So far you've had A and E. On to the next. So it's I's time. Around 1000 BC, the letter I was Yod, the finger or hand of God. The Greeks adopted the letter as iota and changed it to a vertical squiggle by 700 BC. So guys, this is self-explanatory. When they're doing this, they are doing the I. So we have A, E, I done so far, guys. Hopefully you can see where I'm coming from. I just believe they're hiding that A-E-I-O-U in plain sight by doing this. So we're up to O, and as you can see, this one's going to be easy. O starts its life on Egyptian hieroglyphs around the time of Eminem as I. Semites call it ayin, but with a guttural sound that sounds like k. Think Hebrew kamin or came. The Phoenicians reduced the I to just the outline of the pupil, our O. So you can see how this one is so easy. The eye symbolism that they do in pictures and putting the 666 OK over their eyes or covering one eye. This to me is the easiest of them all. They are doing the O. So we've done A, E, I, now U, and O, we just U to go. So guys, what do you think? I think I was onto something when I originally did this. I believe they're just, like I keep saying, hiding in plain sight. And who would know this? That they're doing the vowels, a name of the God, by doing all these hand gestures. It's just something to think on, isn't it? So we're up to U. And here we go. There's a lot of confusion among the letter U, V and W. According to Roseanne, the Phoenicians began using a letter that looked like R, Y around 1000 BC. They called it War, meaning peg. The Greeks adopted this to be and called it Upsilon. U, which it does look like a Y also. But what got me is how this resembles when they do the horns. Just have a look. If you put the peg bottom with the two fingers, that to me is quite identical. So that is why I theorised that the horns represents this and not the other way around. Obviously it's just my interpretation. I could be talking bollards, but to get more than one would be not bad. To get two, to get three, I got five secret society gestures, the occult gestures, and they are the vowels. the vows to L, the vow L's. How crazy is that, guys, to get all them to match, which is hard to do. You would think it was hard to do, but it wasn't. Now think about it. It's A-E-I-O-U and sometimes Y, I believe. Y. Well, Y back in the day was a U. And if you think about it, how many celebrities you see doing the cupped hands or doing the oh my god with cupped hands over the faces? So in theory, I could include that as well. But I thought, you know what? No, I'm just going to do A-E-I-O and U from the original video of the Great Vow to L shift and just show you guys that maybe with more minds looking at different things, we can come to better conclusions. I believe this fits more, but obviously I'm looking at it from one standpoint. So guys, thank you for your love and your support. Please like, share and subscribe. And also I will leave a link to buy me a coffee in the description. Your support, guys, is, as ever, it just blows my mind. And it deserves one big wow. Right, guys? Stay safe, always wear a smile, and don't let the bar stools grind us down.
Right on, mate. Right fucking on, mate. Right fucking on. Ooh, I just farted. I hope YouTube doesn't ban me for making my title my title. Because I just made my title my title. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to see my title? This the title of my video. Nonsense videos. I said it. I said it. What the fuck, fake TV? The World Cup proves. Oh God.
Being programmed.
We've had a famous song. First I was afraid, I was petrified. Then we have gorgons like Medusa turning people into stone. Is this just myth, or was there some type of event or technology that could do this? So in this video, I'm showing you some etymology that I've found, or spell etymology that I've found, that just blows this out of the water. And it really is intriguing. So hopefully you'll enjoy it. And here's some images now of marble statues that you should enjoy.
It's fucking beautiful, mate. It's fucking beautiful. It's fucking lovely. Oh, and I hope I don't get in trouble for this music either. Shit.
Coming up is clips from a couple of videos.
You leave me alone.
I think you're gonna love them. Most of
you
have
leave
seen
me
them,
alone.
but if not, I'm gonna put the link in the description and you can watch both videos again. Right, guys, enjoy. Why do we have such a fascination with cemeteries? Is it because of the death or the influence of TV and films? Is it the realisation of how short our lives are? So in this video I'll be taking a look at monumental cemeteries and so much more. The phrase monumental cemetery I'd never heard of before my Genoa Conundrum video. So sit back and enjoy the ride. Right guys, I want to show you some etymology. Obviously the title of the video is Monumental Cemeteries, and I just want to go through the definitions because it's wow. And what I found for something else on regarding the question, which I'll talk about in a minute, it'll make sense and honestly blow your minds. Honestly, it's a blow your mind things. Yes, it's a what if, but there's nothing wrong with thinking out loud and showing you guys what I found. So the word to start off with is
monumental.
Monumental. So great in importance,
Monumental.
extent or size. It's been a monumental effort as an example. Or the next one is of or serving as a monument. A bit like a trophy. Pulling out to display. Just think on that. It's just crazy, isn't it, when we just look at words like this. Now, the next one is coming up now. And that would be
cemetery.
Now just look at the origin of cemetery. It's from the Greek koimen, means put to sleep. I mean, that doesn't sound ominous as it is. Yes, I know the ancient Greeks thought when you were put to sleep that you would die and a few things like that. But you never thought that would have come from the word cemetery. It then moves on to koimen meteron, or whatever, koimen meteron, and it means dormitory. So, you know, when your kids are at college or you go away younger and you're going into a dormitory to sleep, you basically, that is where the word cemetery comes from. Again, both together sound a little bit weird and ominous. Like it's like an offering type of thing. So very weird how we come to in regard to words. So far we have monument or monumental serving as a monument. And obviously cemetery meaning a dormitory or put to sleep. It's like an offering place, this cemetery. Because what I didn't talk about in the last one is a cemetery doesn't have a church. And a graveyard has the church in the grounds. And I'll show you a quick picture now. I should have showed it on that one. But hey, we're always thinking, aren't we? Sometimes you miss things out when you're thinking about other things in general. So far I've done monument or monumental and cemetery.
It doesn't have a monument, mate. It doesn't have
how we've been brought up on the classics like Clash of the Titans, the old one with is it Harry Hamlin or something like that. And do you remember
Something
Medusa
like
used to open her eyes and basically turn people to stone. And we've had newer films done of that. And what's it called now when we have the Lightning Thief and all them? So Percy Jackson. So we also have Percy Jackson and Medusa in that. And obviously Medusa is a Gorgon. But when people in the chat last week were asking, what's your thoughts? Do you think people in these cemeteries? Because if you're just watching it for this first time, I did a video
Medusa's
called
a Gorgon, bro.
the Genoa Conundrum. And in that's where I found these monumental cemeteries for the first time.
Shit. I'm on my last one, man. I done smoked the fucking dog piss out of these, man. Oh, beautiful pictures, man, I'm telling you. Such fucking beautiful pictures, brother. Look at these fucking pictures, brother. Fucking beautiful, brother. Fucking beautiful, brother. I think they're fucking beautiful, but... I don't want to get sued for the music, dog. I started a new Madden season, bro.
And some of the statues,
in that
the marble statues, do look very like you can see eyebrows and things. I mean, the quality of craftsmanship I've gone into that. It's astounding. And people were asking, and I apologise if I forgot your name, that what's your thoughts on it? Could these people be turned to stone? A bit like the Gorgons, or like filmed with gargoyles turn to human.
This guy is
Now,
talking some craziness.
I didn't know what to think at the point because, well, obviously, you know, people always asking different theories, and I've not looked into things enough. I know people like Mudfuzzle University and Stelium 7 do good work in regard to fossilised remains, hearts, bones, and things like this. Well, was there a plasmic type of event where things were petrified? Was there some sort of weapon used to petrify in a reset? Because obviously we don't know what time it is because they've meddled with the calendar. So, all that being said, we talked about marble. So far we've done monumental cemetery, and you've seen the things a bit weird about that. Well, here's metamorphic, because that's what marble is made out of. Marble is a metamorphic rock, mostly commonly calcite. Well, we have calcite in our ears to balance. Anyway, let's have a look at what metamorphic means. And obviously metamorphic, denoting or relating to a rock that has undergone a transformation by heat, pressure, or other natural agencies, e.g. the folding of the strata or the nearby intrusion of igneous rocks, metamorphic genesis, or are marked by a metamorphosis, if that's a word. So you can see where we come from. Obviously it's come from the English meta and the Greek morpha, meaning form. So if marble is metamorphic and obviously it changes, if there was an event that could turn, or a technology that could turn people into stone, and were these some of these people who turn stone in these monumental cemeteries, like a place that you go, like not like a theme park, but you know, a ritual place? Because look at whether some of these cemeteries are positioned right bang in the centre of a town or something like that. So it's an important place, hence the monumental. And it's like a trophy, like I was saying. So these could be that what I'm talking about. Now you might be thinking, well, it's not bad talking like this, Paul, but how have you got to this conclusion? Well, this is how I've got to it. Now, in marble, and marble is spelt M-A-R-B-L-E. Now, E-L, I know it's backwards, but it's an inversion. E-L is something godly. We all can agree on that, yeah? Well, have a look what marb means. Obviously, M-A-R-B. And you'll go, what the flock? Seriously, guys. Are you ready? Here you go, guys. Adjective, marb, meaning dead, mortified, insensible, spiritually dead, pertaining to the dead. Say what? You heard it. Dead, mortified, insensible, spiritually dead, pertaining to the dead. So marb means that. And people are talking about marble statues being, could they once be human beings? Some of them, I'm not saying everyone, because obviously some of this craftsmanship, but it just blows my mind away. And like I say, I'm not saying this or that, I'm just showing you what I found. If you don't agree with it, that's your problem. Do you know what I mean? I'm just, wow, because people are talking about this, and this, and to look into the etymology of marble. Now, if you type marble in all at once, obviously you get the etymology of what basically I've been talking about. But splitting it up, we know L-E or E-L is godly. And the marb, as you can quite see on the screen, means dead, mortified, insensible, spiritually dead, pertaining to the dead. So marble altogether could be God, a God, not the God, because obviously small lowercase g, something godly. Is something godly mortified or took away the spirit or turned these people into stone, like a gorgon or a titan, or some sort of technology or some event that happens, plasmapheric or a frequency, who knows? But it's just something to think on. That marble means that, well, marb means that, and obviously the EL then makes it godly. So you can see, is it a ritual for a god to turn people into stone and put them in a monumental area, an important area to show off. It's just, I know it's a way out there theory and a huge what if, but I'm just absolutely dumbfounded by what I found Mab to mean. As you can see on the screen, dead or mortified or spiritually dead. And we have these monumental cemeteries and serving as a monument. Is that an example? If you don't do this or don't follow this way, we turn you into this. A bit like the Gorgon, a bit like the Ice Queen and other characters or characters in the play or films that have turned people into ice or stone. I just found it wow, and I had to share it with you, even though some people might think it's ridiculous. I'm just bowled over. Hopefully you are, guys, because this is huge in my opinion, and it just gets the brain racing for sure. And to quickly summarise what I've just said in the last bit, if you forgot already, I looked at the word marble and I split it up, right? So you have marble. Mab means dead, mortified or spiritually dead, and LE is reversed to EL, which means something godly or divine. Now, was the technology that could turn humans into stone just like technology, or was it a reset? Was the Great Flood, we always think of flood as water, could it be something else, plasma or the pH balance that actually turned people into stone? For instance, like Lot's wife. Who knows? I want to, after this little bit, I'm going to actually show you a few other things for it, see what you guys think. But look at it, Mab, spiritually dead, mortified, and EL, something godly. Tell me that's not a wow. Marble statues, people are talking about how real or lifelike they are. And I'm showing you that marble means dead, spiritually dead, or mortified. Was this done to them on purpose, or is it just advanced tech able to cut stone, marble into these shapes? Who knows, but it's a quick clip coming up now of a few other theories. So this is just me thinking out loud, especially after reading what Mab means. Remember, dead, mortified, spiritually dead. It just got me wow. So I thought, is there anything in the Bible? Now these are in no particular order, it's just a few things I want to talk about. Doesn't mean it's fat for anyone, it just means that I want to read it out and see what your guys' thoughts on it, because I see something here. This is about Lot's wife in Sodom and Gomorrah, but Lot's wife looked back as she became a pillar of salt. And this salt always got me because, as you know, in the periodic table, what number is salt or sodium? Oh yeah, it's number 11. This 11 gets about, and we always know, and who is referred to as salt. We are. You are salt of the earth. It's a saying. Or you're worth your weight in salt. Basically from that ancient era where we, slaves were weighed against salt, etc., etc. Have a look at this. 2 Chronicles 13:5. Do you not know that the Lord God of Israel gave the rule over Israel forever to David and his sons by a covenant of salt? Wait, but isn't 2 and 13 and 5 add to 11? Oh yeah, that's just a coincidence. But you can see how significant salt is. And it's 11 in the periodic table. It's more L. Evans. And as you know, salt was used, it's called
Bro, that's got to
L.
be this guy's
Evans.
mic. Yeah, it's his
and
mic.
as you know, salt was used, it's called natron, in mummification. It dries it out, obviously. So it's intriguing, isn't it, about salt? Because obviously salt was valuable. Salt's used in sacrifice. It preserves, it purifies, it seasons. So it's intriguing, isn't it, when we're talking about salt? And obviously the 11, and obviously the effect it has on the body. And as someone said a few weeks ago about salt being an electrolyte, and as you know, electrolyte is a medium that provides the ion transport mechanism between the cathode and the anode of a cell. So it's sort of like a battery. And I was talking about batteries. I think we are batteries. Now, look what I just found. This is being used in new prototypes of batteries, etc. Something called Winows electrolyte. Wow. Why would they call it Winows electrolyte? Winows L. The realm of L. Evan.
Yes.
And it always talks about
the
how
realm
it's
of
run, and obviously in
L11.
the term electricity, you know, the realm, the jurisdiction of
Electricity.
L. A little bonus for you, a bonus bit for you guys there. So she turned into a pillar of salt. Yes, I know it's not stone, but still something. And when the tempter came to him, he said, "If thou be the Son of God, command that these stones be made bread." Could he, if he's turning from bread to stone and stone to bread, what about people? As you come to him, the living stone, rejected by humans but chosen by God and precious to him, you also, like living stones, are being built in a spiritual house. So Jesus is known as the living stone. That gets you thinking. And the Word became flesh and dwelt amongst us, and we have seen his glory, glory as the only Son from the Father, full of grace. And that got me thinking, because the Word created everything. Remember the word abracadabra, everyone's favourite magical incantation? We've all heard it. Now, I believe it comes from and sounds like the Aramaic expression abracadabra, which means I create what I speak. Now, this is where it gets interesting for me personally. It's funny how cadaver or a corpse is a dead human body, and abracadabra, cadavra is the same. It's a something in that, I just don't know, a magical spell. Sounds like a spell to turn people to and from rock or advanced technology involved. I'm just thinking out loud, guys. It just got me thinking, especially them verses where Jesus is known as the living stone. And they've just been talking about this stuff, natron. Now, have a look at this. The lake in question is called Natron. So guys, we have this. It's Lake Natron in northern Tanzania. It's one of the harshest environments on Earth. Temperatures in the lake rise to 140 degrees F, 6 degrees centigrade. And the alkalinity is between pH 9 and pH 10.5. Almost as alkaline as ammonia. This causes animals crushing into the water to calcify and look like stone figurines when they have dried. Some certain kinds of fish that can evolve, have evolved to survive in such caustic environments. Now, some artists, a photographer, took these images. Now, do they actually turn them completely to stone? How long have they got to be in the water to turn into stone? Is it just like a shell? And obviously, if they break it, they move. I don't know, but it's just giving me an idea of if this is a case of just a pH balance change and it's doing this to this lake, what other factor is making the animals turn to stone or the shells? Could it happen on a grand scale in a reset? I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud and seeing what you guys think, because it's an interesting theory, isn't it? If this can happen just by dipping in the lake, or exposure to this over X amount of times, and you get encased in like a salt substance, or look what's turned to stone. What could these people or statues, could they have any derivative from this? Like a reset happened, like a flood, but the pH balance of the water made people turn to stone. I just don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. See what you guys think. Thank you for watching What the Flock TV Bite Size. If you've liked the video, please...
Thank you for watching What the Flock TV Bite Size. Dala Allah. Dala Allah.
Okay. There. So often to get a nice nonstick surface. A tofu. Spicy meat sauces often opt for a metric ton of aromatics, which is a route we'll go as well. And on that note, to give things some further depth, we'll also be adding some spices to our mix as well. So, to To get started here, we'll first need to soak our soybeans. This was 120 grams of soybeans soaked in hot boiled water. And if you want to use another sort of bean here, go for it. Just let that soak and reconstitute overnight, and we'll come back to this the next day.
Why
Next thing to
soybeans?
Prep in advance. Sichuan peppercorn powder. Now, if you do have a powder, toasting it in low flame. For this, and take those out, transfer it over to a mortar, and grind into a fine powder. Then next, chili powder. We'll have something powder. We'll just slice up with about.
They are both good because like some not
I'll make that tomorrow. Or no, there's already food. Fuck. The hand of the glory story. Let's go. Frozen cheesesteak on the griddle.
Hey guys, welcome to Flat Top King. Hey, today is
What's
all
up,
about
brother? What's up?
chime in. I thought it was just a cheesesteak. We get tons of people in the griddle group. It's just what it is. They're all from a different company. My best cheesesteak ever. I'm gonna make it the way we like it. We went on a tailgate and we made cheesesteak.
Quesadillas.
Was that what it was?
It started out as roll-ups.
That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like,
that's what it was.
brother.
Okay, yeah. So we made those.
Made those.
And that was my first time using white American cheese on my cheesesteak. Now listen, you can use any cheese you want to, but we actually liked it a lot. I like smoked Gouda too. Not a provolone fan, just saying. But so that's what we're using today: white American cheese, bell pepper, onion. We got some hoagie rolls because I honestly don't think it's going to matter. I'm gonna add some of this seasoning just because I've been on this kick lately. We have been talking about this in the griddle group. Somebody tagged me and said, "Hey, I can't believe it's taken me so long to try this stuff out." And I said, "You think this is good, man? If you pair it with this stuff, it's a deadly combination. This 1-2 punch." Enough talking. Let's go. Prep work. All right, we have a half of a sweet onion and half of a bell pepper diced. I'm just going to start those on the flat top to begin with, and then we're going to move them eventually into all the other things. So I like to have my vegetables a little bit done more than most. My wife said, "Why do I have them diced instead of sliced?" Sometimes, you know, you take a bite of cheesesteak and this, like, you pull out an onion or you pull out a bell pepper.
In the last part of this series, I looked at who represents the states of Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, and Massachusetts in the National Statuary Hall at the U.S. Capitol Building in Washington, D.C. Louisiana is represented by Attorney Governor and Senator Huey P. Long and by Attorney and Supreme Court Justice Edward Douglas White. Maine by Attorney and Vice President of the United States Hannibal Hamlin. and merchant and first governor of Maine, William R. King. Maryland by politician and founding father Charles Carroll of Carrollton and John Hanson, founding father, politician, and first president of the Confederation Congress during the Second Continental Congress of 1781, and Massachusetts by Samuel Adams, a politician called the father of the American Revolution, and John Winthrop, an English Puritan lawyer who led the first wave of colonists from England in 1630, a leader in establishing the Massachusetts Bay Colony, and its first governor. So far, the count of politicians in the National Statuary Hall is at 26 out of 42 statues, once again over half of them, with 17 of the politicians being lawyers. There are also interconnections between these historical figures in the National Statuary Hall, as you shall see. Let's see who and what comes up next. My name is Michelle Gibson. The state of Michigan is represented by Lewis Cass and Gerald Ford in the National Statuary Hall. Lewis Cass, an American military officer, politician, and statesman, was a U.S. Senator for Michigan and served in the cabinets of two presidents, Andrew Jackson and James Buchanan. Cass was born in October of 1782 in Exeter, New Hampshire, near the end of the Revolutionary War. His father, Jonathan, was an officer who had fought under George Washington at the Battle of Bunker Hill, which took place in June of 1775. This illustrated view of the Bunker Hill Monument was circa 1848 and said to have been built between 1824 and 1843, and credited to the architect Solomon Willard as the first monumental obelisk erected in the United States. Cass attended the Phillips Exeter Academy, established in 1781 by Elizabeth and John Phillips, a wealthy merchant and banker of the time. His nephew Samuel Phillips, Jr. had established the Phillips Academy in Andover, Massachusetts in 1778, making it the oldest incorporated school in the United States. These two schools have educated several generations of the establishment and prominent American political families. The Cass family moved to Marietta, Ohio in 1800. Marietta was the first permanent U.S. settlement in the newly established Northwest Territory, which was created in 1787, and the nation's first post-colonial organized incorporated territory. The Northwest Indian War took place in this region between 1786 and 1795 between the United States and the Northwestern Confederacy, consisting of Native Americans of the Great Lakes area. The territory had been granted to the United States by Great Britain as part of the Treaty of Paris at the end of the Revolutionary War. The area had previously been prohibited to new settlements and was inhabited by numerous Native American peoples. The British maintained a military presence and supported the Native American military campaign. While the Northwestern Confederacy had some early victories, they were ultimately defeated, with the final battle being the Battle of Fallen Timbers in August of 1794 in Maumee, Ohio, which took place after General Anthony Wayne's army had destroyed every Native American settlement on its way to the battle. Outcomes were the 1794 Jay Treaty, named for Supreme Court Chief Justice John Jay, the main negotiator with Great Britain. As a result, the British withdrew from the Northwest Territory, but it laid the groundwork for later conflicts, not only with Great Britain, but also angering France and bitterly dividing Americans into pro-treaty Federalists and anti-treaty Jeffersonian Republicans. The 1795 Greenville Treaty that followed forced the displacement of Native Americans from most of Ohio in return for cash and promises of fair treatment, and the land was opened for white American settlement. Lewis Cass studied law in Marietta under Return Meigs, Jr., who, among other accomplishments, became the first Chief Justice of the Ohio Supreme Court in 1803, and Cass started his law practice in Zanesville, Ohio. Cass was elected to the Ohio House of Representatives in 1806, and the following year, President Thomas Jefferson appointed him as the U.S. Marshal for Ohio, the oldest U.S. federal law enforcement agency, having been established by the Judiciary Act of 1789 during President George Washington's administration to assist federal courts in their law enforcement functions. Cass joined the Freemasons as an entered apprentice, the first degree of Freemasonry, at a lodge in Marietta in 1803, and by May of 1804, he achieved the Master Mason degree, the third degree of Freemasonry. He was a charter member of the Lodge of Amity No. 5 in Zanesville, admitted in June of 1805. and was one of the founders of the Grand Lodge of Ohio in January of 1808, serving as its Grand Master of the Master Mason degree, the third degree of Freemasonry. He was a charter member of the Lodge of Amity No. 5 in Zanesville, admitted in June of 1805, and was one of the founders of the Grand Lodge of Ohio in January of 1808, serving as its Grand Master multiple years. During the War of 1812, Cass rose through the officer ranks to become a brigadier general in the U.S. Army in March of 1813. He took part in the Battle of the Thames, also known as the Battle of Moraviantown, near Chatham, Ontario, and today's Moravian-on-the-Thames First Nation Reserve, a branch of the Lenape who were converted to Christianity by Moravian missionaries from Pennsylvania, one of the oldest Protestant denominations. At the time of the battle, the community of this First Nation, known as the Christian Munsee, was burned to the ground and rebuilt at its current location. The Battle of the Thames in Ontario was an American victory in the War of 1812 against Tecumseh's Confederacy, a confederation of native peoples from the Great Lakes region, and their British allies. As a result of the battle, Tecumseh was killed, his confederacy fell apart, and the British lost control of southwestern Ontario. Cass was appointed as the governor of Michigan Territory by President James Madison in October of 1813, a position in which he served until 1831. During this time, he traveled frequently to negotiate treaties with Native American tribes in Michigan, in which they ceded substantial amounts of land. Cass was one of two commissioners who negotiated the Treaty of Fort Meigs, also called the Treaty of the Maumee Rapids, resulting in the ceding of nearly all the remaining lands in northwestern Ohio and parts of Indiana and Michigan of the Wyandot, Seneca, Delaware, Shawnee, Potawatomi, Ottawa, and Chippewa, helping to open up Michigan to settlement by white Americans. In return, land was allocated for reservations and financial compensation via annuities of various amounts for different lengths of time. Other examples of the involvement of Lewis Cass with these land-acquiring treaties included the 1819 Treaty of Saginaw with the chiefs and members of the Chippewa, Ottawa, and Potawatomi tribes, in which they ceded 6 million acres of land, for which they were promised up to $1,000 per year forever, and hunting and fishing rights on the land. Cass was also involved with the 1821 Treaty of Chicago, in which he traveled to Chicago to try and get more land from tribal nations in Michigan. As a result of this treaty, more Potawatomi, Chippewa, and Ottawa tribes ceded land, this time nearly 5 million acres of the Lower Peninsula. In return, they were promised about $10,000 in trade goods, $6,500 in coins, and a 20-year payment valued at about $150,000. And where did all these treaties land them? Like the Potawatomi? A very long way from home. Cass resigned as the governor of Michigan in 1831 to become President Andrew Jackson's Secretary of War, a position he would hold for the next 5 years. As President Jackson's Secretary of War, Cass was central in implementing the Indian removal policy of the Jackson administration after Congress passed the Indian Removal Act in 1830. The Indian Removal Act was directed specifically at the 5 civilized tribes of the southeastern United States, the Cherokee, Creek, Seminole, Chickasaw, and Choctaw, though it also affected tribes in Ohio, Illinois, and other areas east of the Mississippi River. Most were forced to Indian Territory in present-day Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska. Cass was appointed as the U.S. Minister to France by President Jackson starting in 1836, and he held this position until 1842. Then in 1844, Cass stood as a Democratic candidate for the presidential nomination, but lost the nomination that year to James Polk, who defeated the Whig candidate Henry Clay to become the 11th President of the United States, serving from 1845 to 1849. Cass was then elected by the Michigan State Legislature in 1845 to serve as its United States Senator, a position he held until 1848, when he resigned in order to pursue an unsuccessful run for president that year. He was a leading supporter of the popular sovereignty doctrine, which held that the American citizens of a territory should decide whether or not to permit slavery there as a middle position on the slavery issue. Popular sovereignty was applied in the Kansas-Nebraska Act, which passed Congress in 1854, but was most notable for stoking national tensions over slavery on the road to the American Civil War and leading to Bleeding Kansas, a series of violent confrontations between 1854 and 1859 over a political and ideological debate over the legality of slavery in the proposed state of Kansas. After his loss to Zachary Taylor in the 1848 election, Cass was returned to the U.S. Senate by the Michigan State Legislature, serving from 1849 to 1857. He ran and lost for president a third time in 1852, losing the Democratic nomination that year to Franklin Pierce, who became the 14th U.S. president. A few years later, in March of 1857, President James Buchanan appointed an elderly Lewis Cass to serve as the Secretary of State in his administration around the same time he was retiring from the Senate. During his term of service as Secretary of State, Cass delegated most of his responsibilities either to an Assistant Secretary of State or to the President, though he was involved in negotiating a final settlement to the 1850 Clayton-Bulwer Treaty, which limited U.S. and British control of Latin American countries. Cass died in June of 1866 in Detroit and was buried in the Elmswood Cemetery in Detroit, Michigan's oldest continuously operating non-denominational cemetery, having been dedicated in October of 1846. Interesting to see so many classical-looking stone masonry tombs in Elmwood that are entombed in the earth surrounding them. Descendants of Lewis Cass included great-grandson Augustus Cass Canfield, longtime president and chairman of the Harper & Brothers Publishing Company, later known as Harper & Row, and grandson Lewis Cass Ledyard, a New York City lawyer, personal counsel to financier J.P. Morgan, and a president of the New York Bar Association. The other statue representing the state of Michigan is Gerald Ford, the only U.S. president from Michigan. He was never elected to the office of president or vice president. He was the leader of the Republicans in the House of Representatives when he was nominated to be president of the United States after the resignation of Richard Nixon in 1974. He was defeated for a full term by Jimmy Carter in 1976. He was born Leslie Lynch King Jr. in July of 1913 in Omaha, Nebraska, where his parents lived in the home of his paternal grandparents on Woolworth Avenue. His mother separated from his father shortly after his birth due to domestic abuse. His paternal grandfather, Charles Henry King, a prominent businessman and banker in Omaha, also founded several cities in Wyoming and Nebraska, building up related businesses, banks, and freight operations with the westward expansion of the railroad. King's wealth was estimated to have been up to $20 million, and he was known as the wealthiest man in Wyoming. The future president's mother moved in with her parents in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and 2.5 years later married Gerald Rudolph Ford, a salesman in a family-owned paint and varnish company. Though not formally adopted, Gerald Ford's name change was formalized in 1935. He attended Grand Rapids High School, where he was captain of the football team. He went on to become a star player for the University of Michigan football team. After graduating from the University of Michigan in 1935 with a bachelor's degree in economics, Ford turned down several offers to play professional football, to become a boxing coach and assistant football coach at Yale University, and he applied to the law school there. Initially, Ford was denied admission to the Yale Law School because of his full-time coaching responsibilities, but was admitted in the spring of 1938. At the same time he was attending the Yale Law School, he became the head coach of Yale's junior varsity football team and worked as a male model for several modeling agencies. Ford graduated from the Yale Law School in 1948 and was admitted to the Michigan Bar. He opened his law practice in Grand Rapids, Michigan in May of 1941 with his friend Philip W. Buchan, who later became White House counsel during the Ford administration. Ford enlisted in the Navy after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th of 1941. In April of 1942, he received a commission as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Naval Reserve. He was initially sent for instruction to the V-5 Flight Instructor School at the Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland, and then assigned to instruct at the Navy Pre-Flight School in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and coached all 9 sports that were offered there. While in Chapel Hill, he was promoted to lieutenant, and by the end of World War II had attained the rank of lieutenant commander and had served on board the carrier USS Monterey in the Pacific Theater. He was honorably discharged from the Navy in February of 1946. Ford returned to Grand Rapids in 1946 and became active in Republican politics, successfully running for the U.S. Congress for the first time in 1948, and subsequently serving as a member of the U.S. Congress, holding Michigan's 5th congressional district seat from 1949 to 1973. His time in Congress was known for its modesty, and he saw himself as a negotiator and reconciler. President Johnson appointed Gerald Ford to the Warren Commission, which was set up on November 29th of 1963 to investigate the assassination of President Kennedy. The Warren Commission concluded in its final report presented to President Johnson on September 24th of 1964 that President Kennedy was assassinated by Lee Harvey Oswald and that Oswald acted alone. Gerald Ford became the House Minority Leader in 1965 after the Democrat President Lyndon B. Johnson was elected president in 1964. He was encouraged to run for the position by a Republican caucus known as the Young Turks, which included Donald Rumsfeld, who was a congressman from Illinois' 13th Congressional District at the time. Rumsfeld later became Secretary of Defense in both the Ford and George W. Bush administrations. The Johnson administration was able to pass a series of social programs in 1964 and 1965 known as the Great Society, with a Democratic majority in the House and Senate. These included programs that addressed things like education, medical care, urban problems, rural poverty, and transportation. With the criticism of the Johnson administration's handling of the Vietnam War growing, the midterm elections in 1966 brought about a 47-seat swing to the Republicans in Congress. This was not enough to give Republicans the majority, but it did give Ford, as the minority leader, the opportunity to prevent the passage of further Great Society programs, and Ford was openly critical of the Vietnam War. Ford was nominated and became vice president in 1973 after his nomination passed the House and Senate, after the sitting vice president, Spiro Agnew, resigned after pleading no contest to a count of tax evasion stemming from his time as governor of Maryland. The Watergate scandal was unfolding as Ford became Richard Nixon's vice president, and after Nixon's resignation from the office of president on August 9th of 1974, Gerald Ford automatically became the 38th president of the United States. And President Gerald Ford nominated Nelson Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller's grandson, to be his vice president, and Rockefeller's nomination passed the House and the Senate. President Ford issued Proclamation 4311 on September 8th of 1974, in which he fully and unconditionally pardoned Richard Nixon for any crimes he might have committed while President of the United States.
Fucking right.
While many believe Ford lost the 1976 presidential election because of the controversial pardon, in 2001, Gerald Ford received the John F. Kennedy Profile and Courage Award from the John F. Kennedy Library Foundation for his pardon of Nixon. Ford inherited Nixon's cabinet when he first took office. He replaced all of Nixon's cabinet members except for Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and Secretary of the Treasury William E. Simon. Ford selected George H.W. Bush,
I ain't gonna lie, man, I'm farting, bro, like a lot,
as the chief of the U.S. Liaison Office to the People's Republic of China in 1974, and then director of the CIA in late 1975. Ford's first chief of staff was Donald Rumsfeld, and Dick Cheney became Ford's chief of staff after Rumsfeld became the youngest Secretary of Defense in 1975. During the years of Gerald Ford's presidency between August 9th of 1974 and January 20th of 1977, here are some of the things that happened. The Economic Policy Board was created by executive order on September 30th of 1974 in response to concern about the economy and rising inflation. The Economic Policy Board was created to oversee the formulation, coordination, and implementation of all economic policies to combat rising grocery prices, eroding purchasing power, rising cost of doing business, and unemployment. A month later, in October of 1974, President Ford went to the American public with his WIN, or Whip Inflation Now program, encouraging people to wear WIN buttons and to curb their spending and consumption. Controlling public spending was seen as a way to rein in inflation. It is interesting to note that the U.S. sank into the worst recession since the Great Depression during this time, and unemployment had reached 9% by May of 1975. Special education was established in the United States when Ford signed the Education for All Handicapped Children Act in 1975. In November of 1975, President Ford attended the first meeting of the Group of Seven Industrialized Nations, also known as G7, where he secured membership for Canada. Also in November of 1975, Ford adopted the Global Human Population Control Recommendations of National Security Study Memorandum 200, also known as the Kissinger Report, a national security directive completed on December 10th of 1974 by the United States Security Council under the direction of Henry Kissinger on the initial order of President Nixon. The memorandum and policies developed from it were seen as a way the U.S. could use population control to 1. Limit the political power of undeveloped nations, 2. Ensure the easy extraction of foreign natural resources, 3. Prevent young anti-establishment individuals from being born, and 4. Protect American businesses from interference from nations seeking to support their growing populations. President Ford had announced the end of the Vietnam War for the United States in a speech he gave at Tulane University on April 23rd of 1975, after Congress voted against his request for a $722 million aid package for South Vietnam, though money was given for evacuation. The fall of Saigon took place on April 30th of 1975, with entry of North Vietnamese forces into the city, and right after the helicopters of Operation Frequent Wind evacuated Americans, at-risk South Vietnamese, and third country nationals from the capital of South Vietnam. Swine flu showed up in February of 1976 when an Army recruit at Fort Dix mysteriously died, and 4 other soldiers were hospitalized. Soon after, public health officials in the Ford administration urged that every person in the United States be vaccinated for swine flu, but the program was canceled in December of 1976 after approximately 25% of the population had been vaccinated. After Ford lost the 1976 presidential election to Jimmy Carter, he stayed active in public life in a variety of ways. He died on December 26th of 2006 at home in Rancho Mirage, California, after lying in state in the Capitol Rotunda on December 30th of 2006, and a funeral for him held at the National Cathedral in Washington. He was interred at his presidential museum in Grand Rapids, Michigan. The unelected President Gerald Ford was known for his unassuming and conciliatory manner. But could unassuming Jerry have been selected for the presidency with another agenda hidden from view while the nation and the world was distracted with the Watergate scandal and hearings? Did, in fact, the short-lived Ford administration bring together the major players of the New World Order under the auspices of the U.S. presidency in order to solidify and advance the New World Order agenda for its future progression? I did a Freemason search on President Ford, and sure enough, it came back positive. Not only was he a 33rd degree Freemason in the Scottish Rite, while he was in the Oval Office, he received the degrees of York Rite Freemasonry. The highest order of the York Rite is the Knights Templar. I couldn't confirm that Ford was a Knight Templar, but I did find him in their February 2003 magazine. The state of Minnesota is represented by Henry Mower Rice and Maria Sanford in the National Statuary Hall. Henry Mower Rice was a fur trader and prominent Minnesota politician involved in Minnesota becoming a state. Henry Mower Rice was born in Waitsfield, Vermont on November 29th of 1816 to parents of English ancestry in New England since the 1600s. His father died when he was young, so he lived with family friends when growing up. The town of Waitsfield in Vermont was established by charter in February of 1782 and granted to Revolutionary War militia generals Benjamin Waite, Roger Enos, and others. Rice moved to Detroit, Michigan when he was 18, and he participated in surveying the canal route through the rapids of Sault Ste. Marie between Lake Superior and Lake Huron. Then, in 1839, Rice got a job at Fort Snelling near Minneapolis, Minnesota, and became a fur trader with the Ojibwe and Winnebago people in the area. Rice attained a position of trust and influence with them, and he was instrumental, for example, in negotiating the 1847 Treaty of Fond du Lac with the Ojibwe, in which they ceded extensive lands to the United States. Historic Fort Snelling was said to have been constructed in the 1820s. The fort served as the main center for U.S. government forces during the Dakota War of 1862, also known as the Sioux Uprising, an armed conflict between the United States and several tribes of the eastern Dakota, known as the Santee Sioux. Today, what is called the unorganized territory of Fort Snelling includes not only the historic fort, but the Coldwater Spring Park, Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport, parts of the Mississippi National River and Recreation Area, a National Guard base, a national cemetery, the Minneapolis VA Medical Center, and several other state government facilities as well. Rice lobbied for the bill to establish the Minnesota Territory in 1849 and went on to serve as its delegate in the U.S. Congress between March 4th of 1853 and March 4th of 1857. He facilitated Minnesota becoming a state in 1858 by his work on the Minnesota Enabling Act, which passed Congress in February of 1857. When Minnesota became a state, Henry Mower Rice and James Skillz were elected by the Minnesota legislature as Democrats to the United States Senate, and Rice served in this capacity from May 11th of 1858 to March 4th of 1863. The other Minnesota senator who served with Henry Mower Rice as the state of Minnesota's first U.S. senators, James Skillz, represents the state of Illinois in the National Statuary Hall. He was an Irish-American Democratic politician and U.S. Army officer, and the only person in U.S. history to serve as senator for 3 different states, and one of only 2 to represent more than one state. He represented Illinois from 1849 to 1855, Minnesota from 1858 to 1859, and Missouri in 1879. In addition to the 1847 Treaty of Fond du Lac with the Ojibwe, Henry Mower Rice was involved in a number of treaties, including the 1846 Winnebago Treaty ratified in Washington, D.C. Originally native to Wisconsin, the Winnebago had been moved to a reservation in northeastern Iowa as a result of treaties signed in 1832 and 1837 to a reservation in northeastern Iowa called Neutral Ground, an area considered to be a buffer between other Native Americans. The Winnebago were unhappy with American settlers who were encroaching on their reservation land in Iowa and asked to be moved, hence the 1846 treaty. So in exchange for their reservation land in the Iowa Territory for land in the Minnesota Territory, they were offered reservation land in Long Prairie, Minnesota. Long story short, the Winnebago were shuffled around a lot, and Henry Mower Rice was involved in this whole process, both as a negotiator and in 1850 received a contract from the federal government to remove any Winnebago who had not moved to their reservation land in Long Prairie, Minnesota, in which he was paid per person to bring the unaccounted for Winnebago people to the reservation. Rice was also involved in the 1854 Treaty of La Pointe, Wisconsin, where the Lake Superior Ojibwe ceded all of their land in the Arrowhead region of northeastern Minnesota in exchange for reservations in Michigan and Minnesota. All that is said of Henry Mower Rice's death is that he died in 1894 during a visit to San Antonio, Texas, and was buried in the Oakland Cemetery in St. Paul, Minnesota. Maria Sanford is the other statue representing Minnesota in the National Statuary Hall. Maria Sanford was an American educator and one of the first female professors in the United States. Maria Sanford was born in Saybrook, Connecticut in December of 1836. Old Saybrook is located where the Connecticut River meets Long Island Sound. She received her education from the New Britain Normal School, the first training school for teachers in Connecticut, and the 6th in the United States. Today it is Central Connecticut State University. After graduating from the New Britain Normal School with honors in 1855, she taught in various schools around Connecticut for the next 12 years. She moved to Pennsylvania in 1867 and became a principal and superintendent of schools in Chester County. Known as an innovator, she conducted regular meetings of teachers and demonstrated new teaching methods. She became a professor of history and English at Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania from 1871 to 1880. Swarthmore College was founded by Quakers in 1864, which would have been 1 year before the end of the American Civil War, and the first classes were offered in 1869. Sanford was invited to become a professor at the University of Minnesota by its president, Dr. William Watts Folwell, and she joined the faculty there in 1880 as a professor of rhetoric and elocution, where she also lectured in literature and art history, a position she held until her retirement in 1909. She was a leading voice outside of academia. Among other things, she was an advocate for the conservation and beautification of Minnesota for the cause of the Chippewa National Forest from within the Minnesota Federation of Women's Clubs, along with fellow clubwoman and forest conservationist Florence Bramhall. Sanford reached out to her community and to the nation with the power of her speeches, traveling throughout the United States delivering more than 1,000 patriotic speeches. In 1917, she delivered a speech along with the mayor of Minneapolis at the time, Thomas Van Leer, on good government.
Michelle Gibson don't miss, man.
calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking.
See, that's that throttling shit I'm talking about right now. My live is good, yeah.
They'll be calling me, calling me. They'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world just.
Cheap big breakfast. Oh yeah, tasty too. Crunchy rice with spicy fillings. Ooh.
Yeah.
At first, what appears to be a humanoid creature can be seen walking on top of that mountain. It's walking really quick, and it seems to be really big compared to the size of those houses up there. So whatever's going on here could just be a regular human being, and because of some sort of illusion, it looks way much bigger, or it could be something else entirely. But this isn't the first time such thing occurs and is at the top of a mountain. He stopped his car and he immediately began to observe this thing and he caught it all on camera. Check this out.
Completo de la persona en el cerro.
Que ya se movió del lugar. Ya lo veo caminando. Véalo.
Stop playing, bro. That shit fake.
Yo vi un gigante allá arriba. ¿Qué será?
If you observe, it seems to be crouching at one moment, and it seems to be really big compared to the size of the mountain and the more. In a video posted by Kiara Var, you can see what appears to be some sort of giant creature in the background. The video is very short, and some people believe this to be some sort of reflection in her window. But I don't think this is it because it's clearly in the background. But it doesn't stop there. In another video, for the surroundings in his hometown.
No sé. No hay carteles, nada.
This is until it led them next to a hill, and at that time they didn't find Monica took them there. This is until they saw something really strange standing on top of that hill. This is what they caught on camera.
La segunda parte del video que nos trajo cómo era la aplicación. No sé si se ve, pero
No me digas.
In the distance, Caleb did not get closer to it. They didn't have to be something else. But when it comes to strange videos, I guess that one of the strangest was recorded by Andrew Dawson in Canada.
What is it? It's a person, dude. No, seriously, pull over, pull over.
Andrew and a friend were driving down a road when all of a sudden he spots what appears to be a person on top of the mountain. The thing is, if you observe the size of this person or whatever this thing is, it's huge. After uploading the video to TikTok, it amassed millions of views and thousands of comments. Being that Andrew had never seen anything like that before on top of that mountain, he became obsessed with it.
Do you see how far away it is? How far I have to zoom?
In his next videos, Andrew continued on recording the top of the mountain in hopes of capturing this thing again, but it wasn't there anymore.
It's not even there anymore, too. That's where it was yesterday. I spoke to some locals and it comes and goes apparently, I don't know.
What he did capture, however, was a couple of choppers actually flying around the exact location where he saw this supposed giant figure.
So they're extracting something out of here. There's 2 helicopters. What the?
Now what Andrew did was the next day he planned a trip to the top of the mountain to actually see it for himself, to see if he could find more information on this mysterious giant figure. And this is what happened.
Alright, I woke up extra early today. It's currently 5:30 in the morning. I'm gonna see if he's there early in the morning. Look at all these mountains I got. They are everywhere around here too. Alright, let's go.
Later that same day, Andrew arrived on the top of the mountain, but this happened.
The guy's here again. Yeah, this is him. What's going on?
Bro, I don't want to get in trouble for this guy's video. Yeah, I do.
In just a few moments,
There's like a half hour. It's just sitting there. It's so weird.
And it's not.
And look at our lights right here that are spinning around are shining out.
Driving home a couple of hours afterwards, he notices that maybe he's being watched by the same car that stopped him on that road.
I think that's the same vehicle from... Hey!
After this specific encounter, Andrew seemed worried. In his next videos, he barely talked or did anything. And this, for example, is his last video.
What is that? That was not there yesterday.
A couple of months after this video was uploaded, Andrew's obituary was posted in the Campbell River Mirror in July, indicating that he had passed away, which made things even stranger. Whatever happened here, to this day no one knows. If this thing that he saw on top of the mountain was really a giant, no one knows. Everything just leaves us scratching our heads. Whatever happened to Andrew, and what are these strange giant figures that people keep seeing on top of mountains all over the world? Is it maybe just camera illusion and these are normal sized people, or is it maybe something else entirely? Cryptid World YouTube channel is focused on hunting and exploring the woods, and in one particular video he went out and built a camping site deep in the woods, and he ended up capturing something really strange on camera. Check this out.
I'm hearing some crazy sounds. I'm out here, my back against the wall, really.
He said he hearing some cray cray sounds. Cray 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 sounds. Bro, I pull out the gun and start shooting. Fuck that.
I've been hearing some crazy stuff out here, so I said, hell with it, come out here and record. You know, guys, I encourage anybody that has any of these encounters, or you know they're in your house, record them. Make a video, guys, because, you know, you never know, man. Like, these things are smarter too. They're real smart, like, real smart. So, I'm on the ground, I'm by my tree stand, where I had the encounter last time. It was right here behind that trees where he kept poking out before. Okay. I keep hearing these sounds. Also, guys, okay, guys.
Cryptid World did not realize it at first, but there was something indeed big.
Damn.
Creeping from behind one of the trees, watching him silently. It didn't take long, however, before Cryptid World realized that he wasn't all alone, and this is what happens next.
Okay, guys. Hold on 1 second. Okay, guys. There's something. Whoa, guys, right there, guys. What the? And it moved. Should I approach it? Holy. I knew it. Guys, I knew this because I had this gut feeling, man, that I was being watched when I come out earlier. And this is a hot spot right here, guys. Right there, guys. What the? Alright. I got him, guys. I'm zoomed all the way in. He's watching me. What, guys? Oh my God.
After realizing that there was indeed something behind a tree watching him, and not knowing exactly what this was, Cryptid World, being an experienced hunter, decided to climb one of the trees and not confront this thing. And this is what happens next.
Guys, I gotta get higher ground. Hold on. I can't stand out there like that. I have not got my...
Damn, G. Oh, them boys some savages. I'm playing Madden. Fuck the dumb shit. Chubb? He plays for the Dolphins? Who the hell that boy think he running away from now? That boy Jalen Waddle a beast. J.K. Dobbins got that A1 vision, brother.
It's the saddest story of all. It's spirit of faith. Now, if you do not know, this is the symbol of
what there that it talks about
to reach other people. And to me, that is a lot of views. That is a lot of impressions. Your content to others at Carla's career comment. They might not like. What is up, YouTube?
Everything else was created afterwards. So if you're going to believe in the Big Bang cosmology, you're going to believe in the heliocentric universe, you have some big problems to address. As far as the order, now the Bible's very clear on the order, and it is important because again it shows that basically the significance, the purpose of man being created on earth, but earth being special, unlike anything else out there. Now they'll say anything out there in the universe though are spinning balls. The fact is, we're not spinning, we're not moving, we're not flying through the galaxy at untold speeds. This is nonsense. It's crazy, but so many people want to hold on to this so tightly, and yet it's so destructive. We are not on a spinning ball flying through space. Therefore, we are stationary. We're unique and different from anything else that we see up in the sky. It's very clear in the Bible. Read your Bible. Show me where planets are found. They're not in there. The planets, what we've been told are planets, are wandering stars. Look into it. Start really using your mind on this and looking into everything. Everything that you're being taught, all the pictures that they're showing you, again, they admit they're not real. They're data stitched together in renderings and theories, and most of it is nonsense. But yet we get into our final paragraph, and this is where it all culminates, and this is what I've been talking about here in the last couple of weeks, even with my film Scientism Exposed. Understand, science is good. Scientism, however, is not. They love to say all of this is science, but the reality is it's not. There are very few things that we're finding these days that are true science. Most of it has been completely masqueraded in scientism and told that no, it's science, when no, it's not settled. The debate is not over. We're just getting started, guys. Let's read. Scientists are all about evidence, and there just isn't very good evidence to support the flat earth theory. In the end, the theory points to a bigger problem. Oh, here we go. Science denial. And again, this is the big thing they're going to be using continually. I've addressed this on a bunch of videos. Even recently, they're going to lump us in with like science terrorists and science denial, and these guys are dangerous, and these guys don't believe in climate change, and they don't believe in evolution. How dare them? And oh my goodness, it's child abuse to teach children anything other than our, propaganda, scientism, our false, deceptive belief system that's completely leading people astray. And it's just one big lie. But yet we're going to be labeled science deniers. I've said before that I am a scientism denier and proud of it. And hopefully a lot of people are as well. We're not science deniers. We're using science to combat this absolutely silly article, Ask the Scientist. So far, not really impressed. Hopefully any scientists that are maybe watching this video, tell me if you're even impressed by this. Bring real, true science to the table, not fake imagery from NASA and nonsense spouting off what Neil deGrasse Tyson does by dropping mice on the stage and saying that's gravity. Gravity is a myth. It's not even verifiable. It's not even been measured or, nothing. We can get into gravity in another video, but let's just continue on. It comes in all shapes and sizes these days, science denial. As scientists, it's easy for us to quickly dismiss ideas that deny science, and that can be part of the problem too. By not having honest discussions about different ideas, we scientists appear to be unapproachable and uninterested, and that drives people away. Here at Ask a Scientist, we'd like to change that. We're working to bring you trustworthy science that's accessible and fun. Ooh, this should be fun. Now, let's have some fun with Ask a Scientist. We've got ask your questions, reach out to Scott Satinover. He's a PhD student and he can be reached at, there is his email, everyone. Contact Scott. Maybe also, if you have a question or want to join our organization, maybe you want to join your organization so that you can actually start affecting real change and actually applying real science, not just nonsense like this article. This is an embarrassment to all scientists. It really should be. Just go to this article yourself. Contact the Scott guy. Maybe contact also the actual organization itself. Ask a Scientist and see if they actually even reply. Maybe ask them to demonstrate, the experiment that we can all do that supports the movement of the Earth. How about that we can do an experiment that proves the measured curvature of the Earth, rather than saying that we are small little ants on a big surface, therefore we can't see it. Especially when we have so many people saying at high altitudes, you can easily see the curve. People claiming they can see it from airplanes. But maybe they'll send back pictures like this and say, see, we told you, look at all those satellites. They exist, and they're taking great pictures like this one. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? That's our Earth. And we got that satellite way out, a million miles away. You can definitely see curvature, can't you? That's us. Ask a Scientist. Reach out to us. We'd love to talk to you, and we'd like to teach you science. We love science because we aren't science deniers. Anyways, let's keep exposing the lies, celebrate truth. Blessings. Take care.
Well,
like science terrorists and
movement. And as Alice Bailey said, that this lie is going to come through the educational system and through the church. And just give us a little historical framework for our listeners to understand how we've got this kind of thinking today.
Well, yeah, I mean, you nailed it there when you came up with like New Age. But again, a lot of this stuff was Luciferian, and a lot of things was packaged as New Age, and a lot of people that maybe don't understand New Age. But that idea goes right back to Genesis, when Satan is saying, you will be as gods. The idea is that basically you have the power within, that you can, and again, these things were interpreted to these people, in spiritual means. I mean, you've got spiritual contact, you've got entity contact channeling, you've got all these levels of the occult where they're getting this knowledge and how they would transform the world, but precisely how they would bring it into America. America was kind of an area where it needed to be transformed. There were a lot of things that needed to happen. And you will see this time and time again with musicians, when you see it with Hollywood actors. You will see a full-on indoctrination, and where it came in and it just started working its way through. But again, a lot of things were set up in the sense that we have to work this way with education, we have to work this way with the media, we have to work this way with the government, and one by one. And that's how we even now fast forward. We've got agencies like the UN and stuff. These were very instrumental being put together. Sometimes you look at these as just, government agencies or whatever, but then you got to look into the spirituality behind them, because they are very spiritual and they have certain addresses. It's unbelievable. You know that yourself.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's incredible, and I'm sure you could talk a lot more about some of the addresses that you've seen even in the UN and just their agenda, what's going on. But it's really heavy duty Luciferianism when it comes to New Age, and New Age took a hold of the culture, just like it was prophesied to do with these agents that would bring it into the Oprahs, into the Joel Osteens, and it would impact the church, and that's exactly what you're seeing. I mean, you got like Joel Osteen, we're into people, the created order of the family unit.
Might sound crazy, but take the journey and study this topic, because it might be the most shocking truth you've ever discovered about the world you live in. Open your Bible, read all the verses describing God's creation again. Evolution is a lie and teaching nothing more than you were just an accident in a big bang. Monkey man science is all part of the great deception. Don't believe the lies. Wow. So if you will help me welcome Robbie Davidson. How are you doing today, Robbie?
Doing wonderful. Thanks for having me on, Angela.
And thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Robbie, I'm going to get back to what I just read from your site, but first what I want to start with is, for those maybe who haven't heard you yet, why don't you first tell us a little bit about yourself and then what brought you into looking into flat Earth?
I've been a Christian for about 24 years now, and through my journey I've got into all sorts of topics, apologetics, and studying the occult and world religions, and just been a fascinating journey. And for the longest time, getting into great works of the creation ministries like Ken Hovind and Ken Ham, and just studying the lies of evolution. It was a really big wake-up call, because I think a lot of people through our science textbooks and what we were taught as fact, as this is proven, we later find out that it's not so much fact. It's a lot of agendas, and there's a lot of miscalculations within what they're teaching. So for me, it was really focusing on those areas and finding out that I could have confidence, I could debate someone and be credible, not just something I believe in or that I'm against, but this is something that is important. And I think that was the big thing. But I think the longest time, stepping back and looking at it, and I think that was everyone was the big journey, and for the longest time getting in.
Simple. The fact that is literally right above us
of evolution, but they still didn't really go, well, wait a minute, where did evolution come from? But if you actually look into it, without the Big Bang heliocentric universe, evolution's impossible. And so when you start kind of going backwards and start looking into the cosmology and everything they taught about the sun, moon, stars, even our Earth, you find out that the same lies that were embedded, because, for example, with evolution, if you're looking at it and you come to the conclusion that it's all wrong, then is there any truth in evolution? Well, no. Well, if the cosmology and the story of the Big Bang heliocentric universe, is there any truth in that? Well, if it starts with a lie, then there can't be. So for my journey, getting into it and going further back, throughout Scripture, because for me, the Bible was the arbiter of truth in all things. And I wanted to know, here's what God's Word says, here's what man says. We've got problems here. We've got issues. So, looking into it and coming to it from a science point of view, coming to it from, truth seeking and kind of getting all the dots connected. It was just absolutely just unbelievable, the stuff that was uncovered. And while you had mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast that, when you mention an enclosed flat Earth, at first, people would just tune out. And I mean, for years when I would hear people talking about these type of concepts, it was laughable. But once you start looking into it, it doesn't become funny much longer. And there's a lot of seriousness in this topic, so it's good that we're speaking about it today.
I gotta admit, when I first heard it, I was shocked, just like I think most of us are. But what it really did for me was I thought, gee, if any of this part of this is even true, then that means everything else that possibly that we've been taught or that we think we know what we know could maybe not be true as well. And so it really makes you think deeper and just keep going deeper into what you think you've been taught. I mean, because people in general know what they know from school, multitude of media, teachers, parents, so on and so forth. But when a person first hears about the subject, they shut down and they don't even want to entertain that it might not be true. And I think, unfortunately, what it's done for me has made me even more skeptical about everything else now, especially things that I see in the news. I mean, I almost view news as just nothing more than theater anymore. I was wondering, what are your thoughts about this? Did it make you look more into not just the flat Earth, but everything else as far as what to believe?
Well, as part of my journey, I mean, I'd already been down, looking at the truth and understanding what media was, or even the evening news, that a lot of it was propaganda. There was agendas put in place, and you didn't even have to be a hardcore conspiracy theorist to see that they're openly talking about a new world order. So there was a time when people were talking about, people that are trying to build a new world order, and they're like, relax, you're a conspiracy theorist, But now it's just out in the open. They openly will tell you we're trying to create a new world order. So there are topics sometimes that seem taboo, or they seem conspiratorial, like you have to wear a tinfoil hat. But all of a sudden, when they start coming out right into reality, they no longer become just a silly conspiracy theory. So some of these topics that we're talking about might seem taboo, now, but again, there's reality, and you can kind of see it throughout media. You can see it through Hollywood. You can see an agenda, and when you're getting science agencies, you're getting NASA, you're getting Hollywood, all pushing certain agendas, and like you have to look into it and say, where are they kind of pushing people? What are they wanting people to believe? And as we know in the Bible, that Satan is the god of this world, and that people in the world system are going to be moving in one direction. And as Christians, as people that are standing for the Word of God, we have to be in the world but not of the world. So what does that mean? We have to be wise, we have to be loving, and we have to deliver that truth. But we'll do that in love, but we have to stand for the Word of God and truth, because truth is important.
Something else. Have you noticed that more
These guys are still playing that shit? A monster, not a victim. My guy completely missed. Right on.
This video shows you how to clean up Windows. This worked cleaning up. And obviously you might be in a worse position, that's okay. But I want to show you where everything hides in Windows, where programs go to basically make your experience laggy and just not very good. So let's fix that right now. First things first, let's check your startup items. A lot of people starts. I have a spout, but we'll launch back in. And some other different, so I can do that to quit out, but we'll launch back in. And some other different things. ShareX I used for screenshots on this machine, and then a Synology Drive client to kind of sync some files to it as well. So that's what I have. All those, I know what they are. If you see something in here you don't know what it is, go ahead and delete it. You're not have all those client to kind of share X. I use special hotkey command to basically here you can see we're going to check the shell startup and the actual operating system. So first we're going to check the shell startup, and from shell startup here you can see I'm launching these three things. I have a special hotkey command to basically press Alt F4 for me, so I can do that to quit out, but we'll launch back in. And some other different things. Share X I use for screenshots on this machine.
Excuse me.
And then a Synology Drive client to kind of sync some if you startup. The common startup is basically every user on here. Sometimes programs hide in the common startup. Obviously, nothing's here. I pretty much like to keep all mine in the startup if I can, because no one else uses this machine, but also a good spot to check. Next up, we're going to check the registry. So if we go into regedit, now what I like to do with registry is first explain a couple things. Current user is your current user. Local machine is pretty much applies to all the users on your machine, much like we just did startup and common startup. We go into current user, we're going to come down into software, and then come into Microsoft, come over, and usually you go down to Windows, and then current version, and then run. And here is my run command. So we're actually got a couple processes here. We have an LBRY client, that's actually a YouTube alternative, but I don't really even use that anymore, so I'm going to just delete that. We have OpenVPN GUI. I do connect to a couple client sites using OpenVPN. RoboForm, that's what I use for my password management. Reddit wallpaper changer. You know what? I don't really use that anymore. We can delete. Mansion perfume. Or we can delete that.
Hello, everyone. I want to say it's such a pleasure to be here. I want to thank you, Nathaniel, for making this all happen. And I want to thank the College Republicans for being willing to host me. Apparently, that's a very brave thing to do, as I am a very harmful and threatening transphobe. So it is nice to meet every single one of you. Hopefully, I'm not as scary as you thought I might be. And today, I just want to start off by introducing myself. My name is Amala Epinobi. I'm 22 years old, and I'm currently working at PragerU, hosting a show called Unapologetic, and talking about my beliefs on social media, which I'm very blessed to be in the position to do on a day-to-day basis. I'm by no means an intellectual. I'm simply somebody who went through an ideological transformation and am now in the space where I share that with people, because by virtue of being born a Black female, my voice has become abundantly important in today's day and age. Not that it should be because of my race and my gender, but because we've set ourselves in an ideological hole where now I'm able to say things that a lot of people are unable to say in today's climate. So I figured I should share my story with you so that all of you can get to know me, for those of you who don't know me already. I was born and raised in a small, rural, conservative town in Central Florida, and I happen to be raised by a single mother of three. My mom happens to be white, and although I don't view that to be particularly important, it becomes important to my story as I'm raised and as I progress. I often think back to what my earliest political memory would have been as a child, because my mom happens to be a very active leftist. She works for a left-leaning organization back in Florida, works on virtually any left-leaning campaign you can think of. She's at the forefront, knocking doors, talking to people, doing development and fundraising for these endeavors. So my mom is very proud of what I do now, as you can probably imagine. But I think my earliest political memory was in 2008. I was 8 years old at the time, and I remember being super excited on this particular day because my mother said I could stay up past my 9:30 bedtime. And the reason she said that was because we were going to find out who the President of the United for these endeavors. So my mom is very proud of what I do now, as you can probably imagine. But I think my earliest political memory was in 2008. I was 8 years old at the time, and I remember being super excited on this particular day because my mother said I could stay up past my 9:30 bedtime. And the reason she said that was because we were going to find out who the President of the United States was. And I sat down in front of the television with my mother, my little sister, and my brother, and we watched as the results rang in, and rang in, and rang in. And slowly but surely, I was very tired and exhausted, but we got our results. And my mother sat in front of the television and started bawling her eyes out. I mean, she was crying harder than I'd seen this woman cry in a long time because Barack Obama was president. And I remember looking at her and going, "Why are you crying? This is the guy that you've knocked doors for months now. You've been screaming and crying about people voting for him. You've been using his hope slogan everywhere you go. You're wearing the t-shirts, the signs outside the front door." And she looked at me and my siblings and said, "This is such a historic day. I'm so glad you're here to see this. I never thought such a racist country would elect a Black president." And in that moment, I recognized, I think, a few things. That one, being Black in America is super important. And two, that a lot of people don't like that, don't like to see Black people in civil society. So that was one message that was put forth in my brain as a young child. And there would go on to be more and more. I remember my mother, as we would go around to grocery stores, would say, "You know, we're going to get a lot of weird looks from white people because they don't think that me as a white person should have a Black child." And that stung. And now every single cross look that I got or curious look that I got from a white person was racism. She would tell me when people asked to touch your hair, when the white kids at school asked to touch your hair, which happened all the time, was in a white neighborhood, that's a microaggression. It's actually racism being committed against you, and you should take a strong stance and a firm stance and tell them not to ask questions about your hair, not to ask questions about your skin tone, and to, in fact, keep away from those subject matters altogether. Okay, I learned that. I remembered that. And I was, as you can probably imagine, a very angry young person. I thought that this country was built on the backs of people who look like me, and historically, it very much was. And I thought that that was still present to this day, that this country was made only for white, cisgendered, heterosexual, as we hear it now, people to benefit from all of the institutions and systems that lied before me. And I thought that even if I tried as hard as I possibly could to get success in this country, there would constantly be barriers placed in front of me simply because I was born the way I was born. So yeah, I was super angry, and I would not shut up about it. I was the kid in middle school who was constantly having political conversations when nobody gave a damn about politics. I was showing up to speech classes and talking about being pro-choice and in America that it hates women. And the next week I was talking about the prison industrial complex. And then the week after that, I was talking about systemic racism and policing, all while being, 13, 14 years old. And I went through middle school being that exact person, dedicating myself to this perceived victimhood that I had. And then I went into high school and I did the same thing. I was the student activist. I was wearing the Black Lives Matter t-shirts and the I Can't Breathe shirts, and I was organizing students whenever political conversations were injected into our school. And like I said before, I grew up in the state of Florida, so we were in no shortage of political turmoil and problems to discuss. At 16, I got a tattoo, and I'm gonna show you this tattoo. On my arm here, and it's a cool little black power fist. Regrettably, I have this tattooed on my arm. I would say don't let your 16-year-olds get tattooed. If there's anything that you learn from this speech, I hope you take that away with you. But I have this marked on my arm because I had subscribed myself to an ideology that was quite religious in practice. And I thought there's no way I deviate from the sentiments that I hold now. There's no way I deviate from this identity and from this bond that I have with my own victimhood in this place that I'm living in now. So why not put it on my body for everybody to see? Why not brand myself with this message for everybody to see? And then eventually in Florida, the Parkland shooting would happen, and an uproar happened, not only in the state of Florida, but across America. And we started seeing young people come to the forefront of every single political conversation. And they were all being affirmed, regardless of what it is that they felt, regardless of how well-studied they were and the things that they were talking about. And I thought, I'll do that. I've been doing it throughout middle school and high school. Sign me up. I'm not really well educated on the issue that I'm talking about, but I'll be the person who gives the speech. And I got offered a position to speak at the March for Our Lives in Orlando. And I got up on the stage, wrote this whole speech full of talking points, somehow made the issue about systemic racism, and I gave that speech in front of tens of thousands of people. And from there, I graduated high school. I was really good at running my mouth back then. I still am to this day. And I thought, hey, why do I need to pursue higher education? Right now, we are in this perpetual struggle, and it's a perpetual struggle that if young people don't do something about it now, if I don't go and galvanize other young people behind this struggle, I'm not going to get anywhere. And that tenet is baked into the ideology itself. You have to go convince other people. You have to rally. You have to build an army to fight what became an invisible villain. And I thought, that's what I'll do. I'll become a youth organizer, and I'll talk to my mom and get a job at her organization. So I did that, and I got hired as a youth coordinator. And that meant that I was traveling around to different middle schools and high schools in my area and talking to other young people. Some who were disillusioned with the current political system, some who were already leaning left, some who were apathetic, and giving them the same lessons that I was taught as a young person, making them hyper-cognizant of their race and their gender and exactly where they stood on the ladder when it came to comparing themselves to other people in this country. Having them take privilege tests, which is something that's pretty common now, having them check their privilege and rank themselves on their intersectionality, all these fun little buzzwords that we talk about and see so often today. And I ran around doing that, and I was so passionate. I thought I was changing the world, which is how so many young people feel right now. And it's important to find something that you value. It's important to find a great struggle or a great fight. And that was mine. And I would go around and tell all these adults about the job that I was doing, and they'd go, "You're just like Obama." And my 8-year-old self was cheering in front of the television again. And I felt like, oh, I'd come full circle on this. So a lot of people ask, what was your wake-up moment? What made you change your ideology, or what made you have that flip? What flipped the light switch on? And to that I say there wasn't really an aha moment. There wasn't a light switch. It was a gradual process of me being confronted with things that didn't quite make sense and trying at every single turn to reject it and ignore it and go back to what I knew, go back to what I was familiar with, and go back to the lens that I was looking through the world at. And that was the lens of gender and race and sexuality. So I kept working at this organization, and I'll tell a few stories that led to me sort of opening my mind a little bit. Leftist organizations host meetings like any other organizations do. However, mine did something a little different. We'd start our meetings off with something called community agreements, which essentially involves a coworker coming up and writing on a board a list of rules that we'll follow before we get into the meeting. Really funny sayings like, "Don't yuck my yum," or "make space, take space," or "say your pronouns" before you get on with the point that you're trying to make. And one day, my coworker got up, she started writing the community agreements on the board as I was used to, and she got to the last one. And she wrote, "And to all the white, cisgendered people in the room, maybe don't speak at all. You've had the floor for long enough. We're taking our time back. You're no longer a part of the conversation." And I felt something go, oof, that did not feel right. Because I know I'm going to do this job, and then tonight I'm going to go home to a white family that has taken care of me my entire life. It made sure if I wanted to go to school, I went to school, made sure I was working hard, made sure I was always accounted for, and made sure I was happy and healthy. So something was wrong about that statement, but I couldn't quite piece it together. And I looked around at a room of people who all nodded, some even laughed, some clapped. And I thought, oh, well, maybe I'm in the wrong room. But I'll ignore that for now. And I went back to work, and back to work, and back to work. And one day, I got pulled over by a police officer, which was my worst nightmare at the time. In retrospect, it was very irrational, but I had grown up with the stories of Tamir Rice and Michael Brown and Eric Garner. I watched the video of Philando Castile getting shot by a police officer when it came out, and I also got the attached narrative that this was a hunting down of Black people in the streets of this country that nobody wanted to acknowledge. So I get pulled over by a cop. The lights are flashing behind me. I pull the car over to the side of the road, and to my dismay, a white male police officer gets out of the car. And I feel detached from the memory as I'm talking about it, but at the time, it was horrifying. I mean, I was crying, shaking, just completely hysterical before this man had ever even made it to the window. And he gets there, roll it down, and he looks at me and just sees this child sitting in her own tears. And I like to think that he maybe recognized what the culture was around his job at the time, what people were saying, sort of the climate around his occupation. And he said some very important words to me. He said, "Ma'am, I am not here to hurt you. You were just driving a little too fast. Not even going to give you a ticket. Just collect yourself and drive home." And he walked away. And I went, damn. Either A, somebody has lied to me about how this situation was going to go down, or B, I just met the one good cop in America, and it could very well be B. So I left that situation and didn't really ask any further questions, but the thought was still in the back of my mind. And I continued to go to work, and I continued to hear the same rhetoric, specifically not anti-racist, blatant racism towards white people. And one day I thought, I should bring these concerns to somebody who's higher up in this organization than I am. And I went and I sat down and scheduled a meeting with the VP of the organization. And I said, this is not really adding up for me, because we're claiming to be anti-racist, we're claiming to be tolerant, we're claiming to be accepting of all people, but we are doing the exact opposite of that. And I raised those concerns, and he looked me dead in my face and said, "You just don't know how oppressed you are. And it's not my fault that you don't know how oppressed you are. It's really not my job to teach you about that oppression. And hey, you're just not as angry as you should be." final straw for me, a few weeks later, ended up leaving that organization and never looking back. But I still had all these questions that I had built for myself throughout the time that I worked there. And I did what any young person would do, and I went to the internet. And I started off with the issue of police, because that was at the forefront of my mind. And I want to make it very clear, I didn't go to the internet to challenge what I believed. I went to the internet to reinforce what I believed. I wanted the stats that were going to tell me exactly why I was right about this preconceived notion, this preconceived bias, this prejudice that I had towards police officers. And I went and I searched, and a PragerU video popped up, just to really stab in the irony a little bit. And it was a video titled, "Cops Are the Good Guys." And I looked at that video title and I thought, this is going to be the most racist video I've ever watched. Click. And it ended up being a former sheriff who happened to be Black, named David Clark. And he's detailing his life as a police officer, going through the stats on the things that I was concerned about. And I went, ooh, I might be wrong about that. And if I'm wrong about that, what else am I wrong about? And I went down this rabbit hole of finding conservative thinkers, classically liberal thinkers, Dave Rubin at the time, who was identifying as a liberal, and watching their videos, finding Larry Elder, Thomas Sowell, who has had the greatest impact on me as a person in the way that he approaches these issues. And something flipped. And I didn't flip all the way. There are still plenty of liberal or left-leaning views that I still hold dear to myself, but I recognize that something about this wokeness that was happening in the modern day was not for me, and probably not very beneficial for society. So I took in those ideas and continued down the rabbit hole. And one day, probably about a year and a half later, I downloaded an app called TikTok. Regrettably. And I downloaded it and started searching through it. And I'm sure you're all familiar, but TikTok takes in your demographics and it knows, you know, who they're marketing to when they give you videos, and they give you those curated videos on your For You page. And I started getting videos on my For You page that were like me looking at my old 16-year-old self. I mean, these young girls talking about Black victimhood and modern day feminism and all these things. And I went, wow, is there nothing on this app to counteract what I'm seeing here? Why don't I tell my story and put that in a 60-second video? And I put it on the platform and it blew up, and not in the good way. People hated it. I mean, they hated it. I was called a coon, and Uncle Tom, a race traitor. People were telling me I needed to give my Black card back to them, that they don't claim me, even though I thought we were done claiming people in the modern age. But those are the comments that I got. And I said, okay, well, clearly people need to hear this. So I started making more videos and making more videos, and they ended up taking off in some surprise way. And I left the job that I was working at, that at the time was very politically neutral, and said, okay, I'm gonna pursue this, and started working at PragerU. Now, I became semi-obsessed with how this all happens. I'm gonna check the time to make sure we're not going too long here. And I wanted to find the pipeline for how these views become so normalized in society, because I know we feel like these are long-standing sets of ideologies, and in some ways they are, because they were implemented or seeded a very long time ago. But this fresh new opening of woke ideology is very new for the most part. So I started to look into how these things come out of this pipeline and how they enter the world we're in today. And it seems to be that academia is the problem when it comes to this. And you can swap out any theory you want to talk about. I mean, for the sake of today, we can talk about critical race theory. A lot of these things start with a moral impulse, which is really important to acknowledge, because a lot of conservative speakers will come and look down on people who are left-leaning. And I by no means want to look down on anybody who is left-leaning. That was me 4 years ago. I don't see any problem with that. And I think that most people who are left-leaning because they feel that it's the compassionate, right thing to do. And I don't want anybody to get that twisted. But it starts with the moral impulse. The moral impulse that's present in critical race theory is that because we discriminated against Black people and people of color in the past of this country, and legally so, we should discriminate in the present to make up for that. At least that's how it is done in practice. So we start with this moral impulse brought about by the likes of Gene Stefanstik, Derek Bell, Richard Delgado, Kimberly Crenshaw, who are names you'll find if you look into OG critical race theorists. So they have this idea and they go, okay, well, we need to back this idea up. I should write a journal about this. And they start writing. And the interesting part is there's a lot of truth within these journals, which is why it's so enticing for people. It's why I believe the things that I believed, and it's why many do to this day. America did some pretty messed up stuff to Black people and people of color. Slavery, not cool. I don't know that anybody really needs to hear that or that I need to say that, but not cool. Jim Crow, not cool. Definitely happened. Definitely needs to be acknowledged as a transgression. But do we fix that transgression with present discrimination? No. But that's what critical race theory posits, and that is what is written. In fact, they say that racism is so baked into this country that every facet of our society and your life will be met with racism as a person of color in this country. That's what Derek Bell says, at least. So they write these moral impulses and their set of guidelines for how we deal and assess these moral impulses in these journals, and then they get published. Journal, publish, journal, publish, journal, publish. And they're already working in academic institutions, and they get tenured in these academic institutions. And then what's written in these journals becomes classes. And from those classes, you get schools of devotees who have listened to every single word you've written, taken that to heart, learned it all throughout their college career. And then they leave college to work in other spheres of influence, in media, in corporate America, Hollywood and entertainment, the public school system, you name it. There are people who graduated learning these tenets who then go on to implement it in some way, shape, or form where they are now. So that's how it grows, starting in academia, moving, jumping, changing, shifting, being distilled down, which is why so many people will look you directly in the face and say critical race theory is not being taught in schools. It's a law theory. I've never heard of a law theory being taught to kindergartners, but when you learn the law theory, leave college, and move on to some other sphere within our society, guess what? You can distill those ideas down in a way that kindergartners start to understand exactly what you're getting at. And you would imagine that when people are coming up with these ideas and teaching them in schools, that somebody would raise their hand and say, you know what, I don't agree with what you just said there, and I would like to be forward about disagreeing. How have those people not stomped out a lot of what we're dealing with right now? But interestingly enough, these ideologies safeguard themselves from criticism. How? By labeling you as a racist, or a transphobe, or a homophobe, or a fatphobe. And you'll find that with all of these theories, there's a set of insults coupled with them that will get thrown at you if you criticize them. Which is why when it was announced that I would be speaking at this school, a whole op-ed was written about how I'm a misogynistic, racist, transphobe, which is just quite the introduction, I must say. And I liken it, or at least analogize it, as waking up one day and finding that there is a prison built around you, at least a prison of ideas. And you go, wait a second, this is not in my house. Somebody's trapped me in this prison. And naturally, you try to escape. And the people who built the prison around you beat you down and they call you a criminal. Except this time it's racist, or transphobe, or homophobe, or misogynist, when in this day and age, it's one of the worst things that you can be labeled as, which is why so many people are so scared. So that's how these ideas are born and propagated, and how we get to being in a position that we are now, where liberal education is anything but liberal. You have a 22-year-old girl who wants to come and speak at a college campus and is met with just a barrier to even come and espouse views that might challenge the mainstream held views of not just students, but faculty members. And that should be the scariest part. We're all young people. We all go through our trials and tribulations, and we certainly love to judge people. There was nothing I loved more in the world when I was 17 years old than judging somebody, calling them a racist, and telling them that they should shut up. That's normal for young people. But for adults and faculty members to look at speakers who are coming to simply espouse their beliefs and say you should not be allowed on a college campus where I, as an adult, am meant to be encouraging young minds to at least hear something that they might disagree with, that they might contend with. And that's a beautiful thing, to listen to something that you disagree with, because you either A, leave with a changed mind, or you leave with your beliefs being reinforced. And what a beautiful thing to have gone through an hour of listening to somebody and leave having your beliefs be stronger than they were before. And that's something I'm totally open to. In fact, I encourage. And I hope there are left-leaning people here today listening who want to come up and ask a question or tell me exactly what it is that you hate that I say on my show, because I'm sure there's plenty of that. And I think that's a wonderful, wonderful thing. But to close out here, I do want to address some of the allegations made in an opinion piece, because although the person who wrote that probably is not here, if you are, hi, I think they should be addressed, because they are very big accusations. On the accusation of misogyny, I am a woman who happens to travel around talking to very large groups of people. It would be very strange if I thought women were inferior. In fact, that would be self-hating, as many like to throw out that accusation. And I'm not at all. I don't hate women. I think women are very powerful. I think women have their strengths. I also think men have their strengths as well. And it's important to be able to acknowledge the biological and innate differences that men and women have. And of course, you can step outside of those differences. There are women who win weightlifting competitions against men. There are women who are more systematically minded than men are, even though typically it is the exact opposite of that. But acknowledging those gender differences or adhering to a certain gender role or an era of traditionalism does not make you a misogynist. And we live in a day and age now where it seems like choosing traditional values or choosing to acknowledge the difference in gender roles is in fact the minority position to take, even though it's largely backed in objectivity and objective fact, rather than this subjective idea of your truth, his truth, my truth, that we all seem to be subscribing ourselves to. So I hope that clears the accusation of misogyny. On racism, I don't even know where to start. I guess I am the black face of white supremacy. So I hope that clears the accusation of misogyny. On racism, I don't even know where to start. I guess I am the black face of white supremacy, much like Larry Elder, and I honestly don't know what to do with that accusation exactly. As far as racism is concerned, I think what qualifies somebody as a racist is thinking that somebody is superior or inferior based on nothing more than race. I don't happen to hold any of those positions. Now, if we want to talk about the ideas of systemic racism in America, a very prevalent narrative that is, in my opinion, harming a lot of young minds in this country, and particularly people of color, we could have a different discussion there. I don't think there is very much to support the accusation of systemic racism in present America. The past, certainly, just like we talked about with critical race theory. But in the present, I do not stand by that narrative. And I think that's duly open for criticism. And I would love to hear anybody who wants to substantiate the claim that there is systemic racism happening presently. Now, lastly, and this is the one that I am most passionate about, transphobe. And I'll tell you exactly why I am the most passionate about this accusation. Because I think we're dealing with a very severe problem in this country that has a lot of implications, and implications that we will not be made aware of if we do not allow people who hold my set of beliefs, be it me, scientists, doctors, to speak. I didn't really get into talking about gender or gender theory until it started to affect young people in this country. And this is very important. I want to make it clear that if you are an adult who struggles with gender dysphoria or is interested in sexual reassignment and going through a medical transitional period, by all means, as an adult, make the choice that you see fit. But when we start to bring this ideology and this gender theory to children, we are doing a disservice. I want to talk about the outcomes of this, because a lot of people right now, because gender theory is something that feels good, it feels good to just allow people to express themselves in any way, shape, or form. And again, and if you are an adult, it is a beautiful, wonderful thing. And I think you should go about that as long as it makes you happier. But right now, we have young people who are struggling in this country, and that's not going to come to light for another 5-10 years if we don't squash what's happening right now. And there are lies being sown in the industries of medicine and science, scientists being censored for what they're trying to say here. We're being told that puberty blockers are fully reversible and that they don't harm children at all, even though we have scientific research to show that that is not true at all. We have young people who are 2 and 3 years old somehow being taking on the claim that they can express their gender confusion and that they can express that they are in fact girls, even though they were born boys. And that's really harmful. We have the stories of detransitioners who are young children falling privy to these lies and this indoctrination, quite frankly, and then regretting it later and trying to tell their stories, yet being silenced by the very institutions that claim to support them. Institutions like the Human Rights Campaign, the Trevor Project, GLAAD, who all seem to be holding up LGBTQ people, claiming to help them, while doing nothing for the detransitioners who are screaming from the rooftops, trying to give a warning to other young people who may fall victim to this sort of ideology. We are allowing people to go through blind affirmation into experimental surgeries. Cannot stress that enough, experimental surgeries. And we will know this in talking to trans people who have gone through this and talking about their outcomes. The school, or at least the student at the school who spray painted the walls here, wrote "Protect Black Trans Lives" on the walls. And I wish it was still here so that I could have seen that for myself. A few episodes ago on my show, I actually sat down with a Black trans woman and a transsexual named Buck Angel. And they sat down and talked about their journey with gender dysphoria, which is not a journey that you should wish on anyone, even though we live in a society right now where social contagion quite literally has children wishing for gender dysphoria and gender confusion. This woman talks about being so dysphoric in her gender and in her view of herself, but that it hurt her to look in the mirror. She didn't know what to do with herself, was seeking out doctors to help and affirm what she was feeling inside. And because she couldn't find resources, ended up going to the black market to get hormones, injecting herself with hormones, mutilating her own body. And for that, I say, by all means, get treatment. But to flip that truth on its head and say that this applies to anybody who is dealing with any sort of confusion is a disservice to children. And we know this now because we have research coming out of other countries. America refuses to engage in non-biased scientific research of gender and of sex, and instead we're relying on other countries who are choosing to do the work. Sweden, Finland, Germany, the UK now, all have legislation and medical practitioners coming out and saying that people should not be able to transition before the age of 18, all through unbiased research. So why is it that other countries across the pond are able to come to that conclusion, yet in America, you have scientific officials and experts telling you that blind affirmation is the only treatment for people who are struggling, and I mean struggling, with gender dysphoria? There is something off there. And scientists who are trying to let this be known are being censored. Doctors who are trying to let this be known are getting unlicensed and ostracized from their community. A psychiatrist by the name of Ken Zucker, who deals specifically with gender psychiatry, was ousted from his community, even though he has data showing that 70% of young children who experience gender dysphoria end up growing out of that gender dysphoria. Imagine hearing that as a parent. There's a 70% chance your child will grow out of the discomfort that they are feeling right now. But you have hundreds, if not thousands, of American parents right now taking their children to gender clinics and hearing the exact opposite. that blind affirmation is necessary. You even have parents right now in family court who are having custody of their children taken away from them for daring to say that there might be another route of treatment. With what other disease have we ever heard that there is no other route of treatment other than blind affirmation and moving forward with what is body mutilation on children? And the last thing I'll talk about here are the outcomes. If blind affirmation medical treatment is the answer for transgender people, and it is bringing about good outcomes, I will stand here and say that's the treatment that they should get. But there is virtually no scientific evidence to support that that is the treatment that people who are experiencing gender dysphoria should get. And it's evidenced in suicide rates. A lot of people will say the suicide rates are due to not being accepted within communities, but even in countries that are widely accepting of transgender people, the suicide rate remains the same 7 years after sex reassignment surgery. The outcomes, not good. You have people going through these extreme surgeries, being left without feeling in their bodies, left without being able to engage in sexual activity like everybody else can, left with phantom feelings of limbs that they've cut off, girls taking skin from their arms in order to create private parts, men cutting off their private parts and having to go through a surgery that has a laundry list of effects, side effects, bacterial infections, anything you can think of. It's there. And for people who disagree with me, I encourage you to listen from the horse's mouth. Transgender individuals who have underwent this treatment and are now trying to educate people on what's happened. Buck Angel, an individual who I've had on my show, who is a female to male transitioner, when asked about side effects, broke down into tears, saying, if I could talk to any trans children right now and express how hard it is to go through what I've gone through, I will do it until my lips turn blue. And in his own experience, going through surgeries and testosterone, and ended up having a fused uterus and cervix that ended up having a bacterial infection so poor that he was septic in the hospital. So these are the outcomes that we're talking about. So to come forward and try to express these things, which happens to be a courageous thing to do and should not be at all, if we value science and if we value medicine and if we value doing the right thing to people, gets you labeled a transphobe. Speaking out against critical race theory and trying to, quite frankly, uplift people of color from an idea that they are perpetual victims in this country gets you labeled a racist. Speaking out for health and science and medicine and having conversations about obesity and improper effects of obesity gets you labeled a fatphobe. So we're all sitting in prison together, being called criminals over and over. But I'll end with this, and everything we're dealing with right now can feel very overwhelming. But when the truth is on your side, you need nothing more than that. All you need to do is speak it out into existence and say it to the people who need to hear it most. And it can be a very scary thing to do, especially with the reactions that you get for simply saying what is there. But when you do it, I swear you'll feel a weight lifted. I swear you'll feel fulfilled in it. And we should all be trying to challenge ourselves, regardless of what aisle of the political spectrum you sit on. We should all be willing to listen to somebody that we disagree with. We should all be willing to sit down and have the conversation at the table together. And if you leave with the views that you came in with, you are a better person for having been there and for having listened. And in a time with such divide and such flame and such fire and people fighting all the time, wouldn't it be wonderful to just have a conversation? Even if it's a heated conversation, even if it's a lively debate. So if you leave with nothing today, one, don't let your 16-year-olds get tattooed. And two, wake up tomorrow and try to have a conversation with somebody. Because the worst thing that we're dealing with right now is not the cultural issues or the culture war or left hating right or all these different things. It's just apathy. It's people sitting, recognizing all this stuff, seeing all this stuff, feeling the way they feel, and either screaming it out endlessly in some violent rage or bottling it in and hating the people who they disagree with. So hopefully, if you came in here thinking that I was a horrible transphobe, you don't think that anymore. And if you do, grab the mic and come talk at the Q&A. It's been a pleasure to talk to you all, and I hope you've had a good time.
You're awesome. Good job. Good job, lady.
All right, we'll now have time for questions. If you have questions, please line up.
No questions. I must have done a good job.
Hey, Amala, thank you for coming out tonight. What do you think is driving the most people away from conservatism?
I could go on and on about this. It almost drove me away, and I think it's the abrasiveness of a lot of conservative people and the failure to acknowledge actual pain and suffering that people are dealing with. I mean, like, I listen to Ben Shapiro, hypothetically, and he sounds like he's never cried in his life. Like, he's never felt a human emotion other than being an analytical computer mind. So I can imagine that if you are struggling with how you feel politically and you're looking to like view something different, a lot of conservatives are holding up the caricature that they're painted out to be. So it's really rough to listen and identify with people. And if there's anything that left-leaning people are really good at, it's storytelling, it's emotion, it's making people feel something, which is what anybody wants. So yeah, that's what I think is really, really, really difficult in gaining people to even listen to conservatism. People don't identify with it, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi.
First, I just wanted to say, like, I feel like you'd be a much more effective person if you did like less trolling and more like trying to get to the point. Because sometimes I just wonder, like, are you trying to be a personality or like actually help the people?
Trolling meaning?
Like, a lot of times, like, I don't know. I haven't really listened to a lot of your podcasts.
Uh-huh.
Most of them, they have like slam symbols on them of things that you know is gonna like piss people off, you know? And I just feel like that kind of drives a lot of young people away from wanting to listen to you and make them call you things like a racist and like transphobe and stuff.
Sure.
Which I don't agree with.
Thank you.
I just think that you would be like more effective and helpful if you did less of that. But then my other question is like, what do you see yourself doing in 10 years? And like, do you want to have an effect on the community, or do you just like want to do podcasts and work for Prager, which is fine either way, but like, what do you want to do?
Yeah, so I don't really plan past today. I don't know that that's a super important thing for me. I always try to live in the present moment. But I will say, as far as working with community, I do so quite often for police work, which is something I'm very passionate about. I work with the Southeast Central Police in Los Angeles. So I help them and work with their organizations that they do with the young kids who are living in Watts, which happens to be a really rough place to grow up in. So I will say there's more to see of me than just my podcast. And as far as trolling, I don't know that I would say that I troll people. I think you're referring to like clickbait. Yeah. So I think there is totally something valid about what you said there. Our strategy has really been, how do we unfortunately grab the attention of people on the internet, and we do so with pictures. But when you watch my podcast, you'll find very much like how I speak today. So with young minds and the way they work on social media, unfortunately, you have to have something attention grabbing to get them to click your video. So we do that, and hopefully they do exactly what I did, which was I saw that PragerU video and went, this is going to be racist, click. And then you're like, oh, there's a nice, approachable person who's just trying to talk to you on the internet. So that is the goal. But I do think there could be less abrasive titling.
I think like what you have to say is important for young people to hear and consider. And like, I don't know, a lot of times when they see that, they're just like, you know how young people think, they're like, oh, I'm not listening to this talk because of how you label the video. So I just think if you guys did less of that, you would be more like effective.
Yeah.
It depends on what you're trying to get out of it and what you're trying to put in, I guess.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Oh, that's totally fair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for letting me ask this question.
Sure.
So when you are having conversations with people who you know are going to disagree with you politically, people who are Democrats, and you're pretty sure that they're going to call you a hateful person, how do you have a conversation so that they're going to listen to you and not just label you as a hateful person?
Sometimes you're just not going to be successful in that endeavor. And that is something I had to learn real quick. There are people who will just look at you and make an assessment about you before a word is even gotten out of your mouth. And one thing is to not let the words affect you. For me personally, the words racist, misogynist, they don't mean anything anymore because of how they are just thrown around at anybody who's willing to say anything dissident to what is the mainstream set of beliefs. But as far as getting through to those people, I think instead of talking at them with statements and how you feel, ask them questions about how they feel. So many times when I was knocking doors for that left-leaning organization, people answered and asked me questions, and they were questions that I could not answer. But they were just inquiring. They just wanted to know more about my set of beliefs. And I couldn't answer those questions at the time, but they certainly stayed in the back of my brain. And eventually, when I was in a position to really reevaluate where I stood on certain things and to challenge myself, those questions were all swirling around there. So you don't have to think, I've gotten through to this person in this moment. Drop the questions, which are very open, warm things to do anyways. Nobody's offended by a question most of the time. Although with Matt Walsh's documentary, What is a Woman? He might have changed that. But typically nobody's offended by a question. So ask the questions. And if it doesn't go your way in that moment, welcome to the club, because that's what normally happens. And hopefully they'll revisit it later.
What type of questions would be good, effective questions to ask?
Well, yeah, it depends on any topic that you're going to be talking about. It's going to be super specific to the conversation that's being had. But starting off with why do you believe the things that you believe, or why do you believe what you've just said, and what evidence of that are you seeing in the real world? If it happened this way, would that change your mind? A really good way to identify somebody who's an ideologue, which means they are just wholly subscripted to their ideology and there is nothing that is going to get through to them, is saying, what would have to happen for you to stop believing what you just said? And if they say nothing could happen, I'm going to believe that. Whoop, okay, good. You know the person that you're dealing with, and you know that they're not in a position to change their mind on that specific issue, at least not at that time. So just probing questions of, I'm a person who's simply trying to understand you right now. That's all that anybody wants, is to be understood, or at least have people try.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hi.
You hear me?
Yes.
Your talk leaves a lot to discuss, but I'll keep this brief.
Sure.
Regarding your point about you don't believe in systemic racism, I just wanted to offer a short quote from a book. St. Louis today has the highest murder rate in the nation and the highest rate of police shootings in the nation. There's an 18-year difference in life expectancy between a child born to a family living in the almost completely Black Jeff Vanderloo neighborhood in North St. Louis and a child born to a family living in the majority white suburb of Clayton, which sits less than 10 miles to the west. Indeed, significant differences in virtually any marker of social well-being in the city of St. Louis, rates of adult diabetes or childhood asthma, levels of lead in the bloodstream, internet access can be charted down a single line, Delmar Avenue, which bisects the city between north and south, between black and white. Just over the city line, St. Louis County boasts 3 of the 25 wealthiest suburbs in the United States. So I guess my question is, if you don't believe in systematic racism, how do you account for this? I mean, what is the sort of conservative response to what I perceive as a pretty salient example of inequality? Thank you.
Sure, yeah. So I think you can talk about things like, okay, so a lot of people say there's remnants of Jim Crow that are still affecting Black people to this day. Still super sympathetic to that argument, and I think that's undeniable. If you hold back people in a generational sense, the more children they have, those children are going to be held back generationally. The issue with leftism and the idea behind systemic racism is that they label all disparity across the lines of race as racism. And that's so often not the case. So you'll come with these arguments and say, well, Black people are disparately impacted here, or in school, the school system is a great example with suspensions and expulsions, or the Black maternal mortality rate for Black women is higher than any other race. And just because we've recognized a disparity does not mean that systemic racism is at the root of that disparity. Often there are other explanations, cultural explanations for what's happening. But I don't completely take out racism as a slice of the pie that's happening. I just disagree with the systemic narrative that is happening, because you can't point virtually to any system in this country that has a legislated or written out rule guideline that disproportionately affects Black individuals of color. Go for it. That disparately impact Black people, but that does not mean that they are targeting to Black people. So if you put out a drug law and Black people end up getting arrested at a higher rate than any other race, doesn't mean that the drug law is racist or that the legislation is racist. It means that Black people are engaging in the activity that you've deemed to be illegal more than any other race. Same thing with school suspensions, expulsions. We go, well, Black people are getting expelled and suspended at a higher rate than white kids are. It doesn't point to targeting of Black people. It just points to a disparate impact, if that makes sense.
You know, on a similar note, well, there's a book I'd really highly recommend that's called The Great Society by Amity Shales. And it's interesting as it shows that many of the current disparities and that you see, it's interesting as it shows that many of the current disparities
I'm a Cuban American. through all sort of economic graphing continued and where he talks about the wealth income gap between Black and
We did it! So I know this is a little bit late, but I hit 100 subscribers. I did not think at all I was going to do it. And I know that my more recent videos, especially the one where I was hopefully committing to a video a week, didn't really get that many views.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? Today's gonna be a different.
That boy crazy. I wonder why so. Billy Bo. Well, I wonder why so, Billy Bo. Yeah, fucking cunt, you. Oh shit. I didn't even select anything. God, guys. The Linux server course. No. Just no. Mm-hmm. 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 No, let me stop. History of DMS. Don't hug me, I'm scared. What?
Faces to cover. Probably if we configure, try to stick with me. So, first thing you're probably to many people, the legality of some of the things that go on there is questionable to say the least. Basically, it's a place you can sign up to visit for a chance to live your very own personalized horror movie. The attraction was set up by Russ McCamey, who started it up in San Diego, California, back in the early 2010s. A lot of people in the local area back then knew about the infamous McCamey Manor, which had been the source of many controversies and news headlines. A lot of stories were circulating throughout the community about what was going on at the place, and some of those stories were dark to say the least. The attraction, which billed itself as an audience participation survival horror event, had come to be known as a real-life torture chamber run by a
Saying they had mans in there fucking getting the plug in the buttocks, dog.
psycho. People were going into the manor looking for a fun time, only to leave with both mental and physical scars. Due to all these rumors and controversies, the manor had to relocate to 2 separate locations in Alabama and Tennessee, locations that you can still visit to this day. But if you do find yourself accepted onto a McCamey Manor tour, you should go in knowing that it's not like other haunted houses or immersive experiences. There aren't any zombies, or ghosts, or jump scares inside. There isn't even really a manor at all, as most of what will happen to you will take place in the back of a windowless van. What there are
I'm gonna call it a night, y'all. I'm streaming anyway. I'm gonna do some shit. Okay. That's done. That's out the way. Done. Finished. Finito. Done. Over. Done. Good night-o. Good night-o to that. Whoa. What the hell did I just press? Fuck that goof. Okay.